that I've created to help you guys go from beginner to making £2,000 to £4,000 a month from your phone in remote sales. Now, for many of you guys, you've probably never even seen my face before. You might have never ever heard of Temi Lowry or seen me around the place. Well, rest aside, you are in good hands. I've been in high ticket sales now for over 5 years. I've helped over 100 guys reclaim their freedom and start making money from their phone, sign their first client, start stacking commissions so that they can live the freedom lifestyle. They can do whatever they want with their life, right? They can go make money from Thailand or they can make money from their home in England. It's up to them. That's what I'm going to teach you guys to do. Okay? So, without wasting your time here, let's just dive straight into it. But we've got some things to cover. So this is your enrollment into this course. Now, if you are here, boys, I want you to take this seriously because I've never seen an opportunity like this ever. The amount of opportunity that there is in remote sales right now is just mad. You might have heard of growth operators before, or you might have seen all of these online coaches that are coming into the space. Like, they're trying to sell you a course on something. They're trying to coach you on something, whether it's fitness, dating, drop shipping, SMMA, whatever it is. All of these coaches all need to hire appointment setters, remote sales reps. So let's get into it anyway. Let's start talking about this and why this is such a good opportunity and how can we make this work for you? How in the next 4 weeks, the next 6 weeks, the next 2 months, how can we get you to the point where you're making 2 to 5K a month from your phone? So, welcome to the school community, my brothers. Welcome. I'm happy to have you here. The pleasure is all mine, my friends. Here you're going to learn how you can start making 2 to 5K a month from your phone through something called remote appointment setting. Now, appointment setting. What this is a high ticket sales role, which is in very, very high demand at the moment, due to how many online coaches there is and how many online businesses there is nowadays, whether it's agencies, coaches, consultants. There's so much opportunity in the market for people like me and you. So before we get into the source, before I start teaching you, how are you going to go out there and start making 5K a month from your phone? How are you going to go out there and start making 60 grand a year from sending messages on Instagram? Let's frame it. Let's frame this properly. Let's make sure that we've got the foundation built correctly so that when we build, it's not going to collapse on top of us, right? So by being here in this program, here in this course, I'm not going to say program, it's not a program, but by being here in this school community, you are making an investment. You didn't pay me money to be here, but you are paying me with your time, because at the end of the day, like that, investing time is still an investment. Most people are retarded. And one thing that I'll throw that out there right now, actually. If you are offended easily, this is probably not the community for you, because I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to annoy anyone. I don't want to upset anybody. If you're offended easily, probably not the place for you. But yeah, a lot of people are retarded to the point where they don't see time as an investment. They don't see time as valuable. But the thing is, in reality, time is a limited resource. Money's an unlimited resource. They print money for the sake of it every day. They're just printing money. But time is limited. You only have a certain amount of time in life. And the money that you can acquire theoretically is infinite, right? So the time that you are actually investing to go through these course modules makes it a very significant investment. I want you to treat this. If you just spent £10,000 on a new car, you're probably going to treat that car very well. You're going to make sure it's always clean and tidy, at least until you get bored of it anyway. I want you to treat this just as valuable as you would treat a brand new car, because at the end of the day, you are investing your time. Time is more valuable than money. Retards don't understand this. Retards just think the only investment is money. Retards think money is more valuable than time, but time is limited. You only have a certain amount of time. If you was on your deathbed, you'd give it all for some extra time, right? So yeah, make sure you treat this accordingly. Make sure you treat this seriously, because at the end of the day, the effort that you put into this, the focus, the attention, and the dedication that you put into this free course is what you're going to get out of that. Even though it's free, this is still the information that you need in order to change your life forever. So I want you to invest your time into this, take it very, very seriously, and then we will get you to those results, bro, because I've helped hundreds of people before you do the exact same thing. So, who am I? My name is Temi Lowry. In the last 2 years, I've helped hundreds of men land remote appointment setting roles online and start making money from their phone. If I'm able to help you do the same, as all of the men that I've just told you about, all of the men that I've helped to do this. For example, let me just show you real quick so that you know that I'm not chatting shit. If I go into the wins tab over here, 4 days in, signed his first client, earned his first commission, got his first call secured, first client, earned his first commission, booked 30 calls in a day. Chan made 1.2k this week in commissions from his phone, 1.2k. David made £800 in a single day. Wian earned $1,500 last week. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. I've helped countless people make money from their phone. David made 2k in a single week. David's 19 years old, by the way. At the start of this year, David had a degree apprenticeship that he dropped because now he's making more than that, more than like fully qualified people in his position. He's making more than that at 19 whilst traveling the world and going to Thailand and fucking around over there. So, yeah, in the last 2 years, I've helped hundreds of guys reclaim their freedom, start making money from the phone. If you're to do the same, here's what I need, bro. Because, like I said, if you're here, you're taking this seriously. If you're not taking it seriously, then please leave. I don't want you here, right? I bet there's so many motherfuckers watching this video that have already been checking their notifications on your phone while you're watching this video. Bro, let's stop that. Let's make sure that if you're watching these videos, that you're fully zoned into it. You're not checking your mobile phone, bro. So, make sure that you are in a quiet place with no distractions, okay? Quiet place. If you've got distractions, if you're on the train or something, it's probably best to just save this video for when you get home. Bonus points if you're actually outside, like in the garden, and the garden's nice and quiet, with caffeine plus nicotine. That's an OP combination for focus, boys. If you want to dial in and you want to be focused, caffeine and nicotine, it's a classic. I smoke cigars for my nicotine personally. There's things like snus that you can do. You can like Nicorettes. I'm not here recommending these things, but if I want to be really, really focused, I'll take caffeine plus nicotine together. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb and leave it in another room. So, boys, the reason why this is so important, every time your phone goes off and there's a notification that pops up, your brain actually starts to allocate a small portion of its brain. Look, I'm going to make sure that I'm in Do Not Disturb right now. Your brain actually allocates a portion of your brain to that notification. Even if you don't read it, your brain is like, a small portion of your brain is thinking, I wonder who that's from. What's that notification? A small portion of your brain is now distracted and focused on the notification. If you check the notification, even worse, because now you're processing that information and you're thinking, okay, you've just received this news. Your brain's received this news. Your brain now needs to process a response to the news that it's just gained. Whether it's a text message from your mom, your brain is processing, okay, what is my response to this news from my mother? Oh, your brother's got in an accident or something, or so-and-so happened, or Chelsea lost the football game. Whatever it is, your brain is now taking a portion of your brain and processing it towards the news that you've just received. So, get rid of it. There's actually a legitimate study that shows that people that check notifications while they're working are less productive than someone that is stoned, that is smoking drugs. So, what I want you to do, put your phone on Do Not Disturb and don't even keep it here. I don't even want it next to you, bro. Put it in a different room so that you're not thinking about it at all. Again, so many people, well, I don't blame you, bro, because this is just life nowadays. We're always tempted to just scroll on our phone. It's become a part of our it's part of our identity. It's a habit that we've built up over many years, checking our phone. But if you truly want to succeed in life, it's time to reclaim your focus. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging. You might get bored. You might start yawning. You might feel like you need your dopamine fix from checking the notifications. But stay strong, bro. Push through. And we're going to make you a superstar, bro. We're going to use that extra energy that you'd be putting into your phone to make you rich. Okay? So get rid of the phone. Ideally, I want you to have a notebook so that you can make notes as you go along. There's a lot of important information here. I want you to make sure you complete any exercises that I give you. The value isn't always in the information that I give you. It's in the actual implementation. So if I tell you to go put your phone over there and you don't put your phone over there, then you're not getting everything from this course. If I tell you to introduce yourself into the group chat, which I want you guys to do, and you just think you're too cool for school and don't introduce yourself to the group chat, then guess what? You're probably not going to get the results. So yeah, complete any exercises that I tell you to do. As long as you do what you say, I promise you will get results. Usually in alpha setters, for example, like what I'll do is say, like, if you don't sign your first client in 6 weeks, then I'll give you a refund. But you guys haven't paid me anything, so I can't give you a refund. But like, trust me, bro, if you do what I tell you to do, you'll get the results. Last of all, ask questions in the community. If you've got any questions, go into the community page. Here's the group that you guys are in. Go into the community page and start asking questions, okay? Any questions, bang them in here. Me and the boys, we're always happy to help you guys out, okay? So, let's get into the source, boys. Now that you've got rid of your phone and everything, now we can actually start to dive into the actual content here. So, first of all, what is high-ticket appointment setting? Now, this is the example that I'm going to use here. This is Tristan. Tristan is a G at picking up women. He's very, very good at what he does, and he has a very big audience. He's got 1 million followers. He's literally the world's #1 dating coach. So, yeah, Tristan's a G. He's got a big audience, but in order to leverage the fact that he's a G at picking up women and he's got a big audience, in order to leverage that, he started a coaching business. That's great. Good for Tristan. He's able to make money doing what he loves doing, and he's able to change people's lives from coaching them. That's a great business to have. I know, I can relate. So good for Tristan, man. Good for him. He seems like a nice guy. The thing is, Tristan gets hundreds of messages every single day. And Tristan, being a stud, he's got shit to do. He's got 1 million followers on Instagram. He's got a business. He's got beautiful women to go out with. And also, he doesn't know anything about sales. He's a busy man and he doesn't know anything about sales. But he wants to sell a coaching program. But he doesn't know anything about sales. He knows how to speak to women. He doesn't know how to speak to guys and sell them on a coaching program. So that's where we come in as appointment setters. Okay, that's our job as appointment setters. So our appointment setters, we're not starting a business or anything crazy. That's why this is the most realistic way to make money online right now, because we're finding people that are already winning, people that have already got successful businesses, and we're helping them make more money. So an appointment setter's job is literally to log into his Instagram account for him and reply to his Instagram DMs and book sales calls for him. That's our job. That's it. Log into his Instagram, reply to his messages, and book the people that seem interested on a sales call. That's our job as an appointment setter. We help him save time. We help him make more money. And now, because we're taking care of this for him, he can now focus on doing what he loves, which is serving his high-ticket clients and dating all of these beautiful women. He can do what he loves to do. So, example, someone messages us. So we're logged into the Instagram page. Someone messages us through inbound. We qualify them. We generate interest. And then we book them on a sales call. That's our job. Boom. Jobs are good, and that's our job as an appointment setter. More examples of people that have hired setters from our Alpha Setter hiring pool. There is so much demand for good setters and closers in the market right now. But the key word here is good setters. Good. There's a lot of setters, but is there a lot of good setters? No. So put all of your full focus into this course, boys, and very soon you will be one of the very few good setters in the market. Businesses are literally fighting for good appointment setters. So here's some examples of people that have hired setters from our hiring pool. Iman Gadji hired 2 alpha setters last year for his company Educate. Passionate Income hired Daniel Bashmakov last year and then promoted him to setter manager. And even myself, I've hired multiple appointment setters for my own personal business, right? If you want to see more people that we've worked with, then you can go to alphasetter.com and you can scroll down a little bit and you can flick through these. Got some cool guys. You've seen those guys. You can see what people have to say about our alpha setters. But yeah, we've helped a lot of people. There's so many people that need to hire good appointment setters right now. It's ridiculous. I've never seen an opportunity like it, especially now. I thought the opportunity was mad last year. But the strange thing is the opportunity is only getting better because there's more coaches coming into the market. There's more influencers, and all of these people need to hire remote appointment setters. And we can do this from anywhere in the world. It's not like traditional old school sales where you come into the office, Hi, sir. What do I need to do today, sir? You start calling. Oh, I've made a few calls today, sir. I'm not having any luck. Blah, blah, blah. Can I have next weekend off, please, sir? It's not like old school sales, bro. That's not how it is. You don't have to go into the office anymore. You don't have to ask for time off work. Appointment setting, you're doing this from your phone, brother. If you're like I said, you're logging into that guy's Instagram page. You're logging into his Instagram page and replying to his Instagram messages for him. You can do that from anywhere, bro. Me and the boys, we went to Thailand and we was just working from Thailand, bro. We made more money whilst we was in Thailand than we even spent in Thailand. We went to Thailand and made a profit. That's sales nowadays. This is modern day sales. You either adapt or you get left behind. That's the way it's always been. So, why sales is king? Because at the end of the day, appointment setting, this is sales. In the market right now, there is so much talk about different trends, different side hustles, all of this shit. Well, the market changes very, very quickly and things get saturated very, very quickly. All of these different side hustles, they get saturated super fast because everyone hops on it. It's like shiny object syndrome. They all beeline of the opportunity. But the thing is with appointment setting is it doesn't really sound that flashy. Like you're not starting a business. It's not a get rich quick. I'm not going to tell you you're going to make 10K a month by the end of the year, bro. Because realistically, average setters make three to £5,000 a month. You're not rich with that much money. £5,000 a month is 60K a year. You're not rich. It doesn't sound that cool. You're basically an employee as an appointment setter. But it's just kind of cool because you can do it from your phone and you've got that flexibility there. You've got that freedom. You're sending messages on Instagram. But it doesn't sound that flashy. So people overlook appointment setting. They go for these flashy ones like trading and drop shipping and like Bitcoin and blah, 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 blah. Well, the thing is, all of these people that are selling courses about drop shipping, all of these courses about selling courses about trading, they all hire appointment setters, bro. It's a bit mad. So many of you guys watching this video will have tried other side hustles in the past, or at least you've looked into them and thought about like, oh, what? I wonder if I should get into a side hustle. Like, I wonder what the best one is for me to start with. It's all a mess, bro. It's all a mess. All of these new saturated side hustles everywhere. It's all a mess. Well, there's also a lot of misinformation in the market as well. A lot of people like to over-exaggerate. Well, that's another problem. But all these business gurus, they're trying to force feed information down your throat and they're trying to make everything sound a lot better than it actually is. I'll keep it real with you guys. Like I said, appointment setting, not get rich quick. It's not going to make you rich. It's not this cool laptop lifestyle. And you're not going to buy a Lamborghini this year through your appointment setting commissions. I promise you that. But it is a great way to start making money just with a little bit more freedom. You know, you can go to the gym, make money while you're at the gym. Go to the park, make money while you're at the park. Take your mum out on a little dinner date. Cool. Make money while you're doing that. Whatever. It's a nice way to just have a little bit more freedom and give yourself a better quality of life, right? Starting a business before you have developed skills is like trying to be a professional boxer before you've learned to jab. It's not looking good, bruv. And that's what all of these gurus are trying to tell you to do. They're trying to tell you to start a business before you've even got skills. That's retarded, bro. Trying to start an agency, a social media marketing agency, a growth operating agency, before you've even developed skills is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Because you know how many skills, bro, are required to run a successful agency? I can talk because I have an agency. I know. And it's like, bro, it's stressful. It's hard. There's so many things that go into having an agency. You need to know recruitment. You need to know marketing. You need to know sales. You need to know sales. You need to know branding. You need to know how to actually deliver results for your clients and all of these different weird things. It's a mess. It's a long day. Whereas if you can just focus on building one skill that can give you a foundation, in the future, you've got the skill there. You've got the skill there of appointment setting and sales that you can take into your own business, like I did. But you've got to start somewhere. You've got to start by building skills. So here's the reality of all these, of the market right now. So you can see that we have SMMA gurus, the guys that are trying to tell you to start your own marketing agency. Well, guess what? All of these gurus, there's SMMA gurus, they all need to hire appointment setters all the time. For example, Iman Gaji hired 2 setters from my company last year. They all need to hire appointment setters. And guess what? All of the social media marketing agencies that learn how to run a marketing agency from the marketing agency guru, all of those social media marketing agencies, guess what? They need setters. They need appointment setters. Growth operating, that's a big one right now. Guess what? Growth operators, guess what they need? They need appointment setters. And then the growth operating, as the coaches that they're growth operating for, fitness coaches, dating coaches, tennis coaches, blah, blah, blah coaches, guess what? All of those coaches that the growth operating agency are working with, guess what they all do? They all need setters. See, it's like everyone needs setters. That's why setting is such a mad opportunity, because like no matter what the business model that people are talking about, it all comes back to appointment setting. So that's why our market is, while everything else gets saturated, our market it becomes higher demand by the minute because there's more people coming into the market. It doesn't matter what the trend is at the moment. Don't worry about the trends. We love the trends. Don't worry about what it is. In sales, we profit off all of them. Because let's say that white do-rags were trending in the market right now. White do-rags are trending in the market. Someone's got to sell white do-rags. We can sell anything. We don't need to start our own white do-rag business. We can just go work for a white do-rag business and sell for them. That's the way that marketing works. I could say the same thing about an iPad, the same thing about a water bottle, the same thing about a mobile phone, whatever it is. Doesn't matter what the trend is. We don't have to start a business in the trend, but we can just sell for them. We can choose who we want to sell for. We can make sure that we're always selling for the trending business. That's cool. And we get to do this from anywhere in the world. So that's why sales is king. And sales has always been king. Ask your dad, ask your granddad. Sales has always been the most leveraged vehicle. But one thing that I will say is, even though sales is king, it doesn't mean that sales is for everyone, because it's definitely not. Anyone can practice and get good at the art of sales, but it does not mean that is the path that is meant for everyone. Let me explain, boys. I'm not going to lie to you like all of these business gurus and tell you that this is so easy that anyone can do it, because it's not, and that's not the case at all. To thrive in sales, there is one thing that is really, really essential. You need to have a deep sense of hunger inside of you. You can't learn hunger. I can't teach you to be hungry. I can't make you want this. If you want this, then you want it. If you're hungry, then you're hungry, but I can't make you do that. If you're here because you kind of think it would be kind of nice to make a little bit of extra money, you're probably going to get crushed by the guys that want success so badly. Now, there's going to be two types of people, right? There's going to be two types of people here. There's going to be the people that think they want it and the people that actually want it. So, how do we identify which type of person are you? Listen up, boys. The first type of person, the guy that just thinks he wants it. Guess what? What did I tell you guys to do at the start of this video? I told you to make sure you're in a quiet place, undistracted, and I told you to leave your phone in a different room on Do Not Disturb. The people that think they want it, they've got the phone in the hand right now, or it's next to them on the desk, and they've already checked their notifications a couple of times while watching this video. They might have even replied to a couple of text messages. Those are the people that think they want it. And then the people that actually want it are the people that actually listened to me and left their phone in the other room on Do Not Disturb. I reckon that the percentage of people that actually listened to me and put their phone in a different room is probably like 5%. I know that sounds like a crazy number, like surely more than 5%. What, you're saying like only 5 people out of 100 people actually took that advice? Yes, because we live in a world of NPCs. And most people are NPCs, bro. So there's going to be a very 5% of people that actually want it. And those are the people that are going to absolutely crush the guys that just think they want it. Because if you actually want it, you'll do anything. I ask people all the time, do you think you could hit 10K a month this year? Probably not. Okay, well, what if I put a gun to your mom's head right now and said, if you don't get to 10K a month by the end of this year, I'm going to kill your mom? Oh, well, I could probably do 10K. Yeah, thought so. Because what it is, the reason why they don't get results is because they don't want it badly enough. If you want it badly, you will do anything. You will listen to the things that I tell you to do, including keeping your blood clot phone in the next room, okay? So, you know, if you are the guy that was on your phone just now, you know, we've caught you out there, but it's all good, bro. Because we can change that moving forward, okay? But if you are not going to take this seriously, then again, there's no point you investing your time into this because it's not going to work for you. It will 100% work for the people that try, but it will not work for the people that don't want it badly enough. So, sales is not a place for princesses. It's not. Sales is a commission-based industry. I love commission-based. I love that. Because that means I don't just get paid £10 an hour, which is the same as £10 an hour for this guy over here that's doing a terrible job when I'm working my ass off. That means I get paid for being a superstar. If I deliver superstar results and I work super hard, then I'll get paid superstar wages. I love that because I'm a savage and I'm hungry and I want it. If you're a princess and you're just entitled and you want everything to come to you, you're going to get crushed, bro. Sales is a space for savages. Now, I've put these two monkeys here, the bonobo monkey and the chimpanzee. So, apparently, these are our two closest, like species, like ancestors in a way, like evolution theory BS. I don't believe in the evolution theory, by the way. I'm not a retard. But yeah, bonobos and chimpanzees. Bonobos are a female-dominated species. Like the females are in charge. Chimpanzees are male-dominated. Bonobo monkeys, they can eat. They can eat like lots of like plants and fruits and stuff. They can basically eat like a lot of things, like whatever they want. And as a result of that, they never struggle to find food out in the wild. They don't struggle to find food, and because they don't struggle to find food, they get really soft and really comfortable. Like they're very like promiscuous species. Like the females are always having orgies and stuff. The male bonobos get told what to do by the females. They'll watch their mates have an orgy with some next man or whatever. It's messed up. It's weird. It's very, very weird. The bonobo monkeys, they're just soft, weird monkeys, right? Just haram, just disgraceful, right? And then there's the chimpanzees. Chimpanzees, they have to hunt for their prey. They have to hunt. Bonobos, they've always just got food lying around. They'll eat this berry, they'll eat this plant, this root. Maybe there'll be an animal or something, they'll eat that. Chimpanzees have got to hunt for their food. And as a result of them having to hunt for their food, they're strong. They've got muscle mass. They'll rip your arm off. They're aggressive. They're feisty. They hunt in gangs, packs. The scarcer the food, the smaller their packs. And they'll hunt in gangs, and they're hunting with the intention to kill. Chimpanzees, the males are the alphas. They don't get told what to do by their woman. Chimpanzees, these are the killers of the world. This is what I mean, where sales is not a place for bonobos. It's not a place for princesses. It's not a place for that. Sales is a place for savages. If you're hungry and you want it and you're willing to do the work, then it's unreasonable for you not to get results because of how massive the opportunity is in the market. That's sales, and it's always been like that. Even when I was in door-to-door sales when I was 17, that wasn't an amazing opportunity by any means. It was door-to-door sales selling windows, doors, soffits, fascias, and guttering. But within 1 month, I became the top canvasser in the company, not because I knew how to sell, but just through brute force, just through work ethic, just from showing up, working longer than everyone else, working more days than everyone else, working harder than everyone else, and fighting my heart and soul on those doorsteps trying to get people to buy. So that's what I mean. Sales is not for everyone, okay? Definitely not for everyone. But for the people that sales is for, the sky is the limits. The best part about sales is the fact that there's no cap on how much you can earn in sales, right? There's no limits to this. I remember working at the Amazon warehouse and just being so frustrated with work and with life. I was fed up of being another slave in the system. At Amazon, the thing that used to really frustrate me to my core is the fact that I would work hard and do a really, really good job day in, day out to receive the same pay as the people that would come to work and just take the piss. I would get paid the same amount as next man, even though I'm sweating away. I'm doing a great job and this guy ain't doing nothing. We all know those lazy people that just don't do anything in work. We all know those guys. How fair is it that one person can do a great job and one person can do a bad job and they both get paid the exact same wage? It's not fair at all. In fact, in my opinion, it's completely wrong. It's wrong. That's not okay. We're conditioned to tolerate that nowadays because this is the norm, but that's wrong. I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. I don't think anyone should tolerate that. So the result of this is thousands of people feeling demotivated in the workplace. They lose any fulfillment that they get out of their job, and they fall into the cycle of going to work, collecting a measly paycheck, barely enough to get by, pay their bills, feed their family and whatever, and then they go home to distract themselves from a miserable life through video games or drinking, going to the pub or whatever, right? But that's the reality of 99% of people. They go to work, they hate it, they don't feel fulfilled in the workplace anymore, and they get paid the same amount as all the dickheads around them. And the most sad part about this, to me, is the fact that people feel demotivated at work. Because for a man, we get our fulfillment out of working towards our purpose. And a man's purpose is his work. In sales, you get to change lives every single day and get paid for that. In sales, you start fresh every single day and you're trying to beat you from yesterday. You're trying to make more money, more sales, and change more people's lives. And you feel motivated to wake up every single day. Because you know if you don't work today, then you ain't getting paid today. That's how it works. That's the best part about it. I think feeling demotivated at the workplace is like the main reason why men's mental health can be so bad right now. I think that's the reason for like things like depression, because we're not getting fulfillment out of our work. Our work as a man is like the most important thing to us. And this was literally me when I was working at Amazon. This was my workstation. When I say the word slave further up here, being another slave to the system, I'm not even joking when I say that word. I'm not even trying to use a metaphor here. I'm like dead ass. Like, this is slavery. Just because we're getting paid doesn't mean it's not slavery, because what we're getting paid, what? Numbers on a screen, bro. None of this is real. It's just scam. They've just got really, really good at slavery to the point where everyone thinks it's acceptable. It's still slavery. I'm standing here at Amazon in this workspace. I've got screens to close either side of me. I'm wearing a face mask. I'm not allowed to talk to the people around me. I'm just there by myself with screens secluding me from everyone else, standing in the same place for 10 hours. There's no windows in this entire building. I would go to work in pitch black nighttime. And by the time I left work, it was still pitch black and I never saw daylight. I saw daylight on my days off and that's it. There was no windows in the building. It was a giant metal box. That is slavery. Standing there, pack the box, press the green button, put the tape on the box, scan it, slide it. Now I'll start packing the next box, just packing boxes. A robot could do that. That's slavery, bro. People underestimate people underestimate the system. They didn't abolish slavery, they just got really, really good at it. That's slavery, boys. And then this was me. I looked unhealthy. I don't look good. I look unhealthy. I've got like spotty face. My face looks weird. I was a little bit chubby. Just drinking pints after work. And then I'd go and just play video games. On this one specific video game here, you can see that I had like 800 hours. 800 hours of my life spent on a video game because my life was unfulfilling. And if you think that's bad, I think it was 800 hours on here, but I'll be honest with you guys, that's on my laptop. On my PS4, I'm pretty sure it was 2,000. So, I've spent a lot of time on that one game right there. Getting paid the same amount of money as incompetent people is a scam. Pay should be based on the value that you bring to the marketplace, and that is exactly why sales is the path of the free man. Now, if you've ever seen this film, I recommend you watch it, Wolf of Wall Street. Every salesman loves this film. This is sales, brother. Sales is a wonderful place where you get paid based on the business that you help bring in. Every time you set an appointment or close a deal, you get a percentage of the revenue that you helped generate. This is the magical thing called earning a commission. A commission, you're getting paid per the business that you're helping bringing in. Beautiful. Perfect system. There's no flaw. There's no flaw to this system. The more sales that you help bring in, the more commissions that are hitting your bank account, the more money that's going into your pockets, the fatter your wallet's going to be. The more sales that you help bring in, the harder you work and the better you get at the skill of sales. That's what's going to determine your income. For example, Stillion is 20 years old or 19. I think he's 19. Right now he's living in Bulgaria. He was in London, but he's gone to move to Bulgaria. He was working construction at the start of the year. And now he makes more than he made a month in construction in a week. So he got paid 1.4k in commissions in 1 week, and that's not even including the £500 base pay that he gets paid. So that's 1.9k in a week. Like, that's making his 9 to 5 monthly paycheck in 1 week with appointment setting. 3 more weeks left of this month. Let's all crush it, boys. You know, that's a bit mad. That's a bit mad. And that's all from his phone, from learning a skill called sales. And that's what I'm saying, boys. Like, if you want it, like, there's no reason why you can't do the same. Stallion was working in construction. He's 19 years old. And now he's making almost $2,000 a week. So, £500 base pay, meaning that's just a small monthly fee that he gets paid no matter what. £500 base pay, that's not a lot of base pay. But we don't care about base pay. Screw the base pay. And then 1.4k in commissions is a percentage of the revenue that he's helped generate for his client through appointment setting. So let's say that he's on 10% commission. That would mean that if he sets a call, if he sets an appointment as an appointment setter, or he closed the deal himself as a closer, that means he helps generate his client £13.9 thousand in 1 week. And he got 10% of that. He doesn't have to worry about delivering results to his clients. He doesn't have to worry about sourcing products from overseas or customer relations or any mad thing. All he has to do is help them get the sale, and boom, that's his job done. There you go, Stillion. There's 10%. Well done, mate. Handshake. So, here's a quote from The Wolf of Wall Street. So you listen, and you listen well. Are you behind on your credit card bills? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. Is your landlord ready to evict you? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. Does your girlfriend think you're a fucking worthless loser? Good. Pick up the phone and start dialing. I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich. And that's a quote from The Wolf of Wall Street, the film. I've not made that up myself. That's a quote from the film, right? I didn't do the American accent because I can't do it. But yeah, that's a quote from the film. Any problems that you're dealing with right now, you're behind on your phone bills. You can't afford the car that you want. Your girlfriend thinks you're a loser because you're not purpose driven and you've got no drive and you're just smoking weed and playing video games all day. Well, I want you to deal with all of these problems by focusing on becoming more valuable. Focusing on learning a high-value skill and making more money. The amount of money that you make in sales depends on literally 3 things. How much work are you willing to put into this? How hard do you work? If you work harder, you'll make more money. It's black and white. Number 2, how good are you at the skill? You get better at the skill, you make more money. It's black and white. And third of all, the quality of the clients you sign. You have a better client, you're working for a better company, you make more money. It's pretty straightforward. It's black and white. Now, I'm going to teach you how to optimize these things. I'm going to make you better at the skill. I'm going to brute force it. I'm going to make you better at the skill. I'm going to show you how to land quality business owners that want to work with you. High-paying clients, for example, Tristan with 1 million followers, for example. I've helped many, many guys sign very, very high-level clients. But again, I need you to work with me right now. Have you checked? Let's be honest. Since we spoke about the hunger and like sales is not a place for princesses, have you picked up your phone again since then? Do you think you're too cool for school? Do you think you're too cool to take my advice? Well, if so, then not the place for you, bro. So, final points, and let's review the things that we've been over. So, appointment setting is a high-ticket sales role where you can earn commissions from anywhere in the world just by using your phone. High ticket, what does that mean? Because like I said, this is high ticket sales. High ticket means that we actually want to work with online businesses that sell a premium product or service. So we don't want to work with someone like I used the white do-rags earlier. We don't want to work with someone that sells white do-rags because this is low ticket. This is like £5. We want to work with someone that sells expensive things, £1,000 or above. We want to sell things that are at least 4 figures. Because if we're getting 10%, what's 10% of £5? Bro, we don't care about 5p, bro. Right? No, we don't care about 50p, bro. We don't care about 50p commissions. Nah. Instead, if we're working for a product or service that's £5,000, Okay, £500. Now we're talking. Now the commissions are starting to look a little bit healthier. It's a lot easier to earn big money by selling big boy things because there's always rich people out there that are willing to buy the expensive things. Okay? Sell to rich people because they pay better. Appointment setting and closing. So you might have heard of appointment setting, you might have heard of closing. They are both right now closing as well. I don't focus on closing because I'm not a closer. I have closed before, but I don't like doing it. I think it restricts your freedom. It doesn't give you as much freedom as appointment setting. But understand me now that just because I don't like closing doesn't mean that you won't. Appointment setting and closing are both incredible ways to make money in the market right now. I just prefer appointment setting due to the extra freedom. Some people prefer closing, some people prefer appointment setting. One thing that I will say is there's a very big misconception that closing is automatically a better earning potential. That's just a lie. That's a psyop that people have sold you to sell you closing courses. But that's not true at all. And another lie that people have told you is that you have to start appointment setting before you get into closing. That's not true either. There's a lot of lie. There's a lot of misinformation in the market. But either way, I've never seen an opportunity like this right now. If you're a closer, you're a setter, by the end of this year, you're making a lot of money, bro, if you stay focused. Next, sales is not for everyone, but for those people who are willing to work hard, average setters earn around 2 to 4K a month and can go much higher if you're a G. The most money I've ever heard of anyone making in a single month as an appointment setter was 40 grand. 40 grand, because it's performance based. There's no technical cap. Now, to go higher than 40 grand, I would probably assume that you're up 24/7 and you're doing cocaine. I've never seen anyone go higher than 40 grand in a month, and even 40 grand is pretty insane. But just understand that average setters make 2 to 4K a month. I'm assuming you guys are not here to be average. I'm not here to be average. I made more than that as a setter. You guys can too. You can get much higher than 2 to 4K a month. You need at least 2 hours per day, I'd say, if you really want to make this work. If you only got 1 hour per day, you can make it work, but it's not ideal. I don't accept people into alpha setters unless they've got 2 hours per day. Because I want to make sure that the guys that pay me money to get results, like I can really guarantee them results. I don't feel comfortable guaranteeing people results unless they've got 2 hours per day. So that's what I would say, 2 hours per day minimum. Anyone can be an appointment setter, but only the hungry people will truly thrive to get massive earnings in this space. You might be a princess and you might be able to earn an extra £1,000 a month, extra £2,000 a month as an appointment setter. But what's the point in that, bro? What is the point? Who cares about an extra £1,000 a month, bro? Screw that. If you're here, we're aiming for the stars, bro. If you got distracted or gave into the urge to look at your phone during this video, then we have a lot of work to do, bro. I'll be honest, we have a lot of work to do. But before we turn you into a financially free appointment setter, yeah, we're gonna have to make some changes on that. Next time, the next video, I want you to make a promise to yourself that you're not gonna check your phone. And in my opinion, the biggest L that you can take as a man is lying to yourself. If you lie to yourself, it's like, do you not respect yourself enough to keep your word to yourself? What would you keep your word to your best friend? So you respect your friend more than you respect yourself? That's crazy. So I want you to make a promise to yourself. If this was you, next video, don't check your phone, bro. We have a lot of work to do, but don't worry, bro. You are in the right place. I will support you as long as you give me that energy back. You give me that effort. Stick around, bro. Stick around to the end of the course, and let's make some money together. Yes, boys, so welcome back to Alpha Infantry. In this video, we're going to talk to you through the 10K a month roadmap, because the goal here is not to just make a little bit of money. It's not just to earn average appointment setting, 2 to 4K a month. The goal here is to make actual money, to make big boy money, to make life-changing money, 10K a month. And that is possible, and I'm going to show you how we can go about doing that. But yeah, welcome back to Alpha Infantry, boys. The reason this is called Alpha Infantry, by the way, is because you guys are the infantry. Obviously, I've got my Alpha set of 300 Spartan warriors that are crushing it. And then the next step below that, I've got my infantry, you guys. And as infantry units, we're still not just aiming to be average appointment setters here. We're still aiming for these big boy numbers, 10K a month roadmap. So I'm going to show you the roadmap that you can actually, so that you've got a vision for the future. Like, where is this going to lead to? If I get started on appointment setting today, how do I scale? That's the big thing. That's a lot of thing that a lot of appointment setters struggle with, is actually scaling and getting past the 4K a month mark to actually getting to six figures. So let's get into it, boys. But of course, you know the drill. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb and put it in a different room. If you can't do that, you're not one of us. Get off my course. Do Not Disturb, put it in a different room, and pay attention for the next 30 minutes or so, boys, because let's go through some source. This is going to be a very valuable video for you guys. A lot of people don't realize the scaling potential with appointment setting. They just think you've got to be a closer. Well, that's false. That's such a lie. So let's go through it, boys. So average appointment setters earn 2 to 4K a month from their phone. It's not bad to be making that kind of money from sending messages on Instagram. That's not bad money. 2 to 4K a month from sending messages on your phone. Who can complain about that, right? You could literally be sending messages from Instagram in a cheap villa in Koh Samui, Thailand. But at the end of the day, it's still not that much money. You could live like a king in a really nice villa in Thailand for 2 to 4K a month. But in the real world, it's still not that much money, boys. So the goal here is not just to be average. We don't want to be these basic bitch appointment setters making an okay bit of money. The goal here is to violate big boy numbers and live a life of true freedom. True freedom to me doesn't look like being able to live like a king in Thailand. True freedom to me means being able to live like a king anywhere you want to live. Whether that's Thailand, whether that's England, whether that's America, Miami, whatever. True freedom is being able to go anywhere in the world and live like a king, not just third world countries. So 10K a month is how to ensure that you provide for your future wife and your future kids without financial stress. 20K a month is what you need to actually give that financial security there, so that your wife never has to work a day in her life and your kids can eat grass-fed steak every day. So I'm going to break down the perfect roadmap of exactly how you can start scaling past 10K a month as an appointment setter. Not just start appointment setting, but actually scale past 10K a month. And actually continue to scale past that as well within the next 2 years. 10K a month, and then we keep on going. Then we get to 15K a month, then we get to 20K a month, and we just keep the ball rolling, right? Because that's the goal here. That's what we want. Keep on violating objectives. Whenever we're at the top of the mountain, boys, there's always a bigger mountain to climb. That's what it means to be a true masculine man. To have true masculine energy, there's always another mountain to climb. It's not about being ungrateful. It's not about being greedy. It's about pushing yourself to keep leveling up. So everything that I'm going to tell you in this module is exactly what I did myself in order to hit my first 20K month at just 21 years old. So, you know, this is one of those things where it's like, I'm not just going to tell you guys to appointment set and then get to 4K a month, and I'm not going to actually break down the actual strategy that I used myself to make big boy money. No, bro. I'm going to tell you exactly what I do myself. I'm going to show you the roadmap that I've gone through myself so that I can actually just start leveling up way beyond just appointment setting money. So, I mean, if we go into my Miro board here, let's have a look. This was me at one point. Broke, working at Amazon, drinking, video games. I cut my hair off and I decided to make a change, start leveling up in life. Hit the gym, got into sales, got into appointment setting, started boxing. And as a result of that, as a result of all the self-improvement, all the character development and the sales skills, I was able to go from a sneaky door-to-door salesman with no confidence to being able to live a life of freedom. Being able to smoke cigars with my bro in Egypt on a random Tuesday afternoon whilst making money from my phone. Being able to live a life where just life is work for me now. Like whatever I'm doing, it's all work. I can do whatever I want. I've got true freedom now. I was able to hit $27,000 in revenue back in January this year in a single month. $27,000 in revenue, which is a bit mad. In a single month, and again, that's January. That's me 21 turning 22. I was able to hit my first £20,000 month. I've got a million screenshots everywhere. I don't even know how to. So this is last year, £16,900. That's probably around $20,000. That's when I'm 21 years old, boys. That's last year, May. Yeah, I don't know if this is 2023 or 2024. I don't know. But anyway, the point is here that I'm not just making 4 to 5K a month like some average appointment setter. I've been able to scale well beyond that to the point where I'm literally making, 200 grand a year. That's what you guys want, right? You don't want to just make 2 to 4K a month. If me, some, 5'8", 22-year-old can make 20 grand a month, well, then what's the reason why you can't make 20 grand a month, bro? There's no reason why you can't, bro. And I'm going to show you exactly what I did to get here so that in the next 2 years, in the next year, it makes it unreasonable for you not to be making six figures. If you stick to the roadmap, a year from now, you're making 10K a month, bro. Just trust the process. So let's have a look, boys. So let's actually look at the long-term roadmap here. Like, what's the actual way that we scale as an appointment setter? People don't realize this. People don't talk about this. In fact, I've never heard anyone in my life in the appointment setting space talk about this. Not once. Not once have I heard someone talking about this. So this is, in my opinion, what the perfect roadmap looks like for you to get to 10K a month in the next 12 months. First of all, you're starting here. We're at 0. You're brand new to appointment setting. The first goal is to land a good role as an appointment setter. That's the first priority. Even if you're not that good at appointment setting, with a good role, you can quite easily make 2K a month with a good role. Okay? Cool. That's the first plan. That's the first thing that we need to focus on. Landing a good role as an appointment setter. Next, in order to continue scaling, let's become a master at appointment setting. Let's become the best at appointment setting. And just by getting better with the same role, just by getting better, you can scale to 4K a month pretty straightforward. Pretty easily. Boom. Now we're at 4K a month as an appointment setter. Now, from scaling to 4K a month to 6K a month, you can continue appointment setting. But what you're doing there, by continuing appointment setting, you absolutely can scale appointment setting to 6K a month. You can scale it way past that. But what you're doing is trading your time for money. So in order to go from 4K a month to 6K a month, you're going to need more time spent. Is that what freedom looks like? Is that what freedom looks like? Spending more of your time for more money? No, I don't think that's what freedom looks like. I think freedom looks like being able to make money from living your best life, from doing what you want to do. I think that's what equals freedom, in my opinion. So, in my opinion, once we're here, you can keep scaling as an appointment setter or as a closer. Both. You can scale as a closer, you can scale as an appointment setter, keep getting better, get better opportunities, work longer hours, book more calls, close more deals, blah, blah, blah. But there's a leveraged way to do this. There's a leveraged way. So instead of trading time for money, scrap that. Let's put a big red cross through that. Instead of trading time for money, instead what we can do is we can acquire something called leverage. So now we don't need to trade our time for money. We can acquire leverage. The writing is terrible, I know. But what with the help of leverage, and again, no one talks about this, what we can actually do is we can remove ourselves. And you can use your skills, your knowledge that you've learned up until this point, and you can leverage other people in order to start making money. And we do this by becoming a setter manager. Damn. You do this by becoming an appointment setting manager. In my opinion, this is way better than being a closer. It's a really good job role. Like literally, it takes like you can appointment set a manager for a client on like an hour, 2 hours a day max, and you're not even doing the appointment setting yourself. It's crazy. So here's what I believe is the perfect roadmap. You either become an appointment setting manager or a growth specialist. Not everyone is meant to be a growth specialist, but you either become an appointment setting team leader / appointment setter manager, and that's how you get to 6K a month. In my opinion, that's the perfect roadmap. You can just be a setter. Again, emphasize that. You can just be a setter or just be a closer, but the more leveraged way to do that is to actually build your own team now where you're managing people and they're doing the appointment setting and you're getting paid for managing those people. 6K a month. And then to continue scaling past that, to give yourself ultimate freedom to the point where you make money from just waking up in the morning and just doing whatever you want, basically, is to actually build your own business. Long term, that's the most leveraged path. Not everyone is meant to be an entrepreneur. Not everyone is meant to build a business. But with the skills that you've acquired, you're okay. You've learned how to land a good role as an appointment setter. Okay, now you've become a master at the skill of appointment setting. And now you've become a master at appointment setting and also leading people, managing teams of people as an appointment setting manager. Now you've built all of those skills to actually go out there and create your own business. This is what I did for myself. I went from being an appointment setter to being a team leader to building my own business. And now, what's my own business? It can either be an agency, a coaching offer, or consulting offer. That's up to you. What did I do personally? I started off by building an agency offer. Got that to 20K a month. Actually, I should change that to dollars. Got that to 20K a month. And now at the moment, I'm all in on coaching with my Alpha Setter program. Until we get to 300 students, then I'm shutting down the coaching offer. And then I'm probably going to go back into the agency space. It doesn't matter what you do because you've got the skills there to the point where you can make any business work. 12 months from now, this is where I think you guys should probably be at, to the point where you're starting your own businesses. Because it's a lot easier to hit 10K a month as a business owner than it is as an appointment setter. Well, easier is not the right word, but it's less work. It's hard work that you've got to do. You've got to do a lot of thinking and you've got to have the right strategies. You've got to have the right team behind you. But it's a lot less work to be making 10K a month as a business owner than it is as an appointment setter. You can make 10K a month as an appointment setter. You can make 10K a month as a closer, but you're still trading your time for money. If you want to be able to wake up and, I don't know, focus on side quests, go to Thailand and have your first Muay Thai fight or whatever, you need to be able to remove yourself to the point where you're not trading your time for money, right? So, 2-year plan. This can be achieved so much faster with the right mindset, the right inputs, and the right mentor. This is a 2-year plan right here. 2-year plan. Imagine we live in a world where in 2 years you can go from zero money online to making £100,000 a year online, 6 figures. We can go from zero to earning a lawyer's salary without having to go to school, without investing 50 grand in education, and in less time. And live a better life. That's crazy, right? This roadmap as well, this is me talking about appointment setting because that was my journey. Yes, I've worked as a closer before in the past, but everything that was going well for me was all setter based. I was a team leader for a setter role. I built my business, my agency around appointment setting, my coaching business about appointment setting. Everything for me was appointment setting, but this roadmap can be applied to closing as well. You can become a team leader for closers. Everything still applies, okay? So, step 1, land a good role as a setter. Landing a good role as a setter, even if you're not great at appointment setting, can easily get you to 2K a month. Easily. The hard part is actually landing the good role in the first place. When you're first starting out, you have no credibility in the market. So why would a good company want to hire you? There's 2 ways to gain credibility to land an amazing offer to get to your first 2K a month. Number 1, take shitty offers for a few months in order to build your skill set and then slowly work your way up. You can earn money whilst you learn here. You're not going to be earning a lot of money when you're starting out, but at least you're earning some money and you're learning so that you can slowly build your way up. The second way is to invest in appointment setting training, which you will use as your credibility. This is basically your degree in high ticket sales because you can't go to university and get a degree in sales. But this is going to prove to people that 1, you're committed, because anyone that's truly committed towards achieving their goals, if they're not willing to invest money into that, then are they truly committed? Probably not, right? It's like me saying that I'm committed to a boxing fight, but I'm not investing in like a professional coach to train me. Like when I've got a boxing fight coming up, I'm paying for PTs as well. So there's 2 ways to land an amazing offer. The bottom one or the top one. This one's going to take more time and more effort. But if you don't have any money, then that's what you got to do. And that's fine. That you can still make it work, bro. I believe in you. Just make sure to take this course seriously and apply the things that I'm telling you to do. Pull your phone down, bro. Put it on Do Not Disturb and go put it in the other room and pay attention. In Alpha Setters, so like going back to the investing in appointment setting training, in Alpha Setters, we train you to give you that credibility in the market and also post opportunities for you that you can apply for. Job opportunities all the time. We literally guarantee that students sign on a good offer within the first 6 weeks, otherwise they get a full refund. So that's one way that you can get to this point really, really quickly. Step two of the roadmap: master a skill. As long as you're always getting better, your income will always keep increasing. Realistically, you could scale as an appointment setter past 10k a month, but it would be a lot more work than the next steps I've included in the roadmap. I've heard of appointment setters making £30,000 a month in commission. So the most I've ever heard of a setter making was $40,000 in a month, which is a bit mad. That's a hell of a lot of work, and that's a great appointment setter right there. You can scale past 10k a month as an appointment setter, but it's just a lot of work. I wouldn't recommend. It's much easier to start a business, bro. Step three. Also, one thing that I will say is a lot of people try and start here. They skip all of this. They've got no sales skills, no appointment setting skills, no management skills, no recruiting skills, nothing. And they try and start a business from the beginning. You can't skip levels, bro. I wish you could skip levels, but you can't skip levels. There's levels to the game for a reason. You start here, you're just going to get crushed and you're going to get put off the market. You're going to start, you're going to fail, and then you're going to quit. And then, you're not going to make any money because you need skills to run a successful business. It doesn't work. It doesn't work without skills. People underestimate significantly the amount that goes into running a business. But yeah, step three, becoming a leader. If you're stud and you're killing it on your offer, then why not help them manage the rest of the sales team so that everyone can make more money together? Now you can actually start to get paid for being a leader as well as your appointment setting. This is the way of the alpha, because an alpha is a leader. You guys are in alpha infantry. In alpha setters, we've got so many team leaders in there that are making bread. As a team leader, you can either go all in on becoming a team leader / setter manager, work for multiple clients, or you can be a leader for your main offer, still work as an appointment setter, but just earn a commission on the team as well. It's just so much more leverage. This is the leveraged way. I'd take this over closing any day. I don't know why everyone bums off closing. Closing's depressing, bro. Have you ever been sat in a dark room, like a dark office room with some artificial light in front of you? Some bullshit artificial light instead of actual sunlight. Taking closing calls for 10 hours a day, sat in the same place. Your bum is just hella sweaty from sitting in the same chair for 10 hours. And you're sweating away trying to handle these bullshit objections, trying to close people for 10 hours. And then you wake up tomorrow and have to do the exact same thing. Bro, closing's a scam, I'll be real. Closing's a fucking scam, bro. Because yeah, you can make a lot of money doing closing, but you can make a lot of money doing appointment setting. But appointment setting, at least I get to send messages while I'm sat on the fucking beach, bro. I don't have to be in a dark room or in my hotel room just taking calls all day. I can actually go about my day. Becoming a team leader is so leveraged. Like, this is like optimal lifestyle. Like, this is peak online work right here. Without starting a business, like, this is peak online work. You're just leading a team of people, having a daily call with them every day, and you're making money. Bro, it's beautiful. Being a team leader is a beautiful life, I will be honest. Becoming a team leader is like it's like almost having your own business, but like in a very stress-free way. It's great. And then the fourth step of the roadmap is creating your own offer. This last step isn't for everyone. Understand me here. Not everyone is meant to be an entrepreneur. This is where the true savages out there might finally consider starting their own business. This is for the true savages. You've built up your skills to this point, and the only next step for you to move forward is to become a business. You either scale as an appointment setter or an appointment setter manager, and you scale that to the moon by just brute force, hard work. It's going to be rough. You're going to be getting grey hairs before you're 30. It's going to be hard, bro. But you can make it happen. Or you scale to the moon with your own business. Or fail, but that's what I'm here for. I'm here to make sure that you win, boys. Okay? Yeah, we've got some alpha setters that they was making great money as appointment setters, and now they've took the next step. They've started their own business, and they're thriving. They're thriving. Think of David. I think you guys will probably hear a lot more about David in the future course modules to come. But yeah, we've got some savages and alpha setters that are now actually business owners. They're entrepreneurs and they're doing God's work, bro. They're making peace. So yeah, that's the roadmap in my opinion. That's the perfect 2-year roadmap. So getting on to the final points and reviewing everything that we've spoke about today. I've showed you a 1 to 2 year plan on how you can scale to 6 figures through high ticket sales. But let's forget about all that for now. Setter manager, sales agency, etc. This is all a problem for the future. It's a problem for another day. We don't need to be thinking about that right now. Right now, we have a job which we must work towards with absolute speed and violence. We've got one focus right now. Learn appointment setting, get really, really good at it, land a great appointment setting offer, and replace your 9 to 5. All this talk about setter managers and entrepreneurship, forget that for now. It doesn't matter. This is our job. This is our priority right here. Once we replace your 9 to 5 with internet money, so many options will open up. You'll have more free time, you'll have more money, and you'll have more ideas. Doors will open themselves once we've got you to that point. Maybe you will go live on a beach in Thailand whilst earning 1K a month, and you don't want to progress further because you found your peace. You just enjoy getting by 1K a month. You can live great in Thailand. You're making enough money. You've got a good work-life balance, and you're just happy living in Thailand on 1K a month. Maybe that's fine. That's completely fine. Maybe you use your appointment setting money and start investing in real estate, and you become a real estate billionaire. Again, options open up when you get into appointment setting. It's up to you to choose the life that you want to live. Genuinely, like this is a movie. Like you're the main character. You can choose what path that you want to go down, bro. I want you guys to all make a promise to yourself. I want you to promise yourself that no matter what, you're going to make this work. To be honest, even better if you post it in the group chat so that a year from now, I can look back and like, okay, viewer, Alpha Infantry member, you made a promise to yourself a year ago today that no matter what, you're going to make this work. How's the grind going, bro? And I want you to send me a picture from your villa in Koh Samui, Thailand. Like, it's going good, bro. I want you to make a promise to yourself that no matter what gets in the way, life throws things at your face, you feel demotivated, your client fires you, no matter what happens, you make a promise to yourself that on a long enough time frame, you will make this work. No moving on to the next flashy side hustle next week. Oh, growth operating, bro. Yeah, I want to go give that a go. Oh, this guy just came out with a new side hustle, bro. I just wanted to give it a go. No, bro. Forget the shiny object syndrome. I've never seen a better opportunity in the market than appointment setting in my life. No moving on to the next flashy side hustle. Promise yourself that you are going to make this work. No giving up because you didn't sign your first client in the first 2 days. No matter what, you will make this work and you will earn money from your phone as an appointment setter. Do or fucking die time, boys. That's it. This is the mindset that we're having at Alpha Set 300. And that's why my boys win. There is no such thing as new side hustles. Blah, blah, blah. In fact, you know what? Let me tell you something really interesting right now. It's Chan's birthday today. This is really like coincidental. Like this was not planned. It's Chan's birthday today. And you know what's amazing about Chan? Is one point in time, me and Chan had a conversation. Me and Chan had a conversation because he was interested in getting into TikTok automation. He was making money from appointment setting, but it wasn't enough. He was making maybe like, £100 a week or something like that. Something like minor, something that no one cares about. And he was interested in getting into TikTok automation because it was this new trendy side hustle. And I told Chan, don't get distracted, motherfucker. Don't you get distracted. So, let me try and find this. Me and Chan had this conversation. I hope Chan... Okay, here we go. Look. Bro, have you heard about TikTok automation? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I'd rather get really good at one thing. I don't know what he's saying, but he's thinking about getting into the thing or focusing on appointment setting. He don't really know what to do. And I'm like, the woman in the red dress has appeared. Shiny object syndrome, motherfucker. Alert. The woman in the red dress. Because basically in the Matrix, and I sent him the video. I literally sent him the video and he's like, haha, you're right, bro. That makes total sense. I sent him this video where it's like, yeah, in the Matrix. There's a woman in the red dress. It's a simulation, but the Matrix sends a woman in a red dress to distract Neo from the simulation, from what he needs to hear, from what he needs to focus on. The woman in the red dress was an agent trying to hold him back from his highest potential. And that's every time you see these flashy side hustles, Every time you see these flashy side hustles, that's what it is. It's the woman in the red dress trying to distract you from your highest potential. And guess what? This is the mad thing. You know what? I shouldn't close this chat with Chan. Let me open this chat with Chan again. Oh, no, not that one. Let me open this chat with Chan, right? So, the mad thing is, so when is this? What date is this? Let me try and find the date. This is January the 25th, bro. This is January the 25th. And I told him, bro, stay focused. Stay focused. February the 5th. February the 5th. Happy birthday to Chan, motherfucker. February the 5th, he made his first 2K week in commissions. What the fuck? Because this is what the Matrix does. It sends you a test. Are you going to quit? But I'm sure you guys have all seen that picture. Let me try and get up the picture. Guy mining diamonds quits before meme. I'm sure you guys have all seen this picture where someone's working. They're working really hard and they're about to strike diamonds and they quit at the last second before they hit the goal of finding the diamonds. They quit. They stopped just before, bro. That is literally what Chan would have been. This literally would have been Chan if he had went on to focus on TikTok automation, bro. The next week he made 2K in commissions. Boys, make yourself a promise that no matter what, you're going to find those diamonds, bro. Make yourself a promise, because there is no opportunity like appointment setting in the market, bro. Make yourself a promise, because that's fucking mental. So don't get distracted by the agent, the simulation, the woman in the red dress. Make yourself a promise, boys, that we're here to make this work. So I got you, bro. I got you, boys. Hopefully you found this video useful. You may go collect your phones from the next room now, boys. That is the end of this video. The next video, very important, building the foundation. I don't want you guys to think you're too cool for school on that end to build a foundation. I want you guys to watch every single video all the way through in order, bro. Because a year from now, we want you like Chan, bro. We want you making 2K weeks as well. So thanks for watching, boys. Happy birthday to Chan if you're watching this. And as always, guys, keep grinding. Yes, boys, so very, very important video today. Module number 3 of the Alpha Infantry appointment setting course. Now, we're going to get onto the technicalities, like the source, the good stuff, the strategies, all that sort of stuff. Very, 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 very shortly, but I want you to watch this video to the end, boys. Again, you're spending 20, 30 minutes on building a foundation that's going to set you up to build an empire on top of. We can't rush the process, right? Many people, they'll try and build the platform very thin, the foundation very thin, and then when they try and build up, their building falls down. And it's like, well, who would have fucking thought? You know what I mean? It's like, we're building the foundation, boys, so stick through to the end of this video. You know the drill. Pay attention, phone on Do Not Disturb, fuck it off, different room. Let's work, boys. Take some notes, pay attention. So yeah, again, my name is Temi Lowry. Welcome back to my free school community. Owner of Alpha Setters, leader of men, boxing champion. I've been in high ticket sales now for the last 5 years. So I'm going to be working with you over the next few weeks as you're going through this free school to help you become a G at appointment setting, boys. Let's make some money. So the goal here is to build an empire with the boys. Alpha Setters, which is my paid school community, you might have heard of Alpha Setters before. One thing that makes Alpha Setters so successful is the fact that we make sure to build a rock solid foundation to build on top of. Every single student that joins the program, one of the first things that they have to do in the program is write 3 goals and put it in the chat, put it in the community chat, so that everyone can actually keep them accountable to those goals. Again, it's very important to get clear on these things. Of course, you boys watching this, you're not Alpha Setters, you're in the Alpha Infantry thing, you're in my free school community. Of course, some of you may aspire to be part of the 300 one day. Maybe at the time you're watching this, Alpha Setters is full and it's at 300. Or maybe you guys are starting out in appointment setting, you're hoping to make some money so that you can afford to join Alpha Setters before it gets full. But even though you're not alpha setters, I'm still here to support you boys, and I still want you guys to take this seriously. I still want you to build this foundation. I still want you guys to win. If you guys win, then I win, because it's going to turn this community into something really, really beautiful. It's going to be really, really good for my reputation. And again, if I'm getting wins, you guys are going to tell your friends about it. Your friends are going to want to join, and then that's even more potential alpha setters. You know what I mean? So I want you guys to win. If you're eager to dive into appointment setting and start collecting cash, that's great. That's good. I want you to be eager. I want you to be hungry, but still slow down. It's important not to skip ahead. Don't skip this module, boys. Now, most people when starting side hustles, they don't actually take these things seriously. You know, they don't pay attention to stuff like that. It just goes in one ear, out the other, blah, blah, blah. You guys are different, because you guys are actually going to take this seriously. You guys are actually going to get results. 99% of people that start a side hustle don't get results. You guys are actually going to get results, okay? Take these steps seriously. Don't disregard them. Most people fail and quit within 2 weeks. This is the stuff that is going to help you stay committed for longer than the 2 weeks. All right, so let's get into this. Your vision for the future. Let's get really, really clear on the vision that we're going to build towards together, boys. This is your why power. Why are you doing this? Again, I hope my pictures just start loading, blood clot. But this is going to be the why. Why are you doing this? Why are we here? Why are you watching this video? Why are you being disciplined enough to leave your phone in next room over there and not check the notifications? This is the motivation. This is the why power that you can call upon on the days where you don't feel motivated. Because the truth is, at every step of the game, even when you're making a lot of money, even me, I wake up sometimes and don't want to get out of bed. I'm not motivated. I'm feeling lazy that day. But if you know why you're doing this, if you know what your vision for the future is, then that's going to motivate you to get up on those hard days. You know what I mean? So when your why power is strong enough, you cannot lose. Because the thing is, if your why power is just not powerful, I want to buy a Rolex. If you've got a weak ass why power and you don't want it bad enough, then you're going to quit, you're going to crumble. But if your why power is so strong, that is so important to you, like you just want to retire your mom because you love her so much and you're so grateful for the work that she's put into raising you. Not only is that going to be a strong reason for you to push forward, and not only is that going to give you more motivation and more hunger and more fire in order to crush the competition, it's also going to raise your frequency. Because acting out of a place of love and purpose is always going to be stronger than acting out of a place of greed and selfishness. Having a strong why power literally raises your frequency, and frequency is everything. We'll get on to more of that. I'm sure we'll talk about more in that in the Q&A sessions. You can really pick my brain about manifestation and spirituality and stuff like that. But the world is an interesting place, boys. It's a very interesting place. So what's your vision for the future? My vision for the future is this. These 4 pictures right here just summarize my vision for the future. I want to buy some land in the English countryside. The English countryside is beautiful. It's beautiful, bro. If you haven't been, you need to come. You need to come visit the English countryside. My vision for the future is to go live in the English countryside with my family, buy some land, have a Land Rover Discovery, and just be driving around the countryside like a bad man. No, not Discovery. Land Rover Defender, sorry. Land Rover Defender, driving around the countryside like a bad man with my wife. My wife's retired. She don't have to ever work a day in her life. My kids, my future sons, they're good. You know, I can feed them well with strong grass-fed steaks so that they grow into strong, powerful men. And I can teach them strong Christian values. I can teach them to be good men. I can teach my daughters to be good, God-fearing women. I would like to buy, a villa in Greece because, apart from England, Greece is my favorite place ever. My favorite place to travel to is Greece. I want to buy a nice villa in Greece that me and my family, we can... Or me and my boys, forget me and my boys, me and my appointment setters, me and my alpha setters, we can just go chill in Greece every summer and just some insane villa. So simple life when I'm living in England, normal life is nothing fancy, just countryside, peaceful, homeschooling my kids, and then in the summertime, just live in Greece for two months. There you go. My vision for the future is building a brotherhood of warriors that, 300 men that you could bring to take down a nation. Now, my network is tight. 300 boys, we're tight. And that's what I'm doing with Alpha Setter 300. And that's why Alpha Setters is capped at 300. I like this concept. 300 guys. You can't have 1,000 guys like in a close circle. That's too many guys, bro. But 300 men, I think, is the sweet spot. If I've got a team of 300 backing me, and we're all backing each other, and it's like no one can join our community anymore because it's just 300. We're just tight. No one comes in, no one comes out. It's just us boys for life. I love that, bro. I love that, and we can all build together. That's my vision. 300 boys. We can do award ceremonies and alpha setters. We can do stuff like going to Thailand, traveling, networking events. We can do so much cool stuff. The Alpha Setter 300, that's part of my vision. That's part of the business that I want to build. I'm at the point now where it's like I make enough money to support myself, to do all of these things. I've made enough money to do those things. But this is something that means a lot to me, and that's why Alpha Setters. I'm saying this now, and I've said it on YouTube, I've said it everywhere. I will never go back on this word. I will never go back on this. Alpha Setters is forever capped at 300. It might get to 300 and I'm making so much money from my program and I want to keep making more money because my ads are working really well, blah, 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 blah. No, it doesn't matter. I could be making 50k a month from my coaching program. As soon as it gets to 300, the doors are closed forever. No one else is joining. That's it. I need to find a new way to make money. That's fine. I will. I've got the skill set to do so. But it will be forever 300. And I think that's a beautiful vision. When your goal is to do with more than just money, like I said, it's your vision, you're doing it out of love and purpose, it raises your frequency, bro. And then the next thing is just, barbecues. I'm in my yard, in my countryside in England. I'll invite the boys around for a barbecue. The boys come, they're all married and they've all got kids and they've all got like wholesome relationships, no degeneracy, no sleeping around, no cocaine or anything like that, just wholesome. I've created a good group of guys around me. We can just all thrive together. That's like some Fast and Furious family type shit. Just Temi Lowry, Uncle Temi. It's a rule anyway, like whenever my Alpha Setters are in Nottingham, they've got to come and visit Uncle Temi. I'm just going to be the uncle. I'm going to be the barbecue guy, bro. Come and bring your wife, come bring your kids, and let's have a barbecue, bro. That's it. That's my vision for the future. That's how I want my life to look like 10 years from now. Now, I want you to get very, very clear on what's your vision for the future. Exactly, and be specific. I've been very specific here. I want a barbecue. I want to live in the English countryside. I want a villa in Greece. I want a Land Rover Defender. Get very, very clear, very specific on what do you want your life to look like 10 years from now. What, you think you're going to achieve a goal if you don't know what the goal is? You can't just drive in a random direction and hope to God that you hit the destination that you didn't even know that you was driving towards. You need to know your destination so that we can drive towards it, right? What does success look like to you? Why is this? Why does success look like this for you? I mean, I think right now in England, there's a lot of degeneracy. There's a lot of people that are hating on England as a country. This is the beautiful part of England, and this is how we stop degeneracy. We embrace God, we embrace nature, we embrace the wholesome way of living. We raise our kids correctly. We counter fatherlessness. We can't counter this godless culture. That's why I want to do this stuff. I think this is going to be a net positive for the world, and this is going to provide the best chances for me to have a good, strong, loving family unit. This is why this is success for me. Why does success look like the way it does to you? And how does this align with your values? I'm sure you guys can guess right now. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic Christian. My values are, I think that we should be patriotic. I don't think we should just abandon our country just because the state of it's not great. I think we should fight to try and make our country great again. That's what I think. Even though, yes, okay, technically Thailand is probably a nicer place to live than England overall. But nah, bruv, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to firm it out because England is my country and I'm going to do my part to make my country better. It aligns with my values. The money thing, the Alpha Setter 300, it's clearly not just a cash grab. It's clearly not just about the money because I'm capping at 300. It's because of my values. This is what matters to me. So make sure that your vision for the future, it aligns with your values. And this is something that is actually meaningful to you. It's not just, I want a Rolex. This is what your heart desires the most, okay? So get very, very clear of your vision for the future. And I want you to write this down. I want you to get some pictures. Maybe put it on like a mood board or something. This is your homework, boys. I want you to go away and do this stuff. I want you to go get clear on your vision for the future. And I'm serious. This is important, okay? So that's the first thing. Because once you know your vision for the future, again, this is your motivation. Doing this right now, this motivates the hell out of me. You know what I mean? This especially, because this is my project right now, the 300, Project 300. This motivates the hell out of me. Get clear on your vision for the future, bro. And then once you've got your long-term vision for the future, now let's get your short-term vision. Now let's get really, really clear on the exact goal that you're working towards within the next 12 months. Get very specific on it. Only once you've identified the target can you reverse engineer the steps that you need to take in order to make that happen. Because that's what we want. We want to reverse engineer it. So I've done an example here. If your goal is to make £5,000 a month online so that you can travel the world freely and live on your own terms, let's say you was, getting, you want to make £5,000 a month. Let's say you're getting 10% commission on a £5,000 product, and that's £500. Get 10 calls booked in a week, 3 of those close per week. That's 1.5k in commissions every single week, which equals 6k a month. The goal is £5,000 a month, and we've just reverse engineered what you need to do in order to get to that point. The next year of my life is one big project working towards this goal. This is the goal now. 5k a month, that's the goal. The next year of my life is one big project working towards that 12-month goal that you've set yourself. Maybe the first 3 months is learning, because this is reverse engineering a battle plan, right? This is what reverse engineering looks like. All that matters, the only thing that matters is in 12 months from now, we're doing this goal. So we can see the big picture here. Maybe the first 3 months is just learning and working for less established companies whilst investing into yourself. After 3 months, maybe you look for a decent role which replaces your current income in order to free up some time. So 6 months into the 12 months, you've got to the point where you've replaced your income and you've freed up some time. We've not made much progress towards 5k a month, but we've freed up some time now. And we're only 6 months in. But again, it's all part of the bigger plan because we've reverse engineered the steps. After another 3 months, you decide to take the risk and use some of your savings to move to Thailand in order to network and be around other appointment setters making 5k a month and learn from them. I went to Thailand earlier this year for a month. There were so many appointment setters out there that are financially free, so many high ticket closers out there that are financially free. I was so surprised. The overwhelming majority of Westerners that were living out in Thailand were not business owners. They worked in high ticket sales. They were setters or closers. It was mad. So many setters and closers out there. So yeah, maybe you decide to take the risk. Okay, cool. Now we're 9 months into the year. And then finally, the last 3 months of your year, you use your experience and your network to land that perfect 5-star appointment setting offer, and you finally start earning that 6k a month. So up until 9 months in, you wasn't really you didn't have much money. You wasn't making that much progress. It wasn't like you made, 1k by month 3, 3k a month by month 6, 4k a month by month 9, and 6k a month by month 12. It wasn't like that. Progress doesn't work like that. You've got to have a bigger picture of the plan, and it can be exponential. You can be making 1k a month up until 11 months, and all of a sudden on 12 months, boom, 6k a month. That's how it works, boys. That's what I mean by reverse engineering the goal. And let me know if you've got any questions about this. I hope that made sense to you. This is written from Temi Brain, and sometimes Temi Brain is not always in a format that everyone can understand. So let me know if you understand. So yeah, this is just a hypothetical example. It doesn't have to take a full year in order to make 5k a month and travel. We've had people come in to Alpha Setters and literally hit close to that in their first month. J. Rowe made £4,000 in commissions in his very first month of Alpha Setters. Doesn't have to take that long. This is just hypothetical example, okay? So, I remember reading a book a long time ago called The 4-Hour Work Week. And this is like a worksheet inside of the book. And it's like to calculate how much money you need to make in order to live your dream life. So you write the things that you want in your dream life here. And then you calculate how much that will cost per month. So let's say you wanted I don't know. Let's say you wanted to buy a villa. I don't know. Let's say you wanted to buy a villa. We'll break it down. How much would it cost per month to buy that villa? Let's say you was paying 10,000 cash up front. In fact, let's say 12,000 to make it easy. Let's say you was paying 12,000 cash up front for a car. Well, you'd break that into the monthly cost, which would be £1,000 a month, right? So that's what I want you to do. And I did this myself. And I calculated that my dream life at the time, my dream life has changed, but at the time, my dream life cost £5,500 a month. And almost a year later, on the dot, to the day, It was literally like 3 days after or something like that, I had made my first 5.5k a month as an appointment setter. Crazy how that works. Crazy how this works, but I did this myself. I journaled it in my journal, you know? So I want you guys to do this. So step one, have. What are the things that you want to have in life? So these are like, okay, you want to have a nice car or a penthouse in Dubai, whatever it is. What do you want to have a year from now? Step two, what do you want to be? So maybe you want to be, I think I wrote Wacko British Kickboxing Champion. I think I wrote that as one of mine. Maybe it doesn't cost money. Maybe you want to be a father. I don't know what you want to be. Maybe you want to be like a bungee jumper or something, a skier or something. I don't know what you want to be. But what do you want to be? And step three, what do you want to do? Do you want to go traveling every month? Do you want to retire your mum? Like, what do you want to do? So what do you want to have? What do you want to be? What do you want to do? How much does that cost? How much does that cost? How much does that cost? And then step five, add it all together and then follow this. Follow this little formula at the top. A plus B plus C plus 1.3 times monthly expenses equals bang, divided by 30. That's how much money you need to make a day. Now you can use that to reverse engineer the amount of commissions that you need to make in order to achieve that goal. Pretty simple, right? Quick maths. If you need any help with this, drop a comment in the community. But this is really important stuff. If you understand all of this stuff, the technicalities, you understand exactly what you need to be doing in order to be on track to hit your target. That's having the vision there, plus putting in the work, plus having like guys around you to help you or mentors, something, or brothers, accountability partners or something. All of that, when it comes together, makes it unreasonable for you not to get the results that you're after. It makes it unreasonable for you to lose. That's why this is important. I hope you're still with me, boys. I hope your phone is still in the other room, boys. That it makes it unreasonable for you not to win. So important, boys. So yeah, there's the short-term goals. What's the short-term goal that you're aiming towards? My short-term goal, I set it as a target, 5.5k a month. Almost a year on the dot from the day I hit my first 5.5k a month. You got this, boys. I believe in you, boys. I believe in you. So, the mission comes first. I've got some pictures here, I know it, but they're not going to load. Of course they're not. There we go. Good old James. The mission comes first, boys. Think about masculine energy. Think about masculine energy is masculine energy creates purpose. This book, great book, I'm going to link it below. This is one of my top 5 books of all time. I've read loads of books. That bookshelf behind me is tiny. You should see my bookshelf downstairs. It's full. I've read so many books. And this book, 100%, is one of the best books I've ever read. And I highly recommend every single one of you buy it. I hope you understand your own nature as a man. Masculine energy craves purpose over anything. The truth is that money, houses, shiny objects, these things are pretty cool. And of course, it's in our nature to want to seek status through obtaining things that most people can't. If everyone could have a Lamborghini, then we wouldn't want a Lamborghini anymore. We want a Lamborghini because it gives us status, because other people can't get it. Okay? But these things do not lead to happiness. If you focus on these things, then your motivation will eventually fade because it's not strong enough. Eventually, you're just going to get bored of this stuff anyway, and your passion is going to die out. To truly access your full potential, you need to understand and accept your own nature as a man. Every man needs a mission. We're not just money motivated out here. We're purpose driven. Purpose driven men. This is how to unlock your true potential, right? You need a mission. It's in a man's nature to crave. Not cause, to crave a mission, right, to need it is cause, yeah, it's a man's nature to need a cause larger than himself. You're not just doing this for you anymore, bro. It needs something larger than you to focus on. Masculine energy needs purpose. That's actually what gives us true happiness and fulfillment. You may notice this yourself. When you're making progress towards a goal, you feel on top of the world. When you're not making progress towards this goal, you feel like shit. Regardless of how good your life is, we need to be making progress towards our purpose. Like, you'll even feel this in like a video game or something. Like, if you're losing the video game, you're not happy. If you're winning the video game, you're happy, because like internally, it's like when you're making progress towards a goal as men, that's when we feel great. Depression comes from a state of not making progress. That's when you start to feel useless and powerless and a waste of space and depressed and negative because you're not making progress in life. You're not doing the things that you're supposed to be doing. When you're truly aligned with your purpose and you're making progress, it doesn't matter what your circumstance is. You could be broke and very, very, very happy. Very happy. You'll look back at the times where you was like grinding on this appointment setting and you was focused on the mission, and it will be a happy memory for you. You might not feel happy because you might not have the things that you want, but like this is what happiness is. It's making progress towards goals. Right? And recognize this. And this is what gives us our true strength as men, our true potential. Because think of people like James Bond, risking their life, putting their life on the line. They're tired. They've just had their arm chopped off. I don't know, whatever it is. I know I'm being dramatic, but this is what gives us our true strength as men, having a purpose, something larger than himself. What's your purpose? What's your mission? I want to provide for my wife and kids, but I want to retire my future wife. I want to make England great, and I want to build an army of 300. What's your mission, bro? What's your purpose? This is the why power, bro. This is how you're going to unlock your true potential, okay? So just to review, this is a really important module. I know we've not got into the technicalities of appointment setting yet. We're going to get onto that in the next module. But let me know, boys, if you would like to, I would like you to, but if you would like to, I can't force you to, share your goals, share your vision with the group chat. We can keep you accountable to those goals. I think there's a lot of power in putting it out into the world, and then it's like, okay, I've spoken it now, I've put it out there, now I have to make it work, right? So put it out there in the world, bro. Put it in the community chat, and let's work towards this vision together. How did this help, boys? Again, click the link below, order the book, make sure you've booked your one-on-one onboarding call with me by now, and yeah, put a message in the community if you've got any questions or anything like that. I'll see you in the next course module, boys. Keep grinding. Yes, boys, so now in today's module number 4, we're starting to get into the technicalities of appointment setting, all right? Now we're going to start to get into the good stuff, where I'm actually going to start teaching you the ways of becoming a master appointment setter so that you can hit those 5K months, boys. So again, what I want you to do before we get into this, I want you to take your phone, put it on Do Not Disturb, and put it in a different room. If you don't put it in a different room, then you're not one of us. Listen to what I tell you, boys. Pay attention to this module, boys, because this is really, really important. If there's one thing that you need to know about being an appointment setter, it's this right here. Because as an appointment setter, you've got 2 main jobs. You know what, I lied. You've got 3 main responsibilities. Generate interest, qualify the lead, and book the call. Super, super important. This video is about qualifying the leads, because if you're not booking qualified leads, then 1, you're not going to make any money, and 2, you're just going to get fired from every appointment setting role ever. If you're not qualifying the leads, you'll get fired. So you need to make sure you're doing this, boys, okay? So yeah, pay attention to this video, make notes as you go along, and if you've got any questions, make sure to put it in the community, okay, boys? So let's get straight into it. I don't want to waste your time. I want this to be no fluff. Let's go. So yeah, as an appointment setter, 3 main responsibilities. Generating interest, so making sure that before they get on the sales call, they're actually interested in the thing that they're going to be sold. Because if they're not interested in it, they're not going to buy it, and then you're not going to make any commissions, and nobody wins. But instead, we want to generate interest so that by the time they get on a sales call, they're in a good position for the closer to come along and collect the cash. Everybody wins. The client wins because he gets a product or service that is actually going to help him. You win because you make a commission. The closer wins because the closer makes a commission, and the business wins because the business is making money, the business is getting new customers and thriving. Generating interest is super important. Qualifying the lead. Now, qualifying the lead, what does that even mean? So qualifying the lead means that just basically making sure that the leads fit the criteria. So can they afford it, for example? Or like, let's say that you're a marketing agency working with realtors. Are they a realtor? Are they a realtor in the correct area? You're basically making sure that the lead is like the right type of person so that you can actually sell to them. Because you can't sell to everyone, and that's the reality of sales, okay? And then obviously as an appointment setter, your job is to book the call because that's your job. You're an appointment setter. Sometimes these steps are not always straightforward. And people think appointment setting is like, it's easy, bro. Like, it's straightforward. It's a straightforward task, but it's not always easy. And sometimes there can be some problems. Their guard might be up high. They might have their guard up. They're not open to anything that you say. They're not answering your questions. Their guard is up high. As appointment setters, we need to whiz our way through that and get them to lower their guard so that we can sell to them. They might not want to answer your qualifying questions, and they might demand that you just give them a price right here, right now through the DMs. They don't want to get on a sales call. They just want you to give them a price. That's a common objection that you'll face as an appointment setter. They might refuse to book a call and ask for an email with all of the information. There's a lot more skills that go into appointment setting than most people realize, but that's why you boys are here to take your training seriously. Before we get into advanced strategy, these are the things that I would suggest for you to put your focus on mastering. Put your focus on mastering the basics before you start trying to get onto some advanced appointment setting techniques, okay? Because this is the bread and butter, qualifying the leads, stuff like this. Learning to ask the right questions to qualify the leads. This is going to set you apart. This is going to stop you from being a basic bitch appointment setter making £500 a month to actually earning good money as an appointment setter, okay? Now, it's literally midnight right now at the time of recording this video. But I've got quite a lot of energy, thankfully, due to my watermelon fast that I'm doing right now. I don't have any brain fog because the only thing that my digestive system is processing right now is watermelon, which is super light. I'm doing a 5-day watermelon fast. So I've got quite a lot of energy getting into this, which is good. And I had a cigar for some nicotine. There we go. So, first thing that we need to qualify as appointment setters. Are they interested in the thing? Now, let me explain. There are two major things that you need to qualify every time as a setter. First of all being, are they actually interested in the outcome that your service would help them achieve? Now, this module, this is not going to be a fun module. Like, it's going to be hard for you to pay attention sometimes because it's long, it's information-based. It might be a little bit boring, but I want you to bear with me, boys. I want you to make notes and power through this like a champion. Because at the end of the day, I don't know if you boys are David Goggins fans like me. I'm a big David Goggins fan. Last night, in the middle of the night, I woke up and was like, well, I didn't wake up, but in the middle of the night last night, I decided to go run 20 kilometers just because why not? I take a lot of inspiration from this guy. This is the stuff right here that if you're truly dedicated towards your goals, it might not feel as heroic as going to run 100 miles like David Goggins. But this is the stuff where it's like you need to be willing to do the work that most people are not willing to do, and mastering the basics, mastering this stuff is going to put you on your journey to achieving your goals through appointment setting, okay? So really, really important stuff. So the first major thing that we need to qualify is, are they actually interested in the thing, in the outcome that you're going to help them get to? Example. My service, Alpha Setters, I help people scale to 5K a month through remote appointment setting. Are they interested in making 5K a month from their phone? Some people are not interested. Some people like their job. Some people don't want remote work. They don't want freedom. They might be making 300 grand a year in their office job. They might be happy with that. So not everyone is going to be interested in the thing. So why am I going to try to sell people that are not actually interested in an appointment setting? I'm not going to do that, right? So are they interested in the thing? It's going to save your time. It's going to save their time. It's going to save you a whole lot of stress. If my appointment setter booked me in with a sales call with a Chinese monk who has given up all possessions, then why the fuck would he be interested in making money online through appointment setting? He's a monk. He doesn't need money. So why would he be interested in making money online through appointment setting? He wouldn't be interested in that at all. And my appointment setter would be getting physically abused for wasting my time and booking me in with a sales call with a blood clot monk. Okay? So it's important to qualify that they are actually interested in an outcome in order to avoid wasting your client's time. This doesn't mean that they have to be pre-sold already on the offer. They just need to have showed some interest in the outcome. That will do. As long as they're somewhat interested in the results that you can help them get, whether that's losing weight, or finding a wife, or making money online, whatever it is, they have to be somewhat interested, and that's good enough, but we need to make sure we do that. Once they're somewhat interested, then you can dig more into that when you find their pain point, and then you can leave the closer to do the rest. The closer will sell them on the vehicle. You just need to make sure that they're interested in the outcome. That's your job. So for inbound appointment setting, I usually ask them, like this is one of the first things I ask every single person that reaches out to me. what made them interested in our model over all the other options out there? So someone messages me on Instagram, I'll be like, okay, just super curious, bro. What is it that made you interested in appointment setting as opposed to all the other side hustles online? And then I'm gonna check if they're actually interested in appointment setting or they're not interested. Usually they're gonna tell me, oh, appointment setting is not saturated, and it's a skill rather than just starting a business. Like, you're learning skills that I can use for the rest of my life. And I'm like, okay, cool, bro. That's told me that he's interested in appointment setting. He's interested in building the skills. He's interested in a non-saturated side hustle. He's interested in this. So these are the type of questions that I'm going to ask to see if they are interested. Asking questions like this is very, very powerful because it gives you intel on what your main selling point is in the eyes of your ICP. ICP, by the way, guys, for the people that are new to this, means ideal customer profile. Basically, your target audience. Your perfect customers. What are the main selling points? What are the main parts of your service that they're interested in? And it also gets them to sell themselves, because when you ask them a question, like, for example, what made you interested in appointment setting, they're not only telling me, which is useful for me to know, because I now know from asking this question, what are people interested in? Are people interested in making 5K a month? Or is it the fact that they want to be able to make money while they're traveling? What is this? Like, which one? What do they care about? What does my market care about? If my market keeps saying they want to make money while they're traveling, I know that's my main selling point, and I can use that in my content and my ads and my selling. I can push that side of things rather than selling something that they don't care about. But it's also very important to ask these questions, because what it's going to do is, while they're typing out this message, imagine we're having a conversation on Instagram right now and I ask you, why are you interested in appointment setting? Not only is it interesting for me to learn this information, but whilst they're typing it out on a message, they're telling themselves why they're interested in appointment setting. They're telling themselves why they're interested in my service. So at that point, they're selling themselves. They're telling themselves exactly why they are interested in what you do, which strengthens their beliefs. So that's why this is so important, because not only are you telling me, but you're also telling yourself. And while you're telling yourself, you're strengthening your own beliefs of why you want to do this. Can you see now, boys, why that might be powerful? I hope you guys are following. Write this stuff down, because this is the important stuff that you need to know. They're telling themselves why they're interested. Boom. Selling themselves. Amazing. I don't need to sell them. They're selling themselves. Beautiful. So that's what I do for inbound. And then for outbound appointment setting, you're usually going to need to ask questions to discover if they're actually interested in the outcome. You need to figure out if you can help them in the first place. And you're going to do that by asking questions. Asking them questions about, what is their vision for the future? What are they trying? What's the goals that they're working towards? What's their vision for the future that they would like to achieve? Will help you determine whether they are interested in your outcome. So let's say, again, let's go back to the appointment setting thing, right? Let's say their vision for the future is to be an investment banker. Okay, well, how am I going to help them be an investment banker? I'm not going to do that. But if their vision for the future is to, achieve financial freedom and travel the world, then I can help them do that. So by just asking questions about what their goals are, what's their vision for the future, now I can determine whether I can even help them in the first place. I mean, what did we do? If we go into the other modules here, Bulletproof Foundation, module number 3. What did I get you guys to do literally in the last course module? I got you guys to identify your vision for the future, because now that we know your vision for the future, now we know, like, is appointment setting even right for you or not? Appointment setting is not going to be right for everyone. But now by identifying your vision for the future, now we know if we can even work together. Now I know if I can even help you, right? So that's what you're going to do. That's what you do for outbound. That's what you do for inbound. Inbound, so what makes you want to do X, Y, Z over blah, 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 blah. That's what I say. And for outbound, you're going to ask them questions like, okay, cool. Like, so what's the goal that you're working towards in the next 6 months? Or, okay, cool, bro. So I saw that you liked this guy's post. Just curious, like, have you thought about scaling your own marketing agency? Oh, cool. What makes you want to start a marketing agency, bro? Whatever it is. This is how you are going to qualify. Are they interested in the thing? Now, the next big thing that we need to qualify is, and this is a big thing that we need to qualify, can they actually afford it? The second major thing that you must qualify as an appointment setter is, can they actually afford the thing? So if you've got a program that costs £5,000, then do they have £5,000 that they can pay you to join the thing, you know? Imagine you was a closer and you had 10 sales calls booked today. So imagine that you're not the appointment setter anymore, you're the person taking the sales calls. That's a full day of sales calls right there, 10 sales calls. You're in a dark room in your office all day, sweating away, taking sales calls. You want to go outside and spend time with your family because it's nice weather in the UK. But no, you're taking sales calls all day. You're dedicated. You're trying to earn some commissions. Cool. This is why I hate closing, by the way, boys. But closing takes away your freedom. Appointment setting gives you freedom. In my opinion, closing takes it away. But anyway. Now imagine that your appointment setter is a dickhead. He didn't financially qualify the leads that he booked in with you. So he's just booked 10 sales calls, but he didn't financially qualify them. You take sales calls all day long when you want to be outside, spending time with your family. You're taking sales calls all day with people that they're really interested in joining. You've done a great job at selling them, but there's one problem. They're all poor because the appointment setter didn't financially qualify these people. They're all poor. He's just booked you in with a bunch of poor leads that can't afford your service. I'm pissed. I don't know about you boys, but I'd be pissed. I want to be outside in the sun with my family, but instead I'm here taking sales calls all day, but my appointment setter, he had one job, and he didn't do one job. He didn't qualify the leads, and now I'm wasting my time. I've just wasted a whole day. I could have been outside. I've not made any money because my leads were poor. I can't sell to poor people. I'm pissed. So that's why this is so important, boys. Like my appointment setter, again, physically abused because I'd be pissed. So financially qualifying scares a lot of appointment setters, but the truth is that it doesn't actually have to be difficult whatsoever. You just need to understand when to go for it and how to change your approach depending on the warmth of the prospect. Great book, boys. Great book. Pay attention to this bit, boys, because learning how to do this properly will put you ahead of a lot of appointment setters on the market. A lot of appointment setters don't know how to do this. Like, genuinely, the state of appointment setters and closers in the market right now is absolutely terrible, and that's why there's so much opportunity for us, boys. I'm not complaining. That's why there's so much opportunity for us to make money, because most appointment setters in the market are bad, just very, very bad. So, where are you from? And what do you currently do for work? I put that in quotation marks because that's the exact thing that I will say to people in my DMs. When I get an inbound lead, the first thing I ask them is, where are you from and what do you do for work? Why do I say this specifically? Because where are you from, what do you do for work? It's not going to exactly financially qualify them, but it's going to give me a good idea. It's going to give me something to base how I prioritize my leads. Because let's say I ask them, where are you from? What do you do for work? And they're still in school and they're from India. Is it likely that they can afford your high ticket offer? No, it's not. Not at all. If they're in school, they're a student from India, probably can't afford your thing, bro. If they are a pimp from Miami, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed that they've got enough money, but it's much more likely that they can afford the thing rather than being a school kid from India. So let's say I asked this at the beginning of a sentence. Now I know which lead to prioritize. I'll still continue the conversation with the Indian and ask him again just to make sure when I come to financially qualifying, but I'm not going to prioritize this lead. This lead is at the back of my mind. It's a last resort. I'm going to prioritize the pimp from Miami because he's got more money. It's more likely that he's got more money. Now, this Indian kid might be a billionaire. He might be from a billionaire family. How do I know? I don't know. But for the most part, I now know to prioritize this lead over this one. So this is one of the things that I'll say very early on in a conversation, okay? This is not the only way we'll financially qualify, but asking this early on in a conversation will give you an idea of what leads to prioritize, okay? How much do you have saved that you would be willing and capable of investing into yourself? Now, this is the second qualifying question that I will ask these leads, but I won't ask this one straight away in a conversation because it's quite an intrusive question. I'm asking them, how much money do you have? You don't just want to say to a random stranger how much money you have. So you can only ask this question if your lead is very warm. Otherwise, it might scare them away. You need to get a feeling of how interested the person is. And it also helps if you can leverage their pain point when asking this question. For example, yeah, I can definitely help you get into appointment setting, bro, so that we can finally get you out of that job at Amazon. Just to see if I can help you here though, bro. How much do you currently have saved that you'd be willing and capable of investing into yourself in order to achieve X goal? If I can use the reason why they're interested in the thing to ask the question, it gives a reason to ask the question. Now they're emotionally invested because their goal is there as well. Some people will be very annoying when answering this question, and that is the unfortunate reality. And they may just give a vague answer, like not much or a lot, or I'm willing to invest in myself, and they won't answer the question. How I usually respond to this is just by saying, like, can you be more specific, please, bro? As long as the lead is warm, as it should be in the first place, they will usually pattern up and they'll usually answer the blood clot question. After I say, can you be more specific, please, bro? The majority of time, as long as the lead is warm, the majority of the time they will answer the question properly this time. And if they don't, you've got to start handling objections. If you were able to find something that could get you the X results that you're looking for, what type of funding would you have to put into that? This is more towards like B2B side stuff. This works really well in phone setting as well. For more formal leads, like you're gonna say stuff like this. Do you have any specific budget set aside in order to solve X pain point / bottleneck? Do you have any specific budget set aside in order to lose that 10 kg that you've been stressed about? Do you have any specific budget set aside in order to solve that marketing problem so that we can actually scale your business? Whatever their pain point is or the goal that you should have asked them earlier on in the conversation, we're going to implement this here. Now, I know you guys are new to appointment setting, so this is all going to make a lot more sense soon. But just stay with me, boys. Keep making notes. Write down these lines. And again, let me know if you've got any questions, boys. Because, yeah, this is really important stuff. These are some serious questions right here, boys. Serious questions. Like, these are big. This is big boy stuff. Again, bruv, you guys need to buy this book. It's a game changer. These are some serious questions. Works with B2B, especially works well on the phones. I said that earlier. Yeah, works great on the phones. Can be used with colder leads, but of course you wouldn't want to drop this at the start of a conversation because they are intrusive questions. These questions work a lot better than just asking this, because they're like the wording of it is a little bit less intrusive. It's not how much do you have, it's like what sort of funding would you have? It's a less direct way of asking them how much they have. But you want to start with less intrusive questions and work your way towards the intrusive questions. So start with the questions about where you're from, what do you do for work, what are your goals, what made you interested in this. And once they're warmed up a little bit, then you're going to drop questions like this. You need to ease your way into it, if that makes sense, boys. So start with the less intrusive questions, work your way down to this. So remember that, boys. The second most important thing you need to... Bruv, what is with all these emotes, bro? The second most important thing you need to qualify is, can they afford the thing? You don't want to get physically abused by your closer. Like, trust me, boys, you don't want to get pushed by your closer. You don't want to do this to the poor man. Your closer wants to spend time with his wife and kids, bro. He doesn't want to be taking calls with Indian school kids, you know? So qualify this. Also, that's another big misconception, how people always think that inbound roles are a lot better than outbound roles. The thing is with some inbound roles on Instagram is very, very highly populated with Indians. So sometimes when you've got a really, really big page, for example, someone with 1 million followers on Instagram, a lot of the time, the main problem that you'll have as an appointment setter is just fighting your way through swarms and swarms of unqualified Indian people. So I will give you a warning right now, boys, that inbound is not always as beautiful as you may think it is before you get into inbound. So I just want to say that. You can make a lot of money with outbound, you can make a lot of money with inbound. So other qualifiers. So there's going to be more to qualify than just interest and funds. This is a conversation that you need to have with your clients. Every offer has a different target audience and different things that they want you to qualify, okay? So let me give you an example. In Alpha Setters, Alpha Setter 300, we only sell to men. So I get a lot of women reaching out to me on Instagram that are interested in my thing, but I can't sell to them because they're not men, because we only take men in Alpha Setters. So something that my appointment setter would need to qualify is, are they a man? You know, if I get a sales call and it's a woman, and then it's like, well, I've just wasted my time. I could have been outside with my family. But here I am on a sales call with a woman who I can't sell to, so what's the point? Speak to your clients, because everyone's going to have different things that they want you to qualify, right? Right? So, another example, if you're working on a business consulting offer that they may want to work with companies bringing in a specific amount of revenue. Let's say I'm a sales consultant. I help streamline their sales process and I train their sales team. I would want to be working with people that are doing that bare minimum, 20K a month, bare minimum. If I get a sales call and someone's doing 5K a month, well, it's like, I can't help him because he doesn't have a sales team. So what's the point? Have you ever heard the ads that go, if you're an online coach making more than 20K a month and tired of blah, 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 blah? Have you guys ever come across those ads? I come across those ads all the time. But maybe because I'm an online coach that makes more than 20K a month, I don't know. But it's like, if that's the ad, if that's your client's service, then it's important that you qualify when you're reaching out to the people that follow your client's page. It's like, you make sure to ask them, like, okay, where are they currently at a monthly revenue? If they're less than 20K a month, then they're not qualified for a sales call. And that's your job. That's your job as an appointment setter. You want to filter out the people that are not qualified. Speak to your client about this, boys. This is something that you would need to qualify as a setter, as they are they actually doing over 20K a month? The qualifiers could literally be anything. For example, mine is literally, are they a man? Qualifiers could be anything. Just make sure you get on a call with the setter manager or your client so that you can correctly qualify every single call that you book moving forwards. So those are the main things. Are they interested in the thing? Can they afford it? And then other qualifiers, that depends on your client, okay, boys? So qualifying the leads, again, this is your big boy role as an appointment setter. You can't be booking unqualified leads, otherwise you're not going to last in the market. So I hope this helped. A really good book. Again, I plugged it many, many times, but it's The New Model of Selling by Jeremy Minor. And if you've got any questions, feel free to reach out to me, boys. If you've not booked your one-on-one battle plan call by now, click the link below, book your one-on-one call. Any questions that you've got about this sort of stuff, then we can talk to it face-to-face over a 20-minute Zoom call. So yeah, let me know if you've got any questions, boys. Hope this helped. You may now go into the other room and collect your phone and go reply to some text messages or something. But I'm proud of you, boys. I'm proud of you for sticking through this boring ass video, making notes, staying away from your mobile phone. We're off to a good start, boys. We're going to do something beautiful together. So yeah, I hope this helped, boys. And let's get on to the next module. Keep grinding. Yes, boys. So finally back with another course module. My Wi-Fi has finally sorted itself out. So now, in this video, we're talking about outbound appointment setting. A very, very misunderstood role in the market right now. So let's talk, boys. Let's get to work. So obviously, you guys know the drill. If you guys are here, you're here to learn. You're not here you're not just here for the vibes. Like, if you're here to learn. So make sure you're in a room with zero distractions. This is a very, very important video. You need to understand outbound. Make sure you put your phone on Do Not Disturb. Get rid of it. Get fucking rid of it. Put it in a different room. Don't have it sat next to you on the desk. That's not good enough. You're going to be tempted. You're going to be distracted. Your brain's going to be thinking about that girl that's just messaged you. Bro, get rid of your phone. Put it in a different room. Put it on Do Not Disturb. Make sure you've got a notebook. Make sure you're in a quiet place, ready to consume and absorb this information. We're here to take this seriously, boys. So, module number 5, outbound appointment setting. Now, we're starting to get into the technicalities now. We're starting to get into the technical stuff. This is where the learning that actually begins here. Like, we've set the foundation and everything. Now let's start talking about outbound. Next video, we're going to talk about inbound. Then we're going to talk about phone setting. Now we're in the big boy stuff, okay? So just a quick recap. What is high ticket appointment setting? It's a remote sales role that you're going to do from your phone where you earn commissions for booking sales calls for high ticket offers. What does high ticket mean? It means that we're selling for premium products or services that cost at least 4 figures. At least four figures, at least like £1,000 and above. If it's less than £1,000, selling it is not really worth our time. I mean, there's a few exceptions. For example, with alpha setters, since we don't charge high ticket in alpha setters, I actually give my appointment setters more commission to make it worth their while. So I'll give my appointment setters 15% as opposed to just giving them 5 to 12%. I'll give them 15% because it's like I've got to compensate for the fact that it's not high ticket, right? So, average appointment setters make around 2 to 4K a month. If you're a savage, and by savage, when I say if you're savage, I don't mean if you're a wild animal, you don't wash yourself and you just go around eating raw chickens. You know what I mean? I mean, like, if you're a savage, if you've got that mindset, you've got that hunger and you're willing to work hard, then you can scale way past 2 to 4K a month. Like, if you're a princess, you'll probably move on to the next side hustle before even finishing this course. So many people, I'll be able to check the views on my Loom. Like, how many people have viewed the first video, how many people have viewed the second video, how many people have viewed the third video. And as you go down the list, the numbers will decrease drastically. I reckon it will go from like having thousands of views on the first video to having like less than 100 views on the last video. That's what I predict. Because so many people, so many princesses in the market will realize, oh, this is not get rich quick. Okay, let me go keep searching for another get rich quick that's never gonna come. There has been no better opportunity in the market than appointment setting, and that's the truth. There has been no better opportunity in the market. It's insane. You guys have probably heard about growth operating at the moment, and growth operating is insane right now because it's providing opportunity for appointment setters. Growth operating is saturated, like crazy, crazy saturated right now. Everyone's doing growth operating. But the best part about that is all these growth operators helping their clients start a coaching business. They've got an audience and they're helping them start a coaching business. What do all of these coaching businesses need? They need more appointment setters. There's never been the demand that there is for appointment setters right now. So if you can get good at this skill, it will change your life forever. Now, appointment setting is very flexible. That's probably the best part about this, is like, it's not like closing where you're sat in a dark room all day wanting to kill yourself, taking these sales calls and handling these BS objections all day long. Because I've been there, I've been a closer just sweating away. My room stinks of just sweat and feet and just not niceness. I've been there as a closer, but appointment setting is flexible. You can do it from anywhere in the world. You can be at the country park, you can go for a walk with your girl, you can go walk the dog, you can go to the gym, you can go to the beach. Do what you're doing, bro. Live your life and just send some messages while you're out and about. That's the best part about this whole thing. The sky is the limit when it comes to sales, commission-based, and we're never too good to stop learning. I've had a lot of people joining alpha setters recently that have already been like appointment setting previously. For example, maybe Luke. No, not Luke. Win. Bro, it's crazy that I've scrolled down. I feel like I've just scrolled down so far in the wins, and this is still just 4 days ago. It's a bit mad. And also, like, for me to be scrolling down on this much wins, like, it would make sense if I had a program that had thousands and thousands of people, but I've got 135 guys. And look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 wins in the last 4 days, which is mad. But yeah, William, he's been appointment setting for 8 to 9 months. And he invested in himself once again. He's already been appointment setting. He's been doing it for literally like almost a year now. He invested in himself again. He wasn't making much money for appointment setting, so he wanted to take it to the next level. Joined Alpha Setters, and boom, 1.5K in his first week. So that's the thing. We're never too good in sales to stop learning. I've got a SDR training workshop at the end of the month. I'm still invested in sales training myself. I'm 22 years old. I can always be better at sales. Yeah, so what? I'm 30 grand's worth of investments into sales and business training. I want to get to 100 grand's worth of investments. That's my goal. That's my goal, boys. And that's that attitude that will set you apart in sales. So now let's get into the good stuff about the video. So let's actually break down what is outbound appointment setting, okay? So we're going to be talking about inbound in the next video, but this one's about outbound. And as an outbound appointment setter, you're bringing in new business for your clients by reaching out to them first. So this is you, smiley appointment setter, living your dream life. you're gonna message them first. So like, let's say we was on Instagram. Let me open Instagram right now. Let me open Instagram. And let's say I was working as an outbound appointment setter. So I'm going to ignore the 4 messages that I've got in my DMs because I'm an outbound appointment setter right now. And let's say Callum Walsh. I don't know who Callum Walsh is. Okay, this is Callum Walsh. Oh, actually, no, I do recognize his face. He's a boxer. The boxer fella with UFC. What? I just see him boxing. I don't see him doing anything to do with UFC. Okay, but let's say I'm an outbound appointment setter. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna click on message, and Callum Walsh, yo, bro. Obviously, you're not gonna stay this exactly. You're not gonna be so formal and upfront and salesy. Yo, bro, do you want to start appointment setting? I've messaged him first. I'm an outbound appointment setter. Boom. An outbound can be doing things like, okay, I go onto my Alpha Setter page and I've been posting content recently. So I go on here and I have a look. Okay, who's liked the picture? As a warm outbound appointment setter, I might find someone that's liked the picture. This guy, Milo. I might message Milo. Yo, bro. Interested in Alpha Setters. I can see we've already had a conversation history. I know who Marlo. Yo, bro, interested in Alpha Setters. Literally, maybe Milo's watching this right now. But that's the job of an outbound appointment setter, right? Like, you're messaging them first. Hope that makes sense, boys. Comprende? Hope that makes sense. So you're messaging them first. So the prospects, you message them first. They're not very happy, blah, blah, blah. And you make them interested. Like, your job is to generate interest, find their pain points, show that you are the solution to their problems, and then book them on the sales call. That's your job as an outbound appointment setter. Now, there's pros and cons to outbound. People give outbound a bad rep mainly because they're terrible. But let's get onto this. Outbound, you can do this through phone calls. You can do this through Instagram DMs. You can do this through WhatsApp messages. For example, like actually, I provided Iman Gadji's company Educate with 2 of our alpha setters last year for outbound WhatsApp. It was warm outbound. If you're making the first touch point, then that is considered outbound appointment setting. There's warm outbound, there's cold outbound, but if you're making the first touch point with you and the prospect, then it's considered outbound. Now, there's a difference between warm and cold outbound, but we'll get into that shortly. So, this is a picture of me when I was in door-to-door sales, 2019, 17 years old, team leader. That's me. I look like a neek. Remember this nigga? Yeah, young me. Oh. This is me again when I was doing door-to-door sales. My job was to go from house to house, speaking to people that were at home and sell them on a free quotation for home improvement. A free quote is where a sales rep would basically just plant themselves in their living room with a fat folder and pitch them for 2 hours until they buy or die, pretty much. It was a free quotation, but realistically, it was a 2-hour sales meeting where the sales rep is not leaving your living room sofa until you buy the second most expensive windows and doors in the UK. This was outbound appointment setting. Literally, my job was to book the appointment, the free appointment, different terms. I'm going to door and booking them an appointment with a in-person sales rep. You're sending DMs or on phone calls, booking them in for an appointment with a remote sales rep, a closer. It's the same thing. When I was doing door-to-door sales, I was doing outbound appointment setting. The same when I was doing cold calling. This is me when I was working as a cold caller.
Nothing in the next week, and I'll leave you alone if not.
We're just in our little B-Tech office. That's the guy that I choked out in 6 seconds. And I was just there with my headphones. And I was just calling, dialing people. My job when I was a cold caller, I was calling very old leads to generate some new interest in the thing. So I'd go through all of the old leads that blow out. They didn't buy. They cancelled the free quotation for whatever reason. And I'm just ringing them like, hey, like, hi, is this Sarah? Oh, yeah, hi, Sarah, it's Temi. He's telling me, oh, yes, it's Temi from Zenith. Or it's Temi from DG Solutions. That's the one I was doing cold calling for. It's Temi from DG Solutions. I was just ringing. So Sarah, and I know that you had a couple of issues with your condensation in your living room a few months ago. Did you manage to get that sorted by any chance? No? Okay, yeah, no worries, Sarah. And that's it. And then I was gonna book them onto a meeting. It's still outbound appointment setting. The same thing. So yeah, I was booking them a free quote for home improvement. The standard procedure, yeah, outbound appointment setting. Your job doing outbound is to generate new business that they wouldn't have otherwise. You're helping a business make money that they wouldn't be making otherwise, which is obviously very, very valuable because you're not just converting their current leads into cash, you're converting leads that they didn't have into cash, right? Like this would be money they if they had an inbound appointment setter, like that money is like almost guaranteed in a way. If they're getting a certain amount of inbound leads, it's like that. At least some of that is going to convert, whether they're doing that themselves, whether they've got a terrible appointment setter or whatever. But as an outbound appointment setter, you're basically creating money for your clients from thin air. It's almost an infinite money glitch because unlike an inbound appointment setting role where you're relying on leads coming in, if there's no leads, then you're not making any money. As outbound, you can print money from thin air as long as you get really, really good at the skill. And this is something that I've always tried to communicate because as an inbound appointment, as an outbound appointment setter, you literally have the power in your hands to create money out of nothing. It's a bit mad. So we'll talk about why this is an infinite money glitch soon. But first, let me explain the difference between different outbound roles. Okay, so there's warm outbound and there's cold outbound, right? So let's go into it. Warm and cold. So cold outbound is that's where you're contacting a complete stranger that's probably never heard of you, never expressed any interest in your business whatsoever. That's what cold is. So let's say I'm cold calling businesses and asking them if they want marketing solutions or something like that. That's cold outbound because they've never heard of me. They've never heard of Temi or Alpha Setters. Cold DMs, that boxer guy that I've just messaged on Instagram, he ain't ever heard of Alpha Setters or Temi Lowry. That's cold outbound. Door-to-door sales. When I knock on their doors, they've never seen me before. They've never spoke to me before. They don't know this nigga. That's cold outbound. This is cold outbound. It's very hard skill to learn. But if you master this skill, it's basically a glitch in the matrix. You will never, if you master cold outbound, I promise you, you will never struggle to make money in life because it doesn't matter what you're selling because there's unlimited people out there for you to message. There's unlimited potential customers in the market that you can convert as long as you're good at cold outbound. Crazy powerful. Everyone hates on cold outbound because it takes a while to learn because it's difficult. People hate on difficult things, but if you're a savage and you get great at cold outbound, you're printing, bro. You're printing. Warm outbound. Warm outbound is where you are contacting people that already have an existing relationship or people that are already somewhat interested or they've expressed some interest in the brand. They've expressed some sort of interest in your thing. That's called warm outbound. For example, I just messaged that Milo guy. You can see that we've got conversation history. You can see that he's following me. You can see that he's liked my post on Instagram. So now you know that that's called warm outbound because he already knows who I am and he's already expressed some interest himself. So an example, DMing people that follow you on Instagram. If you follow me on Instagram, you probably get a message from me like, hey bro, thanks for the follow. That's warm outbound. Phone setting opt-ins. So some people like to run like a VSL funnel, a free school funnel or something like that, where they'll call all of the leads that opt into a form, opt into their ads. That's called warm outbound. That's probably the most common version of warm outbound is phone setting for opt-ins. School community outreach. Let's say I start outreaching to all of you guys on school, asking you if you want to join Alpha Setters. That's warm outbound. You didn't message me first. I messaged you first. But you showed some interest in my thing by joining in the first place. That's warm outbound. Warm outbound is usually pretty straightforward, but of course it's a skill that you're going to need to develop regardless All appointment setting is a skill that you need to develop, whether it's warm outbound, warm inbound, cold outbound, whatever. It's all a skill that you need to learn, but there is some things that are easier than others. For example, warm outbound is usually pretty straightforward. Not all appointment setting roles are created equal. Some may be better or worse than others for many reasons. So this goes beyond just being cold and being warm. It goes beyond that, right? Most people would agree that the majority of time, warm outbound is usually better than cold outbound. But of course, there are actually other variables that you need to consider as well, so that this may not always be the case. Cold outbound is not always going to be worse than warm outbound, and let me explain. You could be doing cold outreach for a 10 out of 10 offer with banging social proof and a hungry market with very clear problems that need to be solved. This would be a great role as a cold outbound appointment setter. They've got an offer that people actually want. They've got social proof to show that they know what they're talking about, and they've delivered amazing results for people similar to the people you're outreaching to. And their market is a starving crowd. They need your help. That's going to be an easy role to set for. Even though it's cold outbound, that's perfect. It sounds like a good opportunity. I would love to do something like that for myself. If I could make money with a terrible offer, second most expensive windows and doors in the UK, mediocre social proof, and a market that's not hungry whatsoever, who doesn't actually want me to knock on their door on a Saturday morning, if I can make sales doing that, then with a 10 out of 10 offer, great social proof in a hungry market, bro, print in cash. My first remote setter role was for a creative and distribution agency back when that was a very new offer to the marketplace. Easy game. I was printing cash. It was a creative and distribution agency where they would basically do like the viral short form strategy that Tate was doing, where like they get a million different clips and take their long form content, edit it, and distribute it across the market. Easy game. You could be doing warm outbound for an Instagram account with 1 million Indian followers, and that's a long day. The first one's cold, the second one's warm. A lot of NPCs would assume the warm outbound for an account with 1 million followers would be way better than cold outbound for a B2B offer. Nah. Because if they've got 1 million Indian followers, then that's just a long day. You're just going to have to spend so long filtering through terrible, terrible leads, trying to find a diamond in the rough of that one potential lead that might just have enough savings to be able to buy your thing. So warm outbound is not always better than cold outbound. Now, warm outbound, for the most part, a lot of the time it is going to be more straightforward. It's just a rule. I just want you guys to understand that it is not always that black and white. There is other variables that come into place when you're just like identifying, is this a good opportunity for me or not? So yeah, warm or cold doesn't always determine the quality of the offer. Cold outbound can be a money printing machine, and so can warm outbound as well. They can both be money printers. So let's talk about some pros and cons. Now for cold outbound, the pros are that there is a very low barrier to entry, considering that there's no risk really. You're not using their leads. You're generating your own leads, which it's no risk. You're just making them free money. So it's a lot easier to get a cold outbound role if, let's say, you haven't paid for training or something like that. It's a lot easier to get a cold outbound role. You don't rely on having good leads for cold outbound, because even if the leads are terrible, then you can just find new leads. Like, you make your own leads. Anyone is a potential lead. So let's say you get given a bunch of leads and they're all terrible. Okay, cool. You can go out there and just message new people. Like, it's not a big deal. The whole market is your oyster, basically. You invent leads as a cold outbound. So you're not relying on anything else apart from yourself and your own skills as an appointment setter. It's very scalable as a cold outbound because you send more messages, you get better at the skill, and then you can start to build teams. Basically, how it works is like you can actually become a cold outbound setter manager. And then you can start to build a team of people underneath you where you train them to do exactly what you've been doing yourself. And you can scale it that way. It's very, very scalable doing cold outreach. If you get really, really good at this to the point where you can replicate it with multiple people. Let's say you're doing cold outbound on LinkedIn and you're making $1,000 a week doing cold outbound on LinkedIn. You've cracked the code. You've got a system that's working. Okay, now you can get one of your boys on. And you can teach your boy the exact system that you've been using for yourself, the exact script, how to handle objections, who to target. You can get your boy on. He's not going to be as good as you, but he's going to be decent. And he starts making £500 a week doing that. And you're taking a 20% commission on that as well. So now you're getting an extra £100 a week on what your boy's earning as well. You're getting £100 a week because you brought on another person. And then you can build a whole team of that to the point where now you can make an extra £1,000 a week without even having to do the work yourself. You're just managing this team of people. So cold outbound is actually very scalable. You can actually turn it into a business if you crack the code. And that's how AlphaSetter started as well. That's literally how AlphaSetter started. The last pro of cold outbound is that you get to become a sales machine. Just from doing the reps of cold outbound every single day, you're developing so much deeper skills than you are doing warm outbound or inbound. The skills that you're learning, because you've got to have the riz. If you want to make it work as a cold outbound appointment setter, you've really got to develop a strong sales skill set. So it's going to be really valuable for you to just have those skills there. I don't think I'd be in the position that I am today if it wasn't for that cold outbound experience myself. I think cold outbound played a massive part in developing me as a sales rep. By the way, boys, I hope you all still follow him. I hope you boys haven't given in and went into the other room to get your phone back. I hope you guys actually listened to that advice, by the way. I hope you guys didn't just ignore me and leave your phone there. Bro, what am I going to do with you? Like, how am I going to help you become a successful appointment setter if you're not even listening to me, bro? Put your phone in a different room and leave it there, okay? For fuck's sake, leave it in the different room. So, some cons of cold outbound. It's more time consuming. You've got to potentially find leads, and then you've got to do a hell of a lot of outreach messages, which just takes long. There's a lot of testing that you need to do. You need to be way more organized, and you need to be constantly split testing different things. You need to become a bit of a geek when it comes to data. It's harder. It's generally just more difficult to be a cold outbound appointment setter because more skill is required. And you need to constantly adapt to the market because outbound messages get saturated. The amount of genius outbound messages that I've came up with and put out there into the market for my competitors to copy me and ruin my genius outreach messages, it's annoying. You need to constantly be adapting to the market. You need to be constantly changing your approach. So now let's talk about warm outbound. So some pros of this is that it's easier than cold outbound. The leads are coming to you so that you're more efficient. You don't have to go out there trying to find people to message anymore. It's more efficient. You're more efficient with your time. They come to you. They follow you first. They opt into your form first or whatever. You have a higher ceiling as just an appointment setter. So without starting a business and building a team, as just a one-man appointment setter, you have a higher ceiling as a warm outbound appointment setter just because of the fact that it's more efficient. Because at the end of the day, we all have the same amount of time in a day, right? So it's just more efficient. And you have faster conversations with people. With cold outbound, you've got to really educate them on who you are, how you can help them and stuff like that. And you've really got to play the long game. Whereas when people are already familiar with who you are, the conversations are going to be shorter because there's not as much explaining that needs to be done, right? Again, adding to that efficiency point. Now, what are the cons of warm outbound? If you're getting unqualified leads, then you're pretty screwed. Like I told you about earlier, that you could be on an Instagram account that has 1 million followers, but they're all Indian. You're screwed. You're literally screwed in that situation. As a cold outbound setter, is that okay? Yeah, you've got a load of Indian followers. It doesn't matter because you're outbound. You're sending new messages to new leads anyway. You're not messaging followers. You're messaging people who you want to message. Whereas if you're on warm outbound and you're messaging unqualified leads, then yeah, long day. You won't make no money, bro. If the systems break, so do you. Let's say your client is running paid ads and that's where you're getting all your leads from. If the paid ads stop working, so do you. You've got no more leads. You've got no more money coming in. That's it. You're screwed. So as a cold outbound setter, you're just relying on yourself. As a warm outbound setter, you're relying on the client and their systems that they have in place. Warm outbound can also restrict your daily freedom. So let me explain. As a warm outbound setter, you should be messaging new followers within like the first 10 minutes of them following you. you should be calling leads within like the first 5 minutes of them opting into the form. So if you're like super like dialed in and you're calling leads within 3 minutes of them opting into the phone, you can't just be out and about messing around, right? You can't just be out and about in the world doing your thing. It's like you've got to be at the desk ready to be making these calls, or you've got to be dialed in, or you've got to be on your phone 24/7. So it restricts your daily freedom a little bit. Warm outbound is obviously also going to be harder to land a role as compared to cold outbound, which is a very low barrier to entry. So yeah, those are the pros and cons between warm and cold outbound. Any questions about this so far, boys, let me know. Hopefully we're all hanging in there. Hopefully everything's making sense to you, boys. So now let's get into the source of the video. Now this is the source. This is the important part, boys. This is the part that you really need to pay attention to. What makes a good outbound appointment setter? Because what's the point of being an outbound appointment setter if you're not good at it? Because at the end of the day, you get better at the skill, you get better at outbound appointment setting, you make more money. And you boys want to make money, I hope. So outbound appointment setting takes a lot of skill. But if you get really, really good at it, it can be very profitable. Here's what you can do to make sure that you're stacking commissions on your outbound role, okay? So here's the little drop down. I've got some bullet points that we'll go through. So first of all, I want you to track everything like your life literally depends on it. Now, it's going to be easier to do this once you get to the end, because I've made a bonus module here for you guys. I've made a bonus module, and here you get to see things like the CRM and stuff like that, and the KPIs and stuff. You need to be tracking your data. You need to understand where all of your leads are. You need to understand your numbers and everything. This is really important, that you're tracking everything. So stick around. Make sure you get to the bonus modules. A lot of source in there. To be an effective outbound appointment setter, yeah, track everything like your life depends on it. Split test messages. What's the response rate? How many people did you book in from X amount of messages, and how many people of those did close? You need to know your percentages. You need to know your data. Secondly, volume negates luck. You can brute force it. Let's say you're a terrible appointment setter. Actually, I think yeah, look at this. So let's say you're a noob and your booking rate is literally terrible. So out of 500 messages, let's pretend this is messages. Out of 500 messages, you book 10 meetings out of that. A 2% booking rate, yeah? So let's say you're not good. And then you've got someone that's really, really good at outbound appointment setting, and let's say he books 10%. So he sends 100 messages and he books 10 calls. You're earning the same amount as that guy, as the guy that's sick, just through brute force. Because volume counters luck. You don't need luck if you're doing volume. You don't need skills if you need volume. The best thing about volume is by increasing your volume, you also increase your rates of learning, your ROL. You send more messages. Not only do you book more calls, but you get better faster. So by sending more messages, your results don't look like this, where your results are just going up that way. Your results look more like this. Boom. To the point where it's compounding, right? Compounding. It's exponential. You're going to get exponentially better. That's the power of volume. So, okay, you're having a hard time booking meetings. How many messages are you sending a day? 50 messages a day? And you're booking how many meetings a day? 2 meetings a day? Okay, you're earning a couple of £100 a week. Okay, bro, I understand. Quadruple your outreach every day, send 200 messages instead of 50, and now complain to me that you're not making enough money. If you're willing to work, boys, it's like the opportunity's there. Doing outbound is like the only thing that's stopping you from making the money that you want to make is how good are you at the skill and how much time are you putting into this. Boom. Increase those two things, you'll make more money. So volume negates luck. Next of all, learn how to use probing questions to find pain points and use consequence questions to amplify the pain point. Doing outbound, you have to warm them up into it. You've got to make them realize that they've got a problem, and you've got to make them realize that you're the person to help them solve that problem. So Yeah, by asking probing questions and consequence questions, this is what's going to allow you to actually slide through their defenses, get their defenses down, and realize that they need your help. Okay? So get really, really good at asking these different types of questions. Next, learn how to gauge interest levels. What you don't want to do is stop pitching someone that's cold. Stop trying to book someone in for a call that's cold. You need to know when you can escalate. Like being with a female. You need to know when you can escalate. You need to read the signs. Is he giving one-word answers? Is he blunt? Is he just not replying to you? You can't escalate unless they want you to escalate, right? So you've got to be able to read people properly. If they're not interested, if they're not warm, then you've got some work to do. You've got to warm them up before you try and advance them on to the next step, okay? Qualify the leads properly. We've already had a module about this, qualifying leads, a staple of appointment setting, a fundamental. You can't be booking calls if the leads are not qualified, especially through cold outbound. Now, next, keep your CRM organized so that you can nurture people with multiple touch points. Basically, what I mean by that is just don't lose leads. Make sure that if you message someone today and he ignores you tomorrow, that you've got him there on a spreadsheet that automatically reminds you to message him again on Friday. Because just because you don't book him the first time doesn't mean you can't book him eventually. He might have been busy today. Today might not be a good day. His girlfriend might have broke up with him today. But maybe on Friday, it'll be more receptive. Make sure you're keeping your CRM organized. Multiple touch points. Keep on following up. Stay organized, and that's how you're going to maximize your leads. The money is in the follow-ups, boys, so you need to keep organized. Your CRM system, very, very important. And again, make sure you go through all of the course modules and you stick around to the bonus modules, because in the bonus modules, I'm going to be explaining in detail about the importance of a CRM and how to set one up and how to use it and everything along those lines, okay? So yeah, those are what makes a good outbound appointment setter. So just a quick recap, outbound appointment setter, you're contacting the prospects first. You're making the first touch point. That's your job as an outbound. Great opportunity to make money as long as you develop the skills. It is harder than inbound. It is harder, but it can be just as profitable. Okay? So, guys, I hope you've taken value out of this training. I hope you've taken a lot of value out of this. Hopefully, you've been making notes on this. The next video, we're going to break down inbound appointment setting. So, there's inbound and there's outbound. So, next video is about inbound. Let me know if you've got any questions about outbound anyway. So, brother, you may go and collect your phone from the next room that you put your phone in. Thank you for sticking around, watching the end of the video. Again, if you've made it this far into the program, then you're probably one of the people that are going to stick to the end. I'm probably one of the people that are going to see great results in appointment setting, bro. So, I'm proud of you. Let's keep up the good work, and let's get on to the next module, boys. Yes, boys, so welcome back to Alpha Infantry course. Module number 6, we're going to be talking about inbound appointment setting. Now, before we get into the video, make sure we follow the standard SOPs. And you guys are new to appointment setting, so let me explain the terminology, because you're going to need to start learning appointment setting terminology, okay? SOPs, this stands for Standard Operating Procedures. And that's basically just like systems that you just follow, like rules almost. It's like a rule that you just follow. Now, our SOPs, do you guys remember what our rules are, our SOPs are? Your phone is on Do Not Disturb. Make it happen. Control panel, Do Not Disturb. Phone on Do Not Disturb, and place it in a different room. Get rid of it. I want you guys making notes while you go along. That's another SOP. Make notes. This is important stuff, boys. This is the stuff that is going to change your life. Literally going through this one free course and actually giving your 100% focus is going to change your life forever. That's crazy, right? I want you guys to make sure you watch the video to the end, boys. Okay? Also, whilst we're doing this, I want you guys to remember your vision for the future, because at the end of the day, that's why we're doing this, right? That's why you're here. These videos are long and fucking boring. But whilst you're grinding it out, you've got that itch to go get your phone. You've got that itch to just go watch Netflix. I want you guys to remember what your vision for the future is. Why are you here? What are you building towards? What's the life that we're building towards together? Are you willing to do whatever it takes in order to make that happen? If you're truly willing to do whatever it takes in order to make that happen, it will happen. But that all starts right here, right now, by trusting my advice, someone that has achieved the goals that you want to achieve. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb, get rid of it, make notes, and put your full focus into this video. Even if you're yawning and you're tired and you're bored, I want you guys focusing on this 100%. So what we're going to go through in today's module, we're going to go through what is inbound appointment setting, the difference between good and bad inbound appointment setting roles, and then we're also, the last part of the video is going to be some serious sorts. I'm going to be dropping a lot of value in the last part. I can't believe I'm giving away this stuff for free, man. The last part of the video, what makes a good inbound appointment setter, the action steps that you can take, the strategies that you can use to become an A player, so that you're not just making 1K a month, you're making 5K a month, 10K a month, okay? So let's get into this, boys. Let's get started with the video. Right now, I'm on a 5-day watermelon fast to detox my body, to help heal repaired cells. And when your body is not digesting large quantities of food, and it's just digesting water and watermelon, you get all of this extra energy that goes straight to your brain. You get so much brain power, boys. Like, I'm dialed in right now. You know, it's actually my second time recording this video, and the recording failed. Kind of want to kill myself now, but it's fine. We're dialed because of my watermelon. It's giving me brain power. It's giving me power, boys. If you've never tried fasting before, highly recommend it, boys. You'll get so much work done and you'll feel so focused. So let's go on into the video, boys. So yeah, not all roles in appointment setting are created equal. Many people get into appointment setting and they have the mindset of, I only want to work on inbound. Yeah, I only want to work on inbound. So these people that say these things are either one of two things. They are either ignorant or they are lazy. Or they are just super established in appointment setting and it doesn't make sense for them to work in outbound. But anyway, besides the point. Most people, when they come into the market, and I deal with this all the time, I hear this literally like every day, boys. They're either ignorant or lazy. There are a lot of princesses in the market who want inbound only appointment setting roles because they think it will be easier and they want a nice, easy, pampered life. They are part-time savages. They are not willing to do the work. They want everything handed to them on a plate. Appointment setting is not a place for princesses, and the princesses are going to get flushed out of the market real quick. They're not going to last long. To be honest, the princesses are probably already gone. If you're here and you've been following the SOPs and you've made it to module 6 and you're grinding, you're probably not a princess, bro. You probably are going to be one of the people that actually achieve the results. Crazy. Because obviously we already know this, that 99% of people in life don't just achieve the results they want to because they don't stick at things. You guys are on module 6 now, and these are long-ass videos. You guys take action and you stick to things. You're willing to do what it takes. You invest in yourself. You invest time into yourself. You invest money into yourself. You're not a princess. But the princess mindset is not a place for appointment setting. So, yeah. Appointment setting, if you're looking for inbound only because you just want everything to be easy and handed to you on a plate, not the space for you, bro. The other type of person, the ignorant person, it's nothing against the ignorant person because it's not your fault. You just simply don't know any better. You don't know otherwise, which is fine. They've listened to other terrible appointment setters in the market talk about how it's impossible to make money through outbound appointment setting, so they just don't know any better. It's like door-to-door sales. I can assume that a lot of you guys watching this video will know at least one person that's worked in door-to-door sales before in their life. And a lot of people go into door-to-door sales and they don't make much money. So you might speak to someone about door-to-door sales and they might be like, oh, it was terrible, it was so hard to make money and it was really bad. You can make loads of money in door-to-door sales. People in my office were making 6 figures. I made a decent amount of money in door-to-door sales. I've got a friend, Roll. He used to make 1K a week doing door-to-door sales. You know, it's like door-to-door. You can make money in door-to-door sales, bro. But obviously, if someone's terrible at door-to-door sales and they're talking about their experience, they're going to make it out that, bro, it was impossible to make money. It's the same with outbound appointment setting. I didn't do inbound appointment setting until I had my own business. I was only doing outbound. And I made a lot of money doing appointment setting, just doing outbound. Like, you can make money doing outbound. So, yeah, that's what I want to make you guys aware of. Some inbound opportunities are really good and some are really bad. Some outbound appointment setting opportunities are really good and some are really bad. And it also depends on your skill level. A lot of the time it's a skill issue, bro. So, yeah, the truth is, when it comes to appointment setting, not all roles are created equal. There are some outbound offers that can be great and there's some that can be shit. The same thing applies for inbound appointment setting. Some of the roles can just be shit. So inbound can literally be the best thing ever. It can also be the worst thing ever. And I'll explain that more in detail as we get into the video. I just wanted to make you guys aware of this before getting into things. Again, I'm super down to earth. I'm completely transparent with you guys. Like I'm being completely honest with you about this space. I want you guys to know what you're getting into. I've never seen an opportunity like this in my life, because right now in the market is like everyone's getting into high ticket sales. No, everyone's getting into high ticket coaching. Everyone's starting a coaching business, whether it's fitness or dating or make money online. Everyone's starting a coaching business nowadays. And it's like, as appointment setters, we directly profit from this because they all need to hire appointment setters. I've never seen such opportunity in my entire life, but you just got to be willing to capitalize on that. It's such an insane opportunity, but this is not a get rich quick. It's going to take hard work. Is the message that I'm trying to autistically communicate to you guys. Okay, so the first part of this this module, what is an inbound appointment setting? And you've probably seen Tristan's face before, but let's talk. So let's take Tristan as an example. Again, this is like one of my Alpha Setter students works for Tristan. So Tristan is the world's #1 dating coach. He has 1 million followers on Instagram, and he gets hundreds of messages every single day. And he does not have time to reply to all of these messages by himself, right? Because he's just one guy. He's got beautiful women to take on dates, and he's got clients to coach and do what he loves. He's not trained as a salesman. So at the end of the day, even if he did have time to apply to all these DMs himself, he wouldn't do a good job because he's not trained as an appointment setter. Obviously, this is a big account right here. This is a big boy account, 1 million followers. Obviously, one of the Alpha Setters works for him because the Alpha Setters were the best in the market. All of the Alpha Setters, you know, we get the best roles because we're Alpha Setters. Like, just the name Alpha Setters. People know Alpha Setters now, which is great. But one of my Alpha Setter students works for Tristan. So an Alpha Setter is logged onto his Instagram account and replying to his messages for him. As an inbound appointment setter, it's your job to log into their account, reply to their messages for them, and book qualified people in for sales calls or triage calls. Let me explain what triage call is for people that don't know. A triage call is basically like a middle step between the appointment setter and the closer. So some businesses, not all businesses, but some businesses, instead of as an appointment setter booking them in with the closer, you book them in with the triager. The triager will have a quick 15-minute call with them just to qualify them and generate some more interest. And then the triager will book them in with the closer. You'll still get your commissions and everything exactly the same. Different businesses have different systems, different ways of doing things. That's all. Sometimes, because some of my Alpha Setters do this, sometimes the appointment setter will take the triage call as well. It's an option. If you want to earn commissions, then it's always a great opportunity because it's basically just like free money. Triage calls as well. But yeah, this is what it looks like. So as an inbound appointment setter, you're logged into the Instagram account and you're replying to the messages that are already coming to you. So I've got this little diagram here. The prospect is actually going to message you first. You're not messaging them first. They're messaging you first. They're already somewhat interested in your client, or they're somewhat interested in like the product. They're messaging you first. Amazing, right? Amazing. They message you. You're a happy man because you've got a new lead. You qualify the lead, you generate interest, and then you book them in for a sales call. That's your job as an inbound appointment setter, okay? You will be getting paid a percentage of every single deal that gets closed from your appointment. So let's say you're getting 7%. You'll get paid 7% of every single deal that you help close. So you book them in for a sales call. If on the sales call they buy the thing, you get cash, easy money, right? Well, I shouldn't use words like easy money, but yeah, easy money. So they message you first, you forward them to the closer, and you get paid. Boom, just like that. So let's say that Tristan had a £5,000 offer and you was getting 7% commission. 7% commission is super like standard in the market. 7%, 8%, 10% even, sometimes 5% depending on the ticket price. It can go higher. My first online appointment set enroll, I was getting 11%. I've got some Alpha Setters that get 15%. So the percentage of commission depends on the business. It depends on how well you negotiate for yourself. But let's say you're getting 7% commission on a £5,000 offer, super average numbers. That's £350 per close. Like you don't have to deal with any of like the client delivery, the fulfillment. You don't have to worry about the systems or anything like that. Bro, all you got to worry about is booking a sales call and you get 7% of the whole sale. That's a bit mad. £350 for booking a sales call. That's a bit mad. So that's how the opportunity is just mad. So with an offer like this, like an offer like Tristan, he's got 1 million followers. He gets hundreds of DMs a day. Like, you should be booking multiple qualified sales calls every single day with someone like Tristan, right? So hypothetically, let's say that you're booking 3 sales calls every single day. On average, by the way, you should be booking more than 3 sales calls, but let's say you're booking 3 every single day. On average, out of 3 sales calls, 1 of those should buy. One of those people should actually buy the product or service. 1 of them should close. That would add up to £2,500 a week in commissions. That's 10k a month right there. That's a 6-figure role right there, replying to the DMs that he's already getting. You all guys understand the power of appointment setting now. Now, obviously, this is a big boy role. And we spoke about this before, how there's 2 ways that you will work your way up to getting a big boy role like this. You can basically skip the line if you're willing to invest in yourself, like more than just time, and you're willing to invest money into yourself and get professional training. That allows you to skip the queue, because you basically pay. It's like applying for university, going through your university training and getting a degree. Even though degrees are a little bit shit nowadays, a degree says that you're certified. That's your paid appointment setting training says that you're certified as an appointment setter, like you're seasoned. You paid for your training, you passed the test, you're a G. That's what. Sorry. The lights are being weird. Your paid appointment setting training is like your degree of appointment setting to show that you're certified, you paid for your professional training, and you are now a professional appointment setter, paid, certified, you've invested in yourself, you're a G. And that's how, you get to basically skip the queue. For example, like, if you're an alpha setter, then you're an alpha setter. Like, you don't need loads of experience because you're just an alpha setter. You've paid for your training, you use my credibility, you use my training, you're a G. But the other way, which will probably apply for most of you guys, because at the end of the day, you're here in my free school community. You're in free school training. You've not paid for your professional training. You need to be willing to work your way up to this. Now, that's why it's important, like I said at the very start of the video, that you remember your vision for the future. That whole video we did about the foundation, I hope you boys didn't skip that, because it's very, very important. Because a year from now, you could be on a roll like this, where you're making 10k a month from a beach in Thailand, from working for someone like this. But you need to work your way up to that point. You need to build the way up. And the build up, there's gonna be ups and downs. It's gonna be difficult at first. You've got to build those skills. You've got to work on less quality roles as you build your experience and as you build your skill set. But a year from now, your life could look very different. So it's very important to always remember why you're doing this. And if you stick to the plan, you stick to it, you keep on getting better, and you keep on building your experience, a year from now, you could be working for someone like this, right? And with the lack of quality in the market, like, most appointment setters are just savages. They don't have the mindset for this. With the right attitude, on a long enough time frame, you will succeed, bro. Because of the poor quality in the mindset. The opportunity is insane. So yeah, there's 2 ways that you'll go about getting a big boy role like this. 1 is just investing in paid training, and 2 is just working your way up. Just taking bad opportunities, bad offers, and just building your way up, building your skill set, building your credibility and your experience. So, on to the next one. So, let's talk about what's the difference between a good and a bad inbound appointment setter role. What to actually look out for when finding a profitable inbound appointment setting role. This is important stuff right here as well, boys. So pay attention, make some notes. This is definitely something you want to make notes on, by the way. So you are here watching this free course. You're here getting into appointment setting because you want to be able to stack commissions every single month from anywhere in the world. You want to be making 5k a month. You want to be able to travel the world freely and make money at the same time. You don't want to be working 5 hours a day as an appointment setter and not making money. You actually want to make money from your appointment setting, right? I hope so. That's why it's important to secure a good role, and that's why that's in bold. You want a good role. If you're on a bad role, it's going to be hard to make money. If you're on a good role, then you're going to literally be like printing money all day, every day. So here's me drinking sangria in Tenerife with my family whilst making money like a G, because I've unlocked the skill and I've unlocked good roles. I've always got good roles coming to me. So what makes a good role? Now write this stuff down, please, boys, please. Like, you need to remember this stuff, boys. So there's a few things here for us to go through. What makes a good inbound appointment setting role? First of all, someone who has a proven offer that the market actually wants. If no one is interested in buying the thing that you're selling, then you're going to have to work 5 times harder to make the same money. That's not logical at all. So if you're the best salesperson in the world, like there's no better salesman, you can still probably sell a bad product because you're just that good at sales. You can still probably sell something that's not very good. But let's say you're the best person in the world, you're selling a bad product, you're making a couple of sales a day. Let's say you was the best salesperson in the world, and now you're selling the best product in the world, an amazing product that literally everyone wants. You're going to be making a lot more sales than just a couple a day. So it's literally just like you can put like the quality of the thing that you're selling, you'll be putting in the same amount of work, but as long as you're selling something good, you'll be putting in the same amount of work, but making a lot more money. So that's why you want to sell a proven offer that the market actually wants. You're not selling sand to an Arab, you're selling hot dogs to a starving crowd outside a football stadium who are slightly pissed and haven't eaten all day, and they've just watched the most boring 90-minute football match of their life, and they're starving. You're going to sell a lot more hot dogs to a starving crowd than you're going to sell sand to an Arab. You know, you see the logic here, boys. You want to make sure you're selling something that people actually want to buy. Next thing, the business that you're working for should actually have a lot of testimonials and client results already. Selling a bad product or service is never going to be sustainable in the long term, because at the end of the day, if the product or service is bad, the business is going to fail eventually. Like, you can't have a thriving business with a bad product. It doesn't work. Eventually, the market catches up and the business will fail. It's impossible to have a good business with a bad product. It doesn't work. The reason why Alpha Setters is still going strong and it's bigger and better than ever and it's thriving, and we're doing meetups every single month all across the UK and we're all just fucking bad man making money, is because we've got a good product. A product that's so good that people tell their friends about us. We just had one guy join yesterday, actually, and he was saying to us that he got his brother to join as well, so now they're both joined. Him and his brother, they're doing it together. I love stuff like that. Make sure you are actually selling something that gets good results for your clients. And also, you should never sell something that you don't truly believe in anyway. You should always sell something that you truly believe is helping people. Because at the end of the day, if you're selling something that you know is not helping people, you're never going to have as much conviction in selling it. You're not going to push as hard because you know it's not going to help them. If you truly, from the bottom of your heart, know that this product is going to change that person's life, how much harder are you going to go to sell them? How much more conviction are you going to have when you're trying to sell these people? Do you know what I mean? It's like I don't know about you guys, but I used to be a big video game player. And back in the day, it's like if I was playing a video game that was just sick, a sick video game, and I wanted my boys to buy it so that we could both buy it together, bro, I'm hitting them with the best sales pitch ever. Like, I'm going on at them every day until they buy it. I'm just like, bro, you need to buy this game. Bro, you need to buy this game. Yo, bro, do you remember that game I told you about last week? Well, guess what? It's so sick, bro. You need to buy it. I'm not letting them get away with not buying it because I believe in it so much. You want to work with a product or service that you truly believe is going to change people's lives. And that's going to help you make more money. It's like Alpha Setters. Like, now that I'm selling my own thing, like now I'm so confident that I can change someone's life that, bro, I will sell it to you because I know I'm doing you a disservice by not selling you Alpha Setters. So buy Alpha Setters. So that's an important thing. They need to have testimonials. They need to have client results. If they don't have client results or they don't have good client results, probably shouldn't work for them, bro. Next, the business that you're working for should already have proven systems in place that are already generating good revenue. For a good earning potential, the business that you are working for as an inbound appointment setter should be at least bringing in $20,000 a month in revenue and hungry to scale further. At the end of the day, if the people that you're working with are broke and they're doing like 5K a month, like they're not established enough, they don't have good systems in place, it's not going to be a good earning potential for you. Because at the end of the day, if you're earning 10% commission and they're only making £5,000 a month, like you can expect to be earning £500 commission, £1,000 commission a month. It's not going to be that good earning potential wise. Whereas if they're doing 20K a month, like, okay, cool, they've got their systems figured out and now they're hungry to scale and you're going to help them scale, that's going to be a much better opportunity for you to make money, okay? So last but definitely not least, definitely write this one down, boys. They need to be generating quality leads. And that's the problem with a lot of inbound roles in the market. We'll talk about that. Oh, done. So inbound appointment setting is literally pointless unless you can actually sell to the leads that are coming in. If people are messaging you, but they're broke and they're terrible leads and they can't even buy the thing anyway, then it's literally just a wasted time all around. They're wasting time, you're wasting time. No one's benefiting from this. If you're getting good leads, that's going to result in you having a very healthy bank account balance. You want to make sure that the business that you're working for are generating quality leads, because so that's the thing when I said about inbound, like not all inbound appointment setting roles are good. Sometimes outbound can be better than inbound. So let's say you had someone with 500,000 appointment setters reach out to you right now on Instagram. And he was like, yo, bro, I want to hire you as an appointment setter. Your first reaction might be, oh my God, oh, bro, Alpha Infantry, Temi, guess what? I've just got a role with someone, he's got 500,000 followers on Instagram, and I'm doing inbound. Oh my God, this is the best thing ever. I'm going to be so rich. But then you get on the Instagram account, and you realize, okay, he's got 500,000 followers, but they're all broke Indian kids. Oh, dumb. Because the reality is, a lot of Instagram pages are full of Indians. Like, who would have thought? Because Instagram has a massive Indian population on there. And if you're working for an account that's got 500,000 followers and he's getting hundreds of messages every single day, but they're all broke, poor Indian children who can't afford your product and service, well, shit, how are you going to make money? Because you can't sell to these people. So you're not going to make any commissions. It's like, oh, amazing. He's got 500,000 followers, but the leads are terrible, and therefore you're not going to make money. So that's what I'm saying, boys, that inbound is not always good because it depends on the business that you're working for, right? They have to have quality leads, people that can actually buy the product or service. The moral of the story here, when looking for a good appointment setting role, is to join a business that is already winning and help them win more. It's going to be more profitable for you. It's going to be more profitable for them. It's going to be better for the market because you're selling a product that is actually helping people. This is an example of actually providing value to the market. And the money that you make in life is directly correlated to the amount of value that you provide to the market. This is going to help you provide more value. Join a business, they're already winning, they're already doing good, and you're going to help them do better. And that's how you're going to make a fucking lot of money as an appointment setter, okay? So now let's go on to the other things. What should you look out for to avoid? What makes a bad inbound appointment setting role? Basically, just the opposite of all the above. Obviously, basically just the opposite of all these. But let's break it down anyway. So, a bad offer that no one wants. If no one wants to buy it, it's going to make your life a lot more difficult. You can make it work if you're great, but it's like there's no point. It's just not logical. If they've got poor client results, the business is not going to last anyway. If they're not doing a good job for their clients, then one, you shouldn't be selling it anyway because you're actively profiting from making people's lives worse, which is not a good way to make money. And I think God will punish you for that in the long run. So make sure you're working with someone that gets good results, okay? Good client results. It's going to make it, you're going to have more conviction when you're selling it. You're going to change people's lives for the better. You get to make money from being a source of good for the world. Don't work for someone that's got no proven systems in place. They've not got a good way of generating leads or anything like that. Inconsistent leads, stuff like this. They've got to have good systems in place. They've got to have a good funnel that works and converts people. Don't work for a broke business if they've not even signed their first client yet. You should not be working for these people. It's like, again, work for someone that's already winning and help them win more. Terrible leads, that's highlighted in red because, like I said, if your leads can't buy your thing, then it's pointless. You're not going to be making money. You don't want to be working for an Instagram account that's full of Indians, bro. You want good leads, good quality leads that can actually afford to buy your thing. That's the key to making money here, boys. And then, next of all, boys, no one talks about this stuff. There's a lot of online coaches in the appointment setting space or people that make content about appointment setting, but they've really not been in this space for that long. I've been in appointment setting now. I've been in the high ticket sales space since I was 17 years old for the last 5 years. I've worked for multiple different companies, different industries, online, offline. I've done it all, boys. And one thing that I will tell you right here, right now, is one very, very important thing to avoid is working for a team that has a bad team culture. Because if you're working for a team that's full of lazy motherfuckers, sloppy guys, part-time savages, then that rubs off on you, bro. That rubs off on you. Cancer, it spreads throughout an organization. But being an A player also spreads. A players attract other A players. And if you're in a team full of A players, you become the product of the people you spend most time with. If you're in a team full of A players, then you'll be an A player as well, and you're all gonna print cash together. So you want to be on a winning team. You want to be around a good, motivated, hardworking, hungry individuals. You want a good team culture. Work for a business that resonates with your values. They're hungry. They want you to win, and they want to win themselves. Competitiveness, that's great. In Alpha Setters, bro, the team culture in Alpha Setters is immaculate. The thing that makes Alpha Setters, I don't want to keep talking about Alpha Setters, but generally, the thing that makes Alpha Setters is the team culture. It's a men-only program, exclusively for men. We're hungry, a culture based on self-improvement. We're competitive. We're always sharing wins. We're always trying to outdo each other. It's a team full of winners, so it makes it unreasonable for you not to win. Also, bad setter management, you don't want to be working for some dickhead client who's like terrible at appointment setting. He's got some terrible appointment setting script, but he gets super mad if you go out of the script or something like that. Like, bro, you're the professional appointment setter. Bad setter management is something that, it's like a toxic girlfriend, bro. Get rid of it. Get rid of it now before it ruins your mental health, bro. Don't work for a team with bad setter management or bad team culture. No one in the online space talks about team culture because they're not seasoned. They don't know nothing about business. They've not been in this space long enough to know stuff like this. But I will tell you right now, no one talks about this, but this is one of the most important things to avoid. Bad team culture. Having a bad team culture could ruin your life. Like, literally, imagine you get into appointment setting and you stick at a job for 5 months that has a terrible team culture, and you're around lazy losers for 5 months of your life to the point where you become demotivated yourself and you quit. Your vision for the future was just stolen from you by these idiots on your team. Having a bad team culture could literally ruin your life, boys. So don't allow that. Protect the team culture at all costs is something that I always tell my agency clients. It's something that I really make sure to do in Alpha Setters. Team culture is everything. So the last thing to look out for that makes a bad role is if the closer is an imbecile and can't even close a fucking door. If the closer can't close, how is anyone making money here, bro? It's like, if you could be doing your job as an appointment setter all day long, booking meetings like a champion, but if they're not getting closed, if no cash is being collected and no sales are being made, then like you're not making any money, bro. One thing that I like to tell my Alpha Setters is at first take accountability for yourself. Use it as an opportunity to make your appointment setting better. Because as appointment setters, we can do a better job at appointment setting to the point where it sets the call up so that it's more likely to close. Like, we have to take some personal accountability here. So, are we diving into the pain points? Are we diving into the desired situation? Are we creating a gap in the prospect's mind? These are things that are going to make it easier for the closer to close. But at the end of the day, that only goes to a certain extent. If you've booked 50 calls this month and none of those are closed, bruv, time to leave. Because the closer is a fool. If the closer can't close the door, bro, you got to leave. So, that's another thing to look out for. So yeah, what I want here, boys, is when you get on interviews with your potential clients, I don't want it to be a one-way thing. I don't want you to be sat there like a twat just saying, yes, sir, yes, yes, and just answering all of their questions. I want you to ask your own questions as well. It's a two-way conversation. The interviewer wants to make sure that you're going to be a good fit for their company. It goes both ways. You also need to ask them questions to make sure that their company is a good fit for you. Because you are the prize here. What you guys need to understand is, right now, the appointment setting space, the opportunity is just crazy because all of the appointment setters are terrible. There's not enough appointment setters for a start. It's like it's in really high demand, but all the appointment setters are terrible. So that gives a good opportunity for you boys. It's like, if you're actually like a good appointment setter and you've got a good work ethic, you're a savage and you've got the right mindset and you've developed these skills, you're the prize at this point. Like, businesses are going to seek out you. Businesses are going to want to hire you. They might even negotiate with you to try and hire you. You're the prize here, boys. If you're a stud, you're the prize. You know, my student Adam in Alpha Setters, he's just started getting into appointment setting over the last 2 weeks, and he just signed his first client, who has 150,000 followers on Instagram, an inbound appointment setting role, and they're not Indian leads as well. And he's got 3 more interviews this week with people that want to hire him, and he's still trying to figure out, okay, like, if one of these interviews goes well, I might leave the guy that I've just got hired by and go with someone else. He's been in the program, he's been getting into appointment setting over the last 2 weeks, and he's got interviews lined up. Like, people want to hire him because he's the prize. So understand that, boys. You're not getting into these interviews just there answering their questions. Make sure you're asking questions back to understand, is this actually a good role for you? Because you're the prize, boys. I don't want to sound like one of those black queens that are like, you're the prize queen, you're a 10, when you're realistically fat and masculine. Like bro, like, genuinely, like, if you are a talented appointment setter, then you are the prize. There's not many talented appointment setters. There's not many savages in the market. So now let's get on to the last part of the video. And boys, I know it's been a long video, but bear with me. We're going to get into some source, boys. I'm going to seriously put you guys on to help you guys make some serious money right now, okay? So this is the stuff. What makes you an A player? What makes you a good inbound appointment setter? As an inbound appointment setter, you are under a lot of pressure to perform because leads cost money. Inbound leads are a lot of money. Like, outbound leads still cost money in a way, because if you're not converting them, then they could hire someone else that could. So you're indirectly losing them money as an outbound appointment setter, because if you're not making them money, then they could hire someone else that could make them money. So that's indirectly losing them money if you're not doing a good job. But as an inbound appointment setter, you are directly losing money if you don't do a good job. You're not only not making them money, you're also losing the money by being a bad inbound appointment setter. So let me explain. Inbound leads cost money. As a business owner, inbound leads cost me money. Whether I'm paying money for ads to get inbound leads, whether I'm paying a video editor to post content for me, or a marketer or something like that, all of these leads that come into my Instagram account cost money. I could be paying ads, for example, and I might be getting leads for £10 a lead. Let's say I'm paying £10 for every single lead. If I pay £200 on ads per day and I'm getting 20 leads per day, and over 10 days, that's £2,000 for 200 leads. If my appointment setter is not converting those 200 leads, then I've just wasted £2,000. Like, my appointment setter took my £2,000, lit it on fire, and then gave me the finger. But you've just literally just burned my money in front of me. So that's why it's so important that you do a good job as an inbound appointment setter. And that's why people are going to be a little bit more picky about hiring inbound appointment setters. And that's why people might ask you if you've actually paid for any training, or they might ask you if you've got any experience. Because in an inbound appointment setter, they want to make sure that you're a stud, so that, you know, that you're not, so that you're not going to lose their money, basically. So over the past few years, I've fired many inbound appointment setters. So that's for myself, for my personal offer, and also for my clients. On behalf of my clients, I fired many inbound appointment setters. The point of this part of the video is to make sure that you are just a G, you're inbound appointment setting stud, so that you're the guy that people beg to stay in their company rather than needing to get rid of. So 2 main things here to do as an inbound appointment setter, okay? Generate interest, qualify the lead. We know these 2 things. We've spoke about these 2 things, right? Generate interest, qualify the lead. But let's talk about generating interest, because a lot of people go wrong with this part. And this is the stuff that separates appointment setters from G appointment setters, okay? This is source. Let's get into some source, boys. So I hope you guys can read my handwriting, by the way. When it comes to generating interest for your clients, you're not going to generate interest by just waffling on about your product or service. Because at the end of the day, in sales, especially online sales, sales are made based off emotion, not based on logic, okay? If sales were based on logic, then everyone would join Alpha Setters. I'm joking, kind of. Sales are made based on emotion, right? So By you sending paragraphs and paragraphs about how great your products and service is, people don't care because that's logical selling. People don't care at all. Instead, in order for you to generate interest for your client, you need to learn to ask the right questions to generate that interest. They're almost generating their own interest. They're asking the right questions to make them sell themselves, pretty much. That's basically the philosophy behind this. So yeah, you're gonna ask questions. You're gonna make them sell themselves. So, you're gonna asking questions about like finding their pain point, finding their desired situation, and then diving deep into that, creating a gap, and then presenting your product or service as the solution to get them from point A to point B. Simplified terms. Hopefully you're following, boys. So asking them questions like, okay, cool, bro. So how come you follow my page, bro? Oh yeah, I just saw you posting fitness content, and I'm interested in losing weight at the moment. Oh yeah, okay, cool, bro. So tell me, like, how come you're interested in what makes you want to lose weight, bro? Well, I don't know. I just want to look better, bro. I'm just tired of being fat. Okay, cool, bro. So may I ask, if you don't mind me, let me ask a little bit of a personal question. Like, how has being fat actually had an impact on you? How's it had an impact on your life, bro? Well, damn, man. My girlfriend just broke up with me. She said I was getting too fat and smelly. I'm losing all of my confidence. And I can't actually fit through the door of my own kitchen anymore because I'm just too fucking fat. Damn, bro. Really sorry to hear that, man. How long has this been going on for, bro? How long have you been gaining all this weight? I started gaining weight about 1.5 years ago after I quit smoking. Damn. Okay, yeah. A lot of people experience a similar thing, bro. How long? Like, how has this had an impact on you then? Like, how has it had an impact on your mental health? Because you said it's been affecting your confidence. Yeah, bro. I just feel so ugly and fat, and I just feel so shy, and I feel like it's just impacting all of my life. I feel like it's ruining my life, the fact that I'm fat, and I really need to do something about this. Okay, yeah, man, I hear you. Well, you're in the right place, bro. I can totally do something. I can totally help you out with this, bro. How about we get on a quick call at some point over the next few days to see how I might be able to help with this? I've generated interest, not by talking I've not said anything about my product or service. All I've done is made him realize that he's got a fucking problem. Because most people, when they've got a problem, they don't think about these things. They don't just sit there and think, I have a problem. How is this impacting me right now? They don't sit there and think these things. People are not people are not self-aware enough to do these things. So by me asking these questions, not only is it useful for me to know what his problems are so that I can use those to close him, but it's important that I get him to tell himself. He's not sat there and thought, man, I'm a fat piece of shit and this is ruining my life. But now that I've asked him, he's realized, oh yeah, I'm a fat piece of shit and this is ruining my life. I've made him interested in losing weight. I've made him interested in the outcome, and then the closer is going to sell him on the how, on the vehicle, on the product. So your job as an appointment setter is to ask questions like this: consequential questions, targeted questions, probing questions. You want to be asking questions like this: what if that didn't work out for you? What happens if you don't do anything about this, bro? Does that cause you to be concerned, bro? What would it do to you personally if you didn't manage to lose that weight, bro? Your job is to ask questions like this, to dive deep into the pain point, to create a gap, to make them realize that they need your help. That's what's going to make you a killer appointment setter, okay? That's how you're going to generate interest, like a big G. Levels. Like, boys, when I say, guys think, oh yeah, you're just sending messages, easy money. There's levels to sales, but boys, I hope this inspires you. I hope you are motivated right here, right now, to become the best appointment setter ever. Because if that's your mindset and you're looking to truly become the best at what you do, it's unreasonable that you do not make money in an industry so profitable. The industry's mad, but you need that savage mentality. Forget the princess mentality. Forget being a part-time savage. Bro, if you're dedicated to become the best appointment setter possible and you're willing to do whatever it takes, you know, you're willing to go take out a loan, you're willing to go spend 12 hours a day working on this, bro, I promise you that this will be the opportunity that changes your life forever, but you need the right mentality. There's levels to the game, boys. It's like a video game. Are you willing to just keep on leveling up, leveling up, leveling up? I am. Let's go. So yeah, get really, really good at generating interest, and that will make you a G at appointment setting, and then also qualifying the lead. Now, we spoke about that in the previous video, so I don't need to go through that again. But qualifying the lead, very, very important stuff. So all the things to note down when it comes to trying to become the best appointment setter in the world. These are important things. These are very important. So first of all, reply speed. The speed of which you reply to messages will determine the conversion rate. Replying to messages quicker will increase the conversion rate. It's a very, very easy way to make more money. Is just reply to messages faster. Make sure you got notifications coming on your phone. And also learn to prioritize messages. What most people do, because they don't know any better, they've not had a professional to actually teach them the correct way of doing things. Most people reply to messages from bottom to top. Instead, what I want you to do is reply to messages from top to bottom. If someone's been waiting 1 day for a reply, their message has been sat there for a day, bruv, they can wait another 10 minutes. What's another 10 minutes going to do? Nothing. They've been waiting for a day. 10 minutes ain't going to do jack. Whereas if someone has just replied to you 2 minutes ago, if you make them wait 10 minutes, then they've put their phone down and they've started eating their dinner. Whereas if you reply to them straight away, you could have caught them while they were still online, and you could have had a conversation and booked them in a call right then and there. So replying to messages quickly is going to increase the response rate. So people usually think like, okay, yeah, that guy's been waiting ages, let me reply to him first. No, do it completely opposite. Reply to the new messages first and work your way down. That's an important thing. I'm giving you guys a lot of sources in this video, boys. Organization. So CRM, for you guys that are new here, that stands for Customer Relations Management or Customer Relationship Management. It's basically your way of tracking all of your leads. So, no, should I show you? Should I not show you? Sorry, boys, but there's a certain amount that I can give away, and then there's a certain amount that people actually pay me for. You know what I mean? But if I go into here, Timmy, no, what am I looking for here? I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore. Dom, I might have lost it, boys. I might not be able to help you here. Dom. Alpha Setter Outbound Pro. Alpha Setter Outbound Pro. So this is what a CRM looks like. This is the Alpha Setter CRM, which I've custom coded myself. Maybe you want to be a big G. You know what? I'll give you guys some source. If you want to build a CRM like I've built it, I just use ChatGPT to help me with all the code. Here's the code, boys. There you go. There's the source. But you've got to make sure that the spreadsheet is set up correctly for the code to even work. But yeah, there's the code. Your CRM is basically where you keep all of the leads. So let's say someone messages you right now. So Temi messages you right now. That's a new inbound lead. And then once you've qualified him, you can click on qualified, and then it'll go to qualified. And then you'll see all of your qualified leads here. And then once you've booked him in once you've sent the booking link, you'll click calendar link. Then you can see all of the people that you've sent a calendar link. And then once you've booked him in for a call, you click on that and you can see all the people that you've booked in for a call. Organization is key as an appointment setter, because otherwise you'll accidentally lose track of your leads. You'll lose leads. And remember, leads cost money. So every single lead is very, very important. So it's important that as an appointment setter, if you want to be an A player, you are very, very organized when it comes to appointment setting. Now, you can make a Google Sheet document like that relatively easy and use that as your CRM. Maybe your client has some fancy CRM that they want you to use, but me personally, I've invested lots of money in CRMs before in the past. Google Sheets, I've literally custom coded that perfectly to exactly what I need in my business. So yeah, make sure you're organized, boys. Make sure you understand your target market, because at the end of the day, if sales is emotional, it all just comes down to understanding your market. Remember before what we spoke about generating interest is just asking the right questions to identify their pain point, etc. If you just understand your target market so well, like the back of your hand, you're going to know the right questions to ask them in order to extract that juicy intel out of them. So understanding your target market is going to help you thrive as an appointment seller and help you make more money. And then the last thing that you need to make sure to do as an inbound seller is sell the sales call, not the offer. handle objections accordingly for the sales call, but like you're not selling the product in the DMs. You don't need to be giving them prices. You don't need to be giving them fat paragraphs about what you do and what your offer is and blah, 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 blah. Your job as an appointment setter is to generate interest, build the gap, and sell the sales call. It's sales. As an appointment setter, you're working in sales, and the thing that you're selling is you're convincing them to get on the sales call. That's your job as an appointment setter, boys. If they start asking them for a price, that's an objection that you need to handle. If they start saying like, bro, I don't want a sales call, just send me an email with the information, that's an objection that you need to handle. Your job as an appointment setter is to sell the sales call. That's your job, and leave it there. Let the closer sell them on the vehicle. Your job is to sell them on the outcome and the sales call. Boom. Do all of these things and you will be a G inbound appointment setter, and you'll literally have people fighting to want you in their company. So, yeah, I hope this video helped, boys. I hope you guys have made lots of notes on this. Again, long ass video, boys. Long ass video, but like I said, as long as you remember your vision for the future and you remember why you do this shit, then this is what's going to make it worth it, boys. You sitting here, grinding, yawning away, make your notes on this long ass video. You're dedicated, bro, and you're going to thrive in this space. You're a savage, and you're going to make something of yourself, bro. Let's get to those goals. Let's stick at it. And let's apply all of these things. A lot of people watch the content, they consume, but it's like mental masturbation because they don't take action. They're not willing to put in the work. If you're truly willing to do whatever it takes in order to achieve your goals, in appointment setting, because of the amount of opportunity in this space right now, it will happen. But are you willing to do whatever it takes? Are you willing to dedicate a year of your life to make it happen? Are you willing to invest every spare bit of money that you have into things like books, courses, and mentors? Are you willing to do what it takes? So if you are, boys, we're in the best industry ever. High ticket sales, online sales, bro. Oh, so much money to be made, boys. So yeah, I give you all permission to go find your phone now and reply to your girlfriend or whatever. Hope this helped, boys. And as always, keep grinding and let's get on to the next module. I don't know what's going on right now, boys, but everyone needs phone setters all of a sudden. Don't know where this came from, but like literally, like all times, alpha setters. I need phone setters. I need phone setters. I need phone setters. I don't know where this happened. This has only been like the last month. All of a sudden, I've got a million people asking me for phone setters. It's a bit mad. So that's what we're talking about in this video. Module number 7. As always, boys, put your phone, take it, put it in a different room. Dash it. Sash it. Dash it in a different room. I want you guys to focus up. There is a huge opportunity in phone setting right now. Like I said, I've been getting opportunities left, right, and center for the alpha setter, boys. Phone setting, phone setting, phone setting. There was a lot of money to be made in phone setting, boys. A lot of money. So, before we get into this module, boys, I want to remind you guys to use the community to your advantage. I've helped over 100 guys sign their first client and start making money in this space. One very common characteristic of all of the guys that come into alpha setters and get fast results is that they immerse themselves inside of the community. We are so blessed to be able to connect with like-minded people through the internet. Now, I know that you guys are not part of alpha setters, but you are part of alpha infantry, which is also a community. Now, obviously, you guys, I mean, I'm sure there's some studs out there, but alpha setters is the finest of the finest. But there's going to be some great guys in this community that you connect with. Don't just watch this video and like any other NPC and just don't take action on that. Because if you're not taking action on that, I can literally tell you that the most important part about alpha setters, that the people that come in and get like crazy results, they all have this characteristic. They all immerse themselves in the community. So for you to sit there and think, I don't need to do that, I'm just going to watch the content and I'm going to be a solo Sigma male grind set gay boy, it's just ridiculous. You're just ignorant. You know what I mean? Like, you think you're better than the advice that I'm giving you. Make sure to use that to your advantage, boys. If you're the type of person that's just disregarded that advice, then, you know, fuck you. I don't care if you get results. I've got nothing to gain from you getting results, bro. So you do your thing, but use the community to your advantage. Even if the community is quiet, you be the guy that sparks conversation. You be the guy that's bringing it to life. Do what you got. You be selfish. Do it for selfish reasons. Be involved with the community because you want to win. And you will win, bro. It's as simple as that. Every single course community or program I've ever invested into, I always make sure to be a part of the community. For example, and I also do I make sure to be part of the community. I make sure to also take time and effort and invest into like trips and stuff like that to actually meet up with the other people. For example, at the start of this year, I went to Switzerland. It was crazy expensive. I spent more in Switzerland probably in 3 days than I spent the entire time I was in Thailand for a month. Switzerland was crazy expensive for no reason, but was it worth it? Hell yes, because of the community. The people that I connected with, the mindset shifts that I had from talking to people in the community has completely changed my perspective on business and helped me become the man that I am today. Community is super, super important, boys, so do not take it for granted. And when it comes to actually phone setting as well, specifically phone setting, which we're talking about in this video, feedback is literally everything. Testing different things and getting feedback on your approach is going to help you improve so much faster. And as long as you are always improving when it comes to appointment setting in general, as long as you're always improving, your income is going to keep increasing. Okay? So, what you could even do if you're really, really hungry to succeed in this space and build an empire with the boys is actually arrange like a little co-working session. A little co-working session with the boys in the community. So you all jump on a Zoom call together with some of the other guys in here and you just give each other feedback live as you're actually doing the phone setting. So, okay, viewer watching this, you make a call. And I'm sat here on the Zoom call watching you make the call. And after you finished, I'll give you some direct feedback. And now I'm going to make a call. And you're going to sit here and you're going to give me feedback as I make this call. Imagine how good you'd get at appointment setting doing that for an hour a day for a month. Imagine how good you'd be at appointment setting from arranging these co-working sessions. So again, be selfish, get involved with the community for your own benefit and so that you can all win together. Okay? When I worked as a phone setter personally, when I was a phone setting team leader, I was there in a physical location, a physical office next to my team members every day. Literally, like for the first month, I was literally in person just watching them and listening to them take calls so that I could always give them feedback constantly. Oh, Cameron, by the way, when that silly woman told you that she's already had a quote, you should have told her that, but that was a year ago, and we've got much better prices now. Or since you're a long-time customer, we can give you an extra 35% deal or something like that. I can give them feedback as I'm listening to them make calls. So you guys, obviously you don't have an in-person office that you can all come to, but you can try and emulate that using Zoom, okay? Now, boys, let's get into the source. Let's get into what actually is phone setting. Make sure to follow the standard SOPs. The standard SOPs, you should know what SOPs are by now. Phone, do not disturb, different room, notebook, quiet environment, pay attention, boys. Those are the SOPs. So let's get into what actually is phone setting. Cool picture of me on the phone in Thailand. By the way, boys, I am running my first official Alpha Setter Boxing charity event at the end of the year. So if you've never boxed before in your life, or if you have boxed, it doesn't matter. It's suitable for all skill levels. You get matched up with someone that's the same skill level as you, and you want to be involved, then shoot me a message. You're going to get free training for 10 weeks by professional boxers. You're going to learn how to box. It's going to be a really, really good night. Raise money for charity. No one's going to get hurt because of the rules that we're putting in place. And then after that, so this will be in December. After that, at the end of December / start of January, I'm going back to Thailand with my Alpha Setters. But this time, I'm not just going and booking a 7-bedroom villa. I'm going to book like 3 7-bedroom villas. So 20 Alpha Setters. We're going to go and take over Koh Samui Island. So if you want to be involved with that as well, get your money up, bro. Start making money. Take this seriously. By the end of the year, it's unreasonable for you not to be making money for appointment setting. Join Alpha Setters. You start making money for appointment setting. You reinvest some of that money back into Alpha Setters. And then, once you're making money from your phone, bro, you can come and live in Thailand with me and 20 other Alpha Setters. If that sounds cool to you, then let's do it. So yeah, here's a cool picture of me from Thailand. As a phone setter, your job is the exact same. You're qualifying the leads. You're booking them in for the next stage of the sales process, whether that be a sales call or a triage call. Now, the difference between phone setting and DM setting is that as a phone setter, you will actually be talking to these leads using your voice over the phone. Like, you're not just sending messages on Instagram anymore. Now you're literally calling these guys. I was going to see if I have my phone to try and pretend like I'm on my phone. Here it is. I've got what they call it? I've got a trap phone. I'm joking. It's just a broken phone. But it's like, instead of me texting around Instagram, I'm like literally like on the phone. Like, okay, yeah, I can definitely help you out there, bro. What's your availability looking like tomorrow, brother? Just to save us going backwards and forwards. We can get a call booked in. Yeah, afternoon, morning. I've got a space at 11 o'clock tomorrow, if that works for you, mate. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do that. And on the call tomorrow, we'll just run through exactly how we can actually help you become a full-time employment setter, guarantee you a role within the first 6 weeks, and ultimately give you that freedom that you're looking for, brother. Does that sound good? Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to send you through a link. I just want you to watch this video before our call tomorrow, if that's okay. You can shoot me a message on this number if you got any questions or anything like that. Yeah? Okay, cool, bro. Well, good talking to you. Yeah, see you tomorrow, bro. Boom. You're not texting, you're just calling them with your voice. There's pros and cons to that, of course. Some people will love that, some people will hate that. And this applies for both inbound and outbound appointment setting. Phone setting is on the phone. Bang. Phone. Now, outbound phone setting would be cold calling or calling warm leads from a lead list. So I've got this little diagram here of a warm phone setting, because obviously there's the same with DM setting, there's inbound and there's outbound. With phone setting, there's warm and there's cold. Okay, so let me explain. So this has been quite a popular sales funnel in the past 2 years. Past few years. This has been very popular, where someone will run paid ads to a VSL/opt-in form, or even a school community nowadays. They'll run paid ads. You've got to put in your email address and your phone number in order to receive something, whether it's free training, whether it's just the VSL or whatever. And then from there, they'll get access to the free training video or whatever asset there is. But then from there, their contact information will get added into a lead list. Now, once someone gets added to the lead list, they'll have an automation in place where they'll ping through the lead to the CRM, so that the phone setter can call the lead straight away within 5 minutes of opting in. So that's like a traditional warm phone setting role. Bro, warm appointment setting with an opt-in form like this, you can make so much cash, it's ridiculous. Like, you can make so much money. So someone comes onto the website, they actually, let me show you an example. AlphaSetter. Let me go to alphasetter.com and flex my muscles for you guys. So alphasetter.com, if we go to the events page, boom, 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 boom. And like I said, we've got the AlphaSetter boxing event at the end of the year. Let's say you wanted to come to this free boxing fun day, which you guys are invited to, by the way, if you want to come. What day is it? It's in October. I don't think I've wrote the date on there, my bad. Oh yeah, 5th of October, there you go. On the 5th of October, we're doing this free boxing fun day, which you guys are welcome to come along to. Train with professional boxers, train with me, train with the AlphaSetter boys, get some cool content, just train and network, and then we're going to be doing an event afterwards. Not sure if I'll make that exclusive for AlphaSetters or not yet, but you're welcome to come to the fun day, absolutely. Let's say you sign up. Email, first name, last name, and phone number. Now, a business owner, whether it's a fitness coach or whatever business owner it is, they might have something similar. And as soon as you put your details in, then your information gets put on a spreadsheet, and then the appointment setter will call your phone and basically book you in for a sales call. That's the job of a warm phone setter, right? With literally that straight away you'll call them. Alex Hormozi has shown that if you call leads within the first 3 minutes of them opting in, you call leads within the first 3 minutes, you triple your booking rate. So that's something that's really important, but we'll talk about that stuff later. And then cold outbound phone setting, that's just good old-fashioned cold calling. You guys probably know what cold calling is, right? This can be still very effective today as long as you have the right source. You've got to have the source. If you're going to pull off cold calling, you need to have the source, brother, okay? You can make cold calling work. Absolutely. It works. It still works. 2024, it still works. But you just need to have the source. This is where you'll be dialing leads from a cold list of leads, and your job is to get past their defenses, generate interest, handle objections, and then book them in with the next man, all within a 2 to 5 minute phone call. So you'll have a lead list here. And where will this lead list come from? It'll either be old leads that didn't buy or didn't show up to the sales call or something like that. It'll either be old leads. It'll either be leads that you've got scraped. You've hired someone to scrape a bunch of leads of your ICP, and you'll have a list of leads there. Or it'll be things like no shows, stuff like that. Or you can just get like a Filipino VA to just make you some leads. But your client will provide you with the lead list in it. Like, you don't have to worry about doing this yourself. Like, your client will do that for you. Next, you've got the leads in front of you. You've just got a list of phone numbers and people. Now you just start working your way through that list and cold calling these people. Then from there, you're either going to book them straight into a sales call, or you're going to book them into a triage call. And on that triage call, you're basically just going to qualify them a little bit more, generate a little bit more interest, and then book them in for a sales call. But that's the difference between warm and cold. Warm leads, these people are coming to you basically. They're already showing you that they're interested by opting into your thing. Cold leads, they were not expecting your call today. It's a fine Saturday morning. They were minding their business, and here you are invading their home and cold calling them. So yeah, that's the difference between warm and cold. Both can work. Warm is a great opportunity right now, like great opportunity. But yeah, you can make them both work. So now let's talk about the source. In all of these videos, this is typically how it works. I explain to you what is the role, and then I give you the source. How do you maximize your earnings as this job role? How do you do a good job as a warm outbound appointment set? So let's break it down. What do you need to do to be an A player, specifically for warm? So starting with the warm appointment set, I think this is a lot more important for you boys to get down because there's just so much opportunity in this right now. I'm not going to give you an exact framework to follow here in the free school, because this is something that people pay me a hell of a lot of money for, to give you an exact framework to follow. That'd be crazy. However, what I will do is talk to you about the core principles that you need to know in order to stop printing cash as a phone set. You apply these, you will make money, I promise you. So being a killer on the phone is so important because, as we mentioned previously in the previous course module, by not converting opt-ins, you're literally losing the business money because leads cost money. All of these people that have opted in the business owners had to pay money in ads to get these people to opt in. That lead might have cost £10, £20. So if you're not converting these people, you're literally losing them £10, £20 per failed phone call. That's a bit mad. If you're making 50 phone calls a day, then that can compound pretty quickly into quite a shit show. So it's important that you're converting these people, right? Warm phone setting is an insane opportunity in the market right now, and is surprisingly in very high demand, out of nowhere, for no reason at all, just in high demand. Don't know why. Quite possibly due to the fact that there is so many new businesses and so many few savages to go around. There's so many new online coaches. There's so many new online businesses, and there's not enough good savages on the phones. There's not enough good appointment setters in the market in general. Appointment setting as a whole, insane opportunity right now. If I went broke today and I just needed a way to stack cash and make money as fast as possible, this is exactly what I would do right here. I would be a warm phone setter. If I just wanted to make as much money as possible after I go broke and I can't start another business, I'm in a warm phone setter. Swear to God. That's what I would do to make the most money. Yeah, this is my background anyway. This is what I used to do. I used to be a team leader in this. Well, it was a little bit colder than opt-ins. But yeah, this is what I used to do, boys. So you can make so much money doing this. So first of all, the first principle that I want you guys to adopt: speed is the key to success. You must call every single lead that comes through within the first 5 minutes of them even opting in. By waiting just 10 minutes, you reduce the success rate by 70%. By waiting 10 minutes to call the lead, you know what I mean? Like, logically, it just doesn't make sense. So you need to call them straight away. Do you understand? I want you guys to understand that you need to call these leads instantly. So make sure that you're getting notified when the new leads come in. If this is not set up already, it can be set up very simply with Zapier automation. to the team comms channel, whether you're using Discord, Slack, Telegram, whatever your team comms channel is. Just a quick Zapier automation into the team communications channel. Boom. You're getting notified every single time a lead opts in. It's really not hard to set up. If it's not set up already, get your client to set it up or get him to pay you to set it up. This is something that's literally non-negotiable for an A-player phone setter. If you're not down to be dialing all day with pure speed and violence, then maybe you should stick to DM setting. You need speed and violence. You need to be prepared to just lock in if you're a warm phone setter. Again, it's not the same type of freedom as DM setting, but it's a massive earning potential. It's worth it if you're willing to grind. Next on the list of how to be a great warm phone setting A player, keep it casual and bring good energy into these calls. You have to make the prospects feel comfortable. They've just received a phone call from someone that they've never spoken to before in their life. You're putting them on the spot. Literally, they've just filled out their details and thinking 30 seconds later, they're getting a call from you on a Saturday morning. You've put them on the spot. They were just curious and having a look around. They were kind of interested in the free training. And now all of a sudden, they've got a sales rep on the line trying to sell them on the thing. You're putting them on the spot literally minutes after they clicked on an ad. So you need to make them feel comfortable. So how to do this? Don't use formal language. Keep everything light and familiar. Don't pick up the phone like, hi, this is customer relationships manager at Alpha Setters calling you about your opt-in for our free training. Is this Josh Prospectus on the line? Ain't nobody want to talk to some customer relations manager from Alpha Setters. Instead, it's super casual. Just like, hey, Josh, brother, how's it going? Hey, Josh, brother, how's it going? Yeah, good to speak to you, bro. It's actually Temi calling. Sorry, I didn't explain that. It's Temi from Alpha Setters. Yeah, just calling because I saw that you just opted into our free training, brother. So much more casual. Like even like the pauses and the and stuff like that, it's all deliberate. It's all part of sales to make it sound more human. And pauses and accidental like stutters, accidental purposely stuttering. It's all part of making the customer feel comfortable, feeling natural. It's like a natural conversation. It's like you're talking to one of your boys. This is all part of the sales riz. Like, hi, yeah, bro, it's Temi from Alpha Setters. Yeah, but bro, you literally like I'm just calling because you just opted in for our free training, right? Yeah, bro, what did you think of the free training, bro? Yeah, super glad that you liked it. It's just don't be like, hi, this is Temi, the customer relations manager at Alpha Setters, calling you about your free training. How is your day going today, sir? Like, bruv, no one wants to talk to this guy, brother. So make sure your tonality is positive. Make sure you've got what Jordan Belfort calls bottled conviction. So you're not over the top like, hey, Josh, hope you're having the best day of your life, brother. So good to talk to you today, bro. Just ease it down. You need to have conviction in what you're selling. You need to like sound like you're really passionate about what you're doing, but you're trying to hold it back. It sounds like you're ready to explode with conviction at any minute, but you're consciously trying not to. That's what you want it to sound like. So it needs to be super positive and super enthusiastic, but not too enthusiastic. Okay? Energy is contagious. So your energy needs to be right when getting on these calls. If you sound like you don't want to be there, then they will reciprocate that energy. Assume familiarity, bring good vibes, and this alone will help you lower the defenses of the people that you're trying to sell to. Boom. So that's the next one. Keep it casual, bring good energy. Next, assume the sale. Now, what do I mean by that? These prospects have already clicked on an ad and went out of their way in order to put details in it. Like they've put their phone number, their email address, they've put it into an opt-in form to receive whatever it is that you guys are giving away. Could be a free school, a free training video, an ebook, whatever. Now, we already know that the prospect already has some sort of a little bit of interest, at least, in our thing. We already know they have at least a little bit of interest. So when you get on the phone with these people, don't go into this phone call with the mindset of trying to win them over. Wrong mindset. Assume that they already want to buy the thing and you're just qualifying and helping them along the process. Okay? So asking questions like, what made you interested in the free training, or what made you interested in losing weight, or what made you interested in signing an appointment setting client and quitting your 9 to 5? Instead of saying, are you interested in losing weight? Are you interested in getting into appointment setting? Nah, I'm assuming he already is, because he's opted into my thing. So what made you interested? And now they're going to sell themselves. Say things like, yeah, I can definitely help you out, that man. Instead of saying things like, do you think you need help with that, man? Because if you ask the second type of question, they're going to hit you with some BS like, oh, I'm not sure at the moment. I just want to see how I get on myself. But instead, you don't give them room to give you BS. You're just like, yeah, I can definitely help you out with that, man. And advance the sale. Clockwork. Easy. Next. Handle objections. The goal here is to sell the call, not the offer. Your job as an appointment setter is to sell the call, not the offer. A lot of phone setters do too much, fighting like their life depends on it to handle objections, to basically pre-sell the prospect on the offer, when really all you have to do is make it make sense and get them on a call. Don't stop at the first, I'm not interested. If everyone was just to go straight onto the next call, then any idiot could be a phone setter. That's not how it's going to go down. Any idiot can't be a phone setter. Specialist appointment setters are the people that get hired because they can handle objections and they can get people to the next step. You will have to be prepared to handle objections in order to sell them on the call. But as long as you remember the principle, sell them on the call, not the offer, it should be pretty straightforward. So what do I mean by that? You're not going to sit there in the DM saying, yes, so in our Alpha Setter program, we have over 60 course modules for you to go through. We have daily objectives for you to complete every single day. We guarantee you sign your first client within 6 weeks. And we actually now have a course module called Become a Fucking Weapon. You're not going to sit there telling them all the details about the course or the program or the offer over the phone, because that's the closer's job. These people are going to fall asleep, bro. They don't care. They're not warm enough yet. Instead, you're trying to find out what their goal is. Okay, they were interested in appointment setting because they want to be able to travel more. Cool. Yeah, bro, I can definitely help you travel more, man. How about we get you on a call this time tomorrow to see if we can help you with that, or to see if this makes sense for you. Blah, 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 blah. Notice how I'm not selling Alpha Setters. I'm not saying, yeah, bro, yeah, we can definitely help you do that inside of Alpha Setters. In fact, we actually guarantee you can do that in 6 weeks. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to give you 2 coaching calls a week and blah, 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 blah. They don't care. Your job is just to get them onto the sales call. Boom. Qualify them, generate some interest, get them on a sales call. Boom. That's what you need to do as an A-player phone set. That's what you need to do. Stop trying to do too much. Start selling them on the different packages and shit, bro. You don't need to do that. Literally just get them on the next call. So, code phone setter A-player. You can make a lot of cash as a cold caller. Please don't get it twisted. It's just that there are levels to the game. If there's levels to any game, there's levels to cold call it. Right? The skill gap between a noob and a pro cold caller is a bit mad. So what makes an A-player cold caller? An A-player cold phone setter? So, first of all, obviously, I've got to mention grit. Cold calling is not fucking easy by a long shot. The main thing that you're going to need coming into cold calling is a savage mentality. Phones are going to get slammed in your face. But how will you deal with it when that happens? Same with door-to-door sales. Doors are getting slammed in my face. How do I deal with that? Are you going to cry about it? Or are you going to pick up the phone and keep dialing? And not just keep dialing, but keep dialing with that same energy. You're not going to get onto the next phone call like some victim with some low energy victim mindset. Nah, you're going to get on the next call and be like, yo, good energy still, good vibes. It's one of those things where at first you're not going to make much money as a cold phone setter, because it's like there's levels, there's a big skill gap. But over time, through reps and through practice, you will earn more and more and more as you start to crack the code. Follow-ups. Just because somebody says no to you the first time doesn't mean that there is no sale to be made. When it comes to cold outbound, whether it's phone setting, DM setting, Persistence gets you a long way. Because the thing is, it's not always going to be the right time for everyone that you're on the phone with. It's not going to be the right time for people the one time that you happen to give them a phone call. But you keep following up until they buy or they die. And it's as simple as that. This week, they might not be interested in alpha setters. 2 weeks from now, they might not be interested in alpha setters. But a month from now, when they've finally finished university and they've got a lot more free time on their hands, now they might be interested in alpha setters. Keep following up, boys. Make sure to keep your leads super well organized in your CRM so that you can follow up efficiently. Next, don't overtalk. This is a big one. Hi, this is a cold call. Is it cool if I take 60 seconds to pitch you? Hi, I'm going to be honest with you right now. My name's Jacob and this is a cold call. I don't know what dumbass made this popular. I do not know. I would love to find out. Please expose the guy that made this popular. But no. Piss off. This is a cold call. No. Piss off. No. Nobody cares what you have to say. They don't know you. They don't like you. And I know that they don't like you. How do I know that they don't like you? Because nobody likes cold callers. You don't like cold callers either. You don't like you either. So, hi, this is a cold call. Fuck off. No. Get off the phone, bro. A conversation goes two ways. If you're to warm them up and have them know, like, and trust you, then you're gonna need to get them talking back to you. You can't just be talking to them and expect them to know, like, and trust you. A very important skill for you to learn in sales across the board is learning to ask the right questions, learning to get people talking, whether it's closing or setting. Don't make assumptions about your prospects. Instead, just ask them. Ask them the questions. Even if you know what the answer is going to be, get them talking. Get them to answer you. Don't pitch them on something that they're not interested in or don't need. Instead, ask questions. Find out what it is that they're looking for, what it is that they're interested in, and what it is that they need, and then sell that thing back to them. You're not going to know what that thing is until you've asked questions. In general, human communication, people don't like just being spoke to. People enjoy talking about themselves, generally. That's human psychology. A book that I would highly recommend you guys read, How to Win Friends and Influence People. I'll put a link below if you want to get this book. Great book. It's a classic. You've probably already read it. How to Win Friends and Influence People. And yeah, the next part. Volume negates luck. Even if you're not good at cold calling yet, you can brute force it. Now, you've seen this in a previous video, I think, when we was talking about outbound. Well, literally just by increasing the number of reps that you put in every single day, you're going to increase the amount of money that you're making. And also, you will improve your rate of learning and your rate of acquiring data. Data will tell you what to improve on. And learning will make you better and make you more efficient as you go along. This is how you get compounding results that will change your life forever. Even if you're not good at cold calling, but just by brute forcing it, just by getting hella reps in, you will make money. On a long enough time frame, the man who dials the most phones will win. On a long enough time frame. Because the man that's dialing more phones, the man that's doing 500 calls a day instead of doing 100 calls a day, is getting better, way faster than the guy that's doing 100 calls a day. Eventually, the booking rate is going to be the same. Eventually, the noob is going to overtake the pro because he's getting more reps in, he's getting more practice. Eventually, the noob's going to be better than the pro, and he's going to be making more calls a day. So imagine, when this gets to 10%, they're not both booking 10 calls a day anymore. He's booking 10 calls a day, and this guy's booking 50 calls a day. Mad thing. There you go. That's the difference. The compounding effects of volume times the rate of improvement is just insane, boys. So if you want to be a stud when it comes to cold outbound, volume negates luck. So conclusion, recap for the whole call, for the whole module. By the way, guys, I really, really hope that you guys understand how we operate now. And that phone is still in a different room, still on do not disturb. If you guys, during this video, checked your notifications or went to reach for your phone, are you really allowing a mobile phone, a little small electrical device, to take away from your mission, to take away your focus away from your goals? Are you really going to get defeated by a mobile phone? Leave the phone over there. Stop checking your notifications, boys. Have the mind, the willpower to defeat the electronic device. Because these things are like a cancer to 99% of people. They're a slave to their phone. They can't even go 30-minute video without checking their blood clot notifications. It's terrible. So, recap, boys. Setting appointments from phone calls rather than DMs. That is the point of phone setting. It's a great way to print cash if you're a stud and you're ready to learn and you're ready to work hard. You don't have as much freedom as you do with DM appointment setting, but it definitely gives you as much earning potential, if not more. The earning potential is great as a phone setter. It's more leveraged than DM setting because you have faster conversations with people. If you're going back and forwards through DMs, like a conversation, you might talk to them on Monday, you might finally get them booked in on Wednesday. Whereas as a phone setter, it's like you're talking to them at 11:01 and you're getting them booked in by 11:05. You know, it's like boom. Like straight away you're booking people. So it's just more leverage because it's more efficient. It's easier to handle objections over the phone as well. So when someone gives you an I'm not interested or maybe another day or something silly, it's a lot easier to handle that when you're there talking to them on the phone. Now, more things to note, there is a massive skill gap between noobs and pros in this space. But you just got to stick at it. You got to have grit, and you've got to understand that on a long enough time frame, if you get really, really good at this skill, it becomes unreasonable for you not to make money. Volume negates luck. By getting more reps in, you get better faster. You get better faster, and just through sheer brute force, you will make more money anyway. And then, of course, on a long enough time frame, like I said, as long as you get really, really good at the skill, you literally cannot lose. Because it doesn't matter what you're selling. If you get really, really good at cold calling, you can sell anything. You can sell alpha setters, you can sell a laptop, you can sell a prostitution service. I don't care what you're selling, bruv. Actually, I do care what you're selling. Don't sell prostitution service. But you can sell anything. And you'll make money because you're great at the skill of cold calling or warm setting. If you get really, really good at the skill of just sales over the phone, bruv, infinite money clicks right there. So yeah, hope this helped, boys. You can go get your phone now. Any questions? Implement what I said at the beginning of this video. Use the community to your advantage. Any questions? Put it in the community. Reach out to us. We're willing to help you, boys. And let's get on to the next video. Yes, boys. So we're back with another course module for you guys. This is going to be the final course module here in Alpha Infantry, and this is an important one. But obviously, I've said all of them are important ones. Hopefully, the audio is good. All of them have been important, but this one's going to actually get you cash. This one's going to put money in your pocket. This is how we're going to actually go out there and start getting paid from all of the information that we've learned so far. So far, we've been covering the principles. I've been educating you guys on what is appointment setting, what's inbound, what's outbound, how to be a good appointment setter, blah, 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 blah. Now, we dive into the field. You learn how to sign your first client, how to find your first client with speed and violence, actually. Not just find it quickly, and then actually start earning commission, start getting paid, okay? So very important module today. Module number 8. Of course, you guys know what to do. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. Put it in a different room. Make sure you're taking notes, and let's get to work, brothers. So we've spoken about different types of appointment setting roles in the market. Now let's get actually into signing clients, making it official in order to start collecting cash. It's a very important module, so make sure you give it your full attention. Any questions, make sure to ask inside of the school community or in the next Q&A group call session, okay? The group calls, I'm just going to get on a group call for like an hour and just, well, boys, just hit me with questions. If you don't have questions, then we won't do a call, but I'm sure you'll all have questions. So every time I do a group call, I want you guys to have wrote a list of questions ready to go onto the call. So when I'm like, boys, who's got a question next? Someone can raise their hand and someone can always ask a question, okay? That's how you're going to get the most out of these Q&A sessions. So let's dive into the source, boys. So first of all, booking interviews. Big mistake that a lot of people make when they first start cold outreaches and stuff like that. So the first stage in securing appointment setting client is to book an interview/sales call for yourself. Interview/sales call, depending on how you see it and how depending on the level of the business that you're working with. Sometimes when you're working with like a smaller company, then it's not so much of showing that you're the best appointment setter for the job in the sense of like an interview. It's more so just selling them that they need an appointment setter or selling them on yourself. Whereas with like a massive company that's always hiring new appointment setters, it turns into a little bit more like an interview where they're sort of screening multiple appointment setters and then choosing which one they want to go forward with, right? But this is the first step. In order for you to sign clients, you need to book interviews for yourself. You need to, if you don't have interviews, then you're not signing clients, right? So before you actually start working as an appointment setter, and this is actually really interesting, before you even start working for clients as an appointment setter, you are still an appointment setter. From this day, you are an appointment setter, even if you don't have a client. Because even though you don't have a client to book calls for, you're booking calls for yourself. You are working as an appointment setter right now. You are booking calls for yourself as if you was your own client. You're booking calls with business owners so that you can sell your services. That's an appointment setter's job. You are literally appointment setting for yourself right now. And that's why I think doing cold outreach, by the way, is so important. I don't think cold outreach is the best way to find opportunities in 2024. But cold outreach, and it's something that I get my alpha setters to do, even though I give them job roles, it's something I get my alpha setters to do because when you're doing cold outreach, you're literally practicing the skill of appointment setting because you're appointment setting for yourself. So that's one thing that I want you guys to realize. Don't neglect cold outreach because it's the perfect place for you to practice, okay? But yeah, there's many ways to go about actually landing an interview so that you can actually sign your first client and start making money. But yeah, we're gonna break these down. There's loads of different ways. So signing appointment setting clients doesn't have to be difficult. This market is mad right now. We're in an absolutely thriving market. So much opportunity about there. It doesn't have to be difficult at all. So let's break down all of the different ways that you can go about signing clients in 2024. So first one on the list, of course, the best way to sign clients is through Alpha Opportunities. You can see all the time we're posting opportunities for the boys inside of Alpha Setters. This is not going to be available for everyone, of course. But yeah, the easiest way to land interviews with good clients is to stand in their line of sight. Rather than just trying to creep up on them from behind, it's like, bro, just stand in front of them. Like, you know, wear peacock, wear some nice clothes, stand in front of them, and like they might want to come and talk to you, bro. The first thing that a good business owner does when they want to hire an A player isn't start scrolling through their DM requests or posting ads in free Facebook groups. What a business owner, high-level business owner will do when they want a talented appointment setter, they want an appointment setter that's going to come in and change their business. These big boy businesses, they're not looking through their DMs for cold DMs from setters. They're not going to a free Facebook group to do that to get a load of Indian guys apply for the role. Instead, they're just coming to the source of the talent. They come straight to the source. They come to people, reliable people that they know will give them what they are looking for, which is top talent. Alpha setters, they come to the source. Not just alpha setters, there'll be other appointment setting coaching programs out there as well. But in alpha setters, yeah, we literally have more opportunities inside of alpha setters than we even have students, because quality business owners come to us all the time asking us to apply for appointment setters, asking us to set them up with appointment setters. And not only do they just come to us and ask us, hey, Temi, can I have some of your students to work for me and my clients? It's not even like they ask, they pay. They pay us money because they understand the quality of our students. They pay us money for appointment setters, which is a bit mad. Businesses pay us money to hire talent because they understand that talent like this is very, very hard to come by. It's very hard to find a good appointment setter in the market. Like I said, we're in a market full of princesses right now, boys, which is why there's so much opportunity for you guys watching this video. A market full of princesses is very hard to find a savage. So if you come out in the market with a savage mentality, then people are willing to pay you what you're worth because they need talent. Talent drives successful businesses. Okay, so that's the first way. That's the first way that you can actually go about going about finding opportunities and landing interviews. Right, all of these, we post these in the group all the time. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago. I think we posted like 12 opportunities in our setters in the last 10 days. It'll always tell you how to apply for it and everything. But obviously, if you guys are inside there, then you'll know what to do with the opportunities. Next, the second best way. So we're in order here, best to worst. The second best way to secure a good appointment setting role with high-level businesses is to go through your network. Having mutual friends instantly establishes a level of trust, which makes it way easier to get your foot in the door with one of these high-level entrepreneurs, right? Because high-level entrepreneurs, people want to extract value out of them all the time. People want to pitch them on something all the time. People send them cold DMs all the time. Believe me. Let's get into my actually no, I'm logged into the wrong Instagram account. Yeah, I get messages all the time from people. But if you have mutual friends, then it's like boom, like the deal's already done, really. You know what I mean? If you've got friends that need to hire an appointment setter and they can add you, they can literally connect you, they can introduce you to each other. Like, hey, Tom, heard you was looking for an appointment setter, bro. This is my friend David, and he's the best appointment setter I've ever seen in my life. Connect to the gap, boom, easy roll, right? So just having friends. Now, it might seem a little bit difficult if you don't have friends, but we'll get onto that. So first of all, message all of your friends right now, every single one of your friends, make a list and message them one by one. If they know any online business owners that might need a commission-based appointment setter, and then if they know any business owners that perhaps might want an appointment setter, get them to add you into a group chat with them. Don't just say, who's your friend, and then go and send them a cold DM. Like, hey, heard you need an appointment setter. Because now you just look like another one of those cold DM guys and you're just going to be in their DM request. What I actually want you to do is get your friend to literally add you in the group chat with the guy. And then at that point, you're in their main inbox, right? So if I go to just the Miro board real quick, instead of being like, instead of friend here, being like, hi, yeah, Max needs a setter. And then you go message Max. You're gonna have an unopened message. That's not getting anywhere because you're just in the DM request. You just look like a cold DMer now. But instead, this guy's called Tom. This is you. If Tom creates a group chat with you, Tom, and Max. And maybe you even get Tom to introduce, like, hi Max, this is you, a really great appointment setter. He's going to make you millions. Blah, 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 blah. If you get him to add you into a group chat, now it's like you're already in Max's inbox, like in his actual inbox instead of just in his DM request. And Max now trusts you because Tom trusts you. Because you're all there together. It's a three-way thing now. Now, Max knows that he can trust you because if you do a terrible job, then that's going to look bad on Tom. And if Tom's friends with Max, he wants the best for Max. And Max knows that, and therefore he's going to hire you. So that's basically what I want to see from you guys, okay? Don't just tell your friends to like, oh yeah, who do you know? And then go away and cold message them. Literally ask them, boys, like, bro, can you add me into a group chat with this person? And I've been doing this recently for myself. So for one of my students, David, one of my sales to CEO clients, he's made 1.6k this week. He's made a lot more. He's made more than 1.6k this week, by the way. But he made 1.6k this week off just placing setters. 2 business owners reached out to me, hey, I need setters. 2 business owners reached out to me personally, and because right now I'm focused on Project 300, I really don't care about the agency, really don't care about making money from anything apart from Project 300, because that's the difference between me and all of the other gurus. All the other gurus are like fiends for cash, whereas I'm purpose driven. I was like, okay, cool. Yes, I can give you some of my alpha setters. Yes, you will have to pay, but I don't want you to pay me. You know what? Pay my student David. Pay my student David, and he'll hire appointment setters for you from alpha setters. And David charged £800 per person, like for each of these people, and made 1.6k this week through his network because I added David into a group chat with the person that messaged me asking for setters. That's the power of network right there, boys. And let's say you don't have friends, because that is going to be some people watching this. You're going to be like, wait, tell me, I don't know any entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs hang around entrepreneurs, right? It's cool. What you can do, go onto Instagram and actually just start deliberately messaging other entrepreneurs, deliberately networking with other guys. So following people's pages, leaving a comment underneath their post, hyping them up a little bit. And then after you've commented a couple of times, send them a message, provide value to these people, be a cool and genuine guy. Because don't come across like a fan. Don't come across like you're trying to extract value out of them. Come across like an equal, like a cool guy that recognizes another cool guy. You need to be the type of person that they would want to be friends with, right? And once you have actually formed a relationship with them, by doing this, now you can ask them, do they know anyone that might need an appointment set up? Business owners all stick together, so the chances are that they're going to know it. And right, the next way that you can actually go about finding and signing your appointment setting clients is by doing cold outbound. Now, cold outbound, even though it's at the bottom of this list, is my least preferred way, as opposed to finding groups that have the people that you need, standing in their literally in their line of sight. Warm outbound, going through your network. I actually should have included another one, which is inbound. Actually, I'd put inbound above cold outbound, which is actually making a personal brand and creating content so that business owners come to you. At the end of the day, the reason I'm able to post opportunities all the time is all just through people reaching out to me. Opportunities. It's all a bit mad. The reason why I'm able to do this is because people message me because they've seen my content. They know my reputation. They've seen my personal brand. Just through content. So one thing that I'd add above cold outbound is personal branding. So let's say you create your personal brand. I know my writing is like as bad as it gets, by the way. But you're posting content, YouTube video, Instagram reel, YouTube video, TikTok. Business owners, believe it or not, business owners do sometimes watch YouTube videos and TikToks and Instagram reels like a normal person would. Who would have thought? And their algorithm is going to be targeted towards like sales and marketing and stuff like that. So if they're interested in sales and they're a business owner and they might be looking for an appointment setter right now, they might come across your content and be like, wow, that guy's the best appointment setter I've ever seen. He's even making content about it. Wow, I want to hire that guy. Hey, bro, I want you. Winky face. I want you, winky face. Yeah, those are the messages that you might be getting if you start creating a personal brand around appointment setting, right? So I'd put that above cold outbound. But yeah, even though cold outbound is at the very bottom of the list, it absolutely does work in 2024 going into 2025. Okay, it still works. Cold outbound still works. We still have guys in alpha setters whilst, like I said, we get them to do cold outbound because it's a great way to practice the things that I'm teaching them. It's a great way to implement the strategies I'm giving them and then internalize that. It's the key to learning is just taking action. Sometimes they'll accidentally sign like big boy clients. For example, David Bashmakov, one of the legendary students, one of the first students I ever had in Alpha Setters. He's from Belgium. His English is horrible English. I don't have a clue how he even patterned it myself. I didn't even know. But he was doing cold outreach. And within his first 9 days or something crazy, he signed a deal with Passionate Income on Instagram, who has 1 million followers, and then got promoted to setter manager. He was getting a 1.5k base plus 7% commission as a setter manager. Damn. We're on a 1 million follower Instagram page. And that was through cold outbound. Cold outbound still works, definitely. But there's two things that you need to acknowledge here if you want cold outbound to work for you. One, you need to be good at it. You need to learn the right framework for cold outbound. You can't be terrible. You can't be sending terrible messages and expect to get replies. Because that's the state of the market right now, is most people, they'll send 100 messages and they'll get 0 responses. And they're like, cold outbound doesn't work. It's your message, bro, because if I send cold outbound, I'll get a 20-30% response rate. So it does work. You're just bad. It's a skill issue. It's literally a skill issue. So you need to understand the right framework to adopt when you're doing cold outbound. The best way that you can actually learn very, very quickly what works and what doesn't work is by split testing your messages. Use a CRM. Split test your messages. This is something that we have in the Alpha Set Outbound Pro. where it literally calculates the response rate of every single message that you send for you. Very useful, very useful. Split test your messages. And also have a good profile as well, going back to personal branding. Have a good profile picture. Have your name in your bio. Have some cool looking pictures of you. Don't look like an NPC. Don't look like a robot. And people will apply to you more as well. Invest in the blue tick as well. Of course, like, bro, how are you in 2024? You want to make internet money, but you don't have a blue tick. Like, bruv, what are you doing? Two, the second thing that you need to keep in mind, cold outbound is not as leveraged as the other things because you'll need to spend more time. You'll be spending more time to book less interviews. But the point that I'm trying to say there, it's not as leveraged, but it still does work. It's one of those things where you're going to have to just brute force it. Volume negates luck. Just keep on firing messages away. You're going to be spending a lot of time. You're probably not going to be booking that many interviews. But something that I want to say to you guys right now, because obviously in Alpha Setters, we give you a guarantee that you'll sign your first client in 6 weeks. There's no guarantee that I can give you because I can't give you your money back because you haven't paid me anything, right? So I can't give you a guarantee. But like, let's be completely honest right now, boys. If you sent 100 messages every single day for the next 1 year, I know 1 year sounds like a long ass time. If you sent 100 messages every single day for the next year, I wasn't going to do the maths, but we can do the maths. So that's a lot of messages. 36,500 messages. If you send 36,000 messages of cold DMs and your Instagram profile looks good, you're split testing messages so you can find out what works and what doesn't work. And you've just got grit. You just stick at it. You're determined. You don't quit. After sending 36,000 messages and your profile looks good, you're split testing and you don't give up, let's be real, boys. It'd be unreasonable for you not to sign a big boy client after 36,000 messages, after a whole year of doing this, 100 messages a day, blah, 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 blah. Now, the thing is, most people will not stick at something like this for a whole year because they're dumb and they don't see long term. But because the reason why people usually quit, to be honest, is because it's not guaranteed. The fear of the unknown, because they're going into unknown territory and they don't know, is this ever going to pay off? And it's the not knowingness. If they knew it was guaranteed, maybe they would stick at it. Maybe they wouldn't. If they knew it was absolutely certain. But I'm here to tell you that if you do these things, it is literally unreasonable for you not to win. But you just need to stick at it. So you do all of these things for 1 year. That might mean 1 year of making zero. But after 1 year of doing this every day, you finally sign that big boy client, and that big boy client ends up making you, $6,500 a month through appointment setting. 1 year of your life of just staying dedicated to sending cold DMs has changed your life forever, because now you're making $6,500 a month from your phone, bro, from sending messages on Instagram. You're making $6,500 a month because you stuck at something for 1 year. Now, would I recommend this? No, because in 1 year's time, you should have a main hustle. You should have an actual job instead of just being on your phone all day like a waster. You should have an actual job and be making some money. And then with that actual job, you can start to save a little bit of money every single month. And then as you save a little bit of money, maybe 3 months from now, you can invest in yourself to speed up the process. Because guess what? Let's say you get started with like a paid program that places you as an appointment setter after 3 months, so that instead of waiting a year to find this amazing client, you're only waiting another 3 months after you start your training, your professional training. That means in 6 months' time, you're making $6,500 a month. Or you don't invest in yourself and you wait the 12 months to get to the same goal. A lot of NPCs would be like, oh, well, if I can get there for free, then I'll get there for free. But what these idiots don't understand is that they've not, by investing a small amount of money into their education, they've actually just made an extra 39 grand. 39 grand. Let's say the course that you invested into was 1K. By investing 1K, they've made an additional £38,000, which is a little bit mad. By not investing 1K, they've lost out on 38 grand, which is a bit mad. But anyway, that's what I wanted to show you guys. I wanted to show you guys that literally by just sending messages every single day, cold outreach still does work. You just brute force it. But if you do this every single day for the next year, bro, I don't care who you are. It's unreasonable for you not to land a client. 36,000 messages, bro. Out of 36,000 messages, you've got to be some next level retard to not land a client. I'm sorry, but you've got to be fucking specky. Okay? So Cold Outbound does still work, boys. Okay? So here's what to do. Go to the Instagram search bar, as you can see here. Go to the Instagram search bar, type in some sort of online business that you think might need to utilize appointment setters. For this example, I typed in dating coach because I've already showed you guys Tristan Social a few times. Dating coach, right? From here, what you can do is you can send these people a cold message on Instagram and hope that they get back to you. Send them a cold DM on Instagram, hope that they get back to you. And then from there, your job's not done. It's basically like an infinite cycle of leads. So go through their following, go through their likes and their engagement, and just message other similar entrepreneurs to them. I would also recommend that you message the suggested accounts as well, and then just keep on repeating the cycle. That's how to find business owners. Just go to the search bar and type in tennis coach or something. I don't know. And now the next thing you need to know when it comes to booking interviews, because that's the goal here. When we're doing cold outreach, when we're going through alpha opportunities, when we're going through our network or personal branding, the goal is to book interviews for ourselves. At the end, that's the bottom line, right? It's to book interviews. So when you are actually reaching out to these entrepreneurs using any of these methods that I've told you about, the purpose is to get them actually on a Zoom call. Get them on a call. Send them your Calendly, bro. Get them on a call. Do not, capital letters not, because this is something that I see all the time and it annoys me. Do not keep going back and forth with these people through the DMs. Start negotiating a deal. Start talking about their offer. Start talking about your experience, blah, 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 in the DMs. It's not a good look, boys. It's not a good look. So, yeah, here's what I would recommend you do to avoid that, to just get them on a call. What you can do, send them a short Loom video explaining who you are, why you'd be a good fit, and also mention any professional training that you've been through, because that's like your degree of appointment setting. It's like, if you've got it, then mention it. It looks great. Send your calendar link. I'd recommend you create a Calendly account. Send your calendar link. Just say, how about instead of going back and forwards through the DMs, we just find a quick time to have a quick call, and then we can work out if we're a good fit to work together. Follow up before the call as well. So an hour before the call, 5 hours before the call, whatever. Follow up before the call to remind them, oh, by the way, bro, are we still good for our call tomorrow? Because entrepreneurs are very forgetful. I've got a million things going on right now. You know, I had a sales call with someone on Sunday who was trying to sell me his YouTube scripting services. And I literally put in the Calendly form, please send me a reminder message on Saturday. He sent me a reminder message on Saturday, and I was like, it's a good job he sent the reminder because I completely forgot. So, yeah, follow up with them before the call as well. Don't just expect them to remember, because they're probably not going to. And then obviously the first thing that I kind of missed off is just find out if they're open to the idea of hiring an appointment setter in the first place, right? If they're not open to hiring a setter, then obviously, you know, you're just wasting your time, basically. So, let's move on. Sorry, boys. Taking interviews. Once you've booked the interviews, how do we close them? How do we make a deal here? So, get them on a call and then sell them on you. That's the goal. Once you get them on that Zoom call, your job is to sell yourself to the business owner that you want to work for. Me personally, I've hired many people, hired and fired many people. I hired and fired people for the very first time in 2019 when I was working as a team leader in door-to-door sales. Since then, I've been interviewed many times. I've taken interviews many times. I've been hired many times. I've not been fired many times, but I've been hired many times. I've hired people many times, and I've fired people many times. I've done it all. Or every different point of view when it comes to interviews, I have it. I've interviewed for my clients. I've interviewed for myself. I've been the person being interviewed. I've done it all, right? So I've got a very clear understanding of interviews. Now, this is my student David. I think I mentioned David earlier in this call. Actually, he's my Sales to CEO client. He's an alpha setter. He started in alpha setters, started off as an appointment setter, and now we're building an agency together. This is my student David. And now David, as an agency owner, he started to experience this firsthand himself. He's like, wow, there's a lot of bad people coming on these interviews. I'm like, I know, bro. I know. People don't know how to take interviews. And now David's experiencing this. David's having to hire and fire people all the time. So how do we avoid being that guy that just gets fired? Or how do we avoid being that guy that business owners don't consider and just don't want to hire? How do we make sure that we crush it on these interviews so that every single time the business owners want to hire us, they want to throw money at our face? So how to crush every interview from a business owner's perspective. First things first, the most important thing, like literally the most important thing I'd say is to you come on these calls and you show personality. If you sit there like an NPC, like a robot, and you're just super formal and super tight and inconfident in yourself, it's not a good look. Because if I'm hiring for a role, especially in sales, over everything, I want someone that's got some swag. I want someone that's got some personality, because that's what sales is. Sales is an energy transfer. It's a man talking to another man. It's an energy transfer. So I want to make sure that if I'm hiring a sales rep, they've got good energy, because energy is necessary to be a good salesman. I would rather them be full of themselves, cocky, arrogant little prick, than be shy, awkward, polite, and formal. That's what I would prefer when hiring a sales rep. I would literally rather them be cocky than polite and formal. That's what I want to see. I want you guys to show personality. Get on these calls. Just be yourself, bro. Like, don't be trying to have good posture and pronounce your words properly. Like, obviously you should have good posture anyway, and you should probably pronounce your words properly. But that's not the point here, boys. The point is to get on there and just be a cool guy. Be a G. Show personality. Show that, and that's what's going to make you stand out from all the other people that are being interviewed. Because it's a lot better to be memorable than it is to blend in. That's just a thing for life, boys. In general, it's a lot better to stand out from the crowd rather than blending in. And what do most people do when they've got an interview for something? They go in there and they try and be super formal. Nah, bruv. Nah. Second of all, have absolute conviction in yourself. Like, no matter what, if you truly believe that you are the best man for the job, then I don't see how you're walking out of interviews and you're not getting job roles. Because it's like me, if I was an appointment setter right now and a business owner didn't want to hire me, I'm there like, bruv, I'll literally punch you in the face right now if you don't hire me, because I know the potential that you have in your business, and I know that I'm the man to get you there. It's like, I'm so certain that I will come in your business and transform it. Bruv, let me work for the first week for free. I'll work for the first week for free, and I will prove to you that I'm the best thing that's ever happened to your business. Like, bro, my words are going to be powerful because I understand my value. Have absolute conviction in yourself. Just no matter what, even if your skills as an appointment setter are not that good, have conviction in yourself that you're that guy that no matter what, you're going to find a way to make it work. You thrive under the pressure. You thrive under that. You need to have absolute conviction in yourself. Second of all, this is a really good one that I like. I get David to ask this when he's interviewing people. What makes you a bigger savage than all of the other people that have applied for this role? Because at the end of the day, if you're working in commission-based sales, you need to be a savage. You need to be a killer. Like I said, we're in a market full of princesses. If you're even 30% savage, you're probably going to crush a lot of these guys. So what makes you a savage? If I've got a sales rep, an appointment setter, I want him fighting for me. I need a savage. So what makes you a bigger savage than all of the other applicants? And this is the stuff that sets alpha setters apart. Again, now I'm giving you guys the source now as well, but this is the stuff that sets alpha setters apart. Next, life is credibility. So if you've not got any sales experience, okay, cool, but you can still have credibility. For example, someone might come into me, like at the top of my head, Luca, one of the alpha setters. He worked as like he works as like an air host, like selling snacks and stuff like that on planes, I believe. And he said he was the best salesman when it came to selling snacks on the planes. And I was like, I love that. He was fighting even on the planes. That's credibility right there. It's not appointment setting experience, but it's experience that he could make relevant. He made it relevant. He was like, I'm talking to people, I'm outgoing, I'm outreaching to people that just want to go to sleep on the plane or enjoy the holiday, or they don't want to get ripped off on booze, and I'm trying to sell them on that. And I was like, oh, I rate that. So just use life as credibility, whatever it is in life. Maybe you just like talking to people. That's credibility. Maybe there was this one time where you sold paper samurai helmets in school and got told off. True story. That was me in year 2. I had my first business in year 2 and I was selling paper samurai helmets. Interesting one, right? And I had to go, the teachers told me off. They found out someone snitched on my operation, and I had to go around every single classroom in my school and give all of the money back that I ever made. And all of the money that was left over from people that like didn't claim their money back had to go to charity. And everyone got to keep their paper samurai helmets that I made them. So yeah, life is credibility. Whatever the credibility you can find, give it to them, even if you don't have experience. No matter what, you're going to make it work. This goes back to the absolute conviction in yourself. Just the belief that no matter what, you are going to get the job done. You don't care what you got to do. You don't care if you got to work 24 hours a day. You know what I mean? You don't care if you need to do the good old talisman and get -1 minute of sleep. Or is it -1 hour of sleep? I don't know, but you're willing to make it work no matter what. You resonate with the brand. Obviously, if you're going to be representing someone else's product, you're going to be speaking to their client on behalf of the business owner. They want to know that you resonate with them and you resonate with the company, right? That's one thing that they're going to want. They're going to want to make sure that you resonate. If you don't resonate, then it's like, no, done. If you don't resonate, then it's going to be like, does this guy really care? He's probably not the best person for me to be hiring, and if he doesn't care, right? So yeah. Last of all, ask questions in the interview to actually qualify them. Because at the end of the day, not all appointment setting opportunities are created equal. You want to make sure that it's a good opportunity for you as well. It goes both ways. It's an interview both ways. You need to be asking questions back at them. Asking questions, how much revenue did the business do last month? What's their typical closing rate? What's their ICP? How do they source their leads? There's loads of questions that you need to be asking them as well. Okay? So, finalizing the deal. So making the deal official. As an appointment setter, you are classed as self-employed unless the company that you are working for wants to sign you as an official employee, which is never the case, to be honest. This is like never the case nowadays. In this remote appointment setting world, this doesn't happen. So you're classed as self-employed, boys. How appointment setters get paid? Typically, like the market standard is just commission-based pay structure. So it'll either be very minimum base pay or 0 base pay, which isn't that fucking awesome, boys? If any of you people that heard that and be like, what? No base pay? You're a fucking pussy, bro. And you're not in the right place. Because I hear that and I'm like, that's amazing. Wow. What a great opportunity. Typically, appointment setters will get 5 to 12% commission on the revenue that the setter helps generate for their clients. For example, an example of minimal base pay plus commission, £500 a month base pay plus 7% commission on an $8,000 offer. That's quite a normal offer. There's nothing crazy about that. Tiny bit of base pay, basically nothing, and then a decent amount of commission on a big boy offer. We like that. That's a good deal. Or 10% commission on a $6,999 offer. And I just made up all these numbers, but like these are what typical appointment setting deals might look like, okay? The deal that you make with these business owners all just depends on their preferences and also depends on your preferences. If you are absolutely certain that what you want to get, if you're certain that you want to get paid per call that you book, and the business that you're applying for 100% will not accept that, then understand that there's a lot of opportunity in the market. If you want to get paid a specific amount, then you can always move on to the next business. Obviously, it's not guaranteed that someone will accept your offer, but if you're good enough as a setter, I'm sure someone will accept it. You know what I mean? So deals where you get, for example, £100 per booked call, or £50 per booked call, for example. Maybe you want to get paid £50 per call that you book instead of the whole 7% stuff. That's cool. Like, you can make deals like that. We've got alpha setters on deals like that. But just understand that when you are starting out in appointment setting, and if you don't have paid training, then just keep in mind that you may have to settle for what you can get at the beginning, because you don't have a lot of leverage there. Like, business owners are not exactly going to be fighting over someone that's not even like paid for any training. So just to keep in mind. But if you're not happy with the deal, you don't have to accept it because you're self-employed, right? No one's forcing you to sign the contract, bro. That's something that you need to understand as well. The way that you're actually going to receive your commissions is entirely between you and your client. I can't tell you how you're going to receive your commissions because I don't know. If you are used to relying on bank transfer, that might not be the best. It can sometimes be a pain to deal with bank transfers if you've got international clients. Okay? Like, I can remember Daniel Bashmakov, the guy that I told you about earlier. He's from Belgium. He was one of my first Alpha Setter students, and I was taking payments through bank transfer back then. And it was just a ball ache to get my bank transfer from him. It took days to come. That's just long. So I would highly recommend that you use something like an online payment process, for example, Stripe. That's what I use. That's what my team use and I use. I just use Stripe. You could use something like PayPal. That's fine. It makes it easy to track your earnings, and it makes it easy because you can just send someone a simple invoice. You can get paid on the spot through card, Apple Pay, whatever. Boom, jobs are good. You know what I mean? You've got the money straight away. Perfect. So, the last thing, when it comes to finalizing the deal, I would highly recommend making an official written agreement between you and your client, going over the terms and conditions of you working together. Your client may have a contract for you to sign already. Your client may have a contract for you to sign already. If your client doesn't have a contract for you to sign already, then I would recommend you make one and you get your client to sign it. What should you include in an official verbal agreement? Official written agreement, sorry. The length of the contract term. Have you agreed that you will work for him for 1 month and then review things after 1 month? Is it a 3-month contract? Is it a 12-month contract? Is it a 12-month contract, but you need to give him 14 days notice if you wish to terminate the contract? What is it? What are the terms and conditions? How long are you there for? And how much notice do you have to give him before you leave? Because otherwise you could completely just wake up one day and screw him over, right? So you want to give him some sort of, okay, whether it goes either way. If I want to quit, I've got to give him 14 days notice. If he wants to get rid of me, he's got to give me 14 days notice. And then that way, no one gets screwed over, right? Perfect. How much are you to be paid? Specifics. How much base pay? How much commission? How much per call? Make it clear that this is how much I'm getting paid based on I'm getting 7% of the total revenue that is generated from deals that I book. Just whatever. Just word it properly. Obviously, don't word it like a retard like me. But find out, yeah. Put in the written agreement exactly how much you are to get paid. But also include in the agreement, when are you to be paid and how? Like, are you getting paid every Monday? Are you getting paid every month? Are you getting paid as soon as the deal closes? Like, how are you getting paid? And when are you getting paid? Are you getting paid through PayPal? Are you getting paid through Stripe? Blah, blah, blah. Next, cover your responsibilities. So what are your responsibilities as an appointment setter? What is expected of you in order to suitably do your job? And then also include what you may or may not do on their account. Obviously, you're not allowed to start texting girls from their account. You're not allowed to start following random people, following your boys. You're not allowed to start posting a mad thing. You might be required to only open the primary inbox, for example. That's what I do with my setters. They have the primary inbox. The general is completely private for me. That's for my messages. Terms and conditions. What are you allowed to do and not allowed to do on their account? So, if you are new to this, you probably don't know how to sign contracts online. I remember I didn't at first. This is the platform that I use to sign contracts online. It's a website called esignatures.io. You do have to pay for it, but I think it costs me like £1 per contract or something minor. You know what I mean? So this is what I use personally, esignatures.io. So remember to revisit your notes of what to look for when like finding a good client. We spoke about this in inbound and outbound and stuff. Remember to revisit your notes. Make sure you're not signing terrible clients here. You want to be working with people that are going to help you make money at the end of the day, right? I know, again, it's been a long video and it's boring stuff, but I hope you guys are still with me and I hope you guys haven't checked your notifications on your phone yet, boys. Are you dedicated to this? Are you committed? We'll find out, because there's going to be some people watching this video that have checked their phones. They're shy right now. They're going to continue watching the video. They're going to pretend like they've done nothing wrong, but I see you, bro. I see you. So, a common question that I get all of the time. Can you sign multiple clients? I get this a question out of a lot. So, yeah, let's break it down, boys. As an appointment setter, you are self-employed. So technically, you can sign as many clients as you want to sign. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you should sign as many clients as you want to sign. So let's break it down as always, boys. Actually, I think I've got something here. All right, yeah, okay, cool. So let's say you've got 5 hours per day at the moment to set appointments, to be an appointment setter. And you manage to land a really good inbound appointment setting offer with non-stop lead flow. Constant leads. There's always messages to apply to, right? That's a good offer right there. That's great. And let's say that you're making 4K a month by working with this one offer with 5 hours a day. And this is taking up 5 hours a day because you've got non-stop leads. Now let's talk. Oh, done. Let's talk. So let's say you decide, okay, I'm making 4K a month, I'm working 5 hours a day, but maybe I could sign another client. Maybe I could sign a second client and I can start making, instead of making 4K a month, maybe I can make 6K a month with a second client. Something like that. So you decide to go get another offer. What will happen is if you get a second offer, this has already got an unlimited amount of lead flow anyway. Like your 5 hours a day are already fully occupied. Now what's going to happen is if you sign another client, you're going to be splitting your attention now between two different offers. You're splitting your attention now between two different offers. So what's going to happen to this first offer is your reply rate is going to decrease. And as a result of your reply rate decreasing, your calls booked are going to decrease. Then your commissions is going to decrease because your reply rate decreases. Reply rate is really, really important when it comes to appointment setting. So as a result of you getting a second client, yes, you might make an extra 1K a month with this guy. Not as much as you originally thought because it's just too time consuming and you don't have enough time. But what would actually happen is you'd get a second client and instead of keeping this one at 4K a month, what would actually happen is this would start to go down. The more time that you put into this, the more this will go down. So this might end up at 2K a month now because you're spending less time on it. Before, you was all the way up here at 4K a month. And now because you've got a second client, you're making less money than you was before because you're losing your focus. You're losing these leads. And then what's going to happen, because you're now doing a worse job for this guy, you was generating him 40 grand a month. Now you're only generating him 20 grand a month. And now that guy is like, wait, what the hell? What's going on? My business is failing right now. I've barely got enough money to pay my bills. And like what? You're working on 2 job roles like an idiot, and I'm just out here suffering. So then what he's going to do is just going to write you off. He's just going to get rid of you because you're not performing. You're not performing at the level that you should be performing. So it can actually be very, very harmful to sign multiple clients if you don't actually have time to sign multiple clients. You need to have time. If you've just got 5 hours a day to appointment set and you've got 1 client and you've got non-stop leads, it doesn't make sense for you to sign another client. You technically can, but is it a good idea? Probably not. So these are the things that I would say would make sense. These are the things to look out for when it comes to like signing a new client. Does it make sense? First of all, if you have unlimited lead flow, then why do you need a new client? Because you've always got something to do. Like you can never maximize the first client until your inbox says 0. If your inbox never ever says 0, then it's like you shouldn't be signing a new client. You should only be signing a client if you have limited lead flow to the point where you're getting through them all in the day. You have free time at the end of the day. After like maxing out the first client, you've got free time. You've done follow-ups. You've replied to all of the leads. And you've got free time left over. If you've done all of these things and you've completely maximized this first client and you've got time left over, then cool. Get a second client. Part-time, full-time, that's up to you. Depends on how much time per day you've got to put into this. If you're willing to work 12 hours a day, you can probably comfortably manage 2 offers if you're an absolute G. But again, it depends on the offers. If you're getting unlimited lead flow, then maybe you could just work 12 hours a day on the first client. Maybe it wouldn't be beneficial to get 2. Because it's always better to just go all in on one rather than having split focus. If you have split focus, then this diagram is going to start to happen where this one will start to go down and this one will go up a little bit, but you'll make less money. It's more profitable to put all into one. But if on the one circumstance that you are completely maximizing the first one, that is when it makes sense to get a second client. Hope you guys are following. So that's what I've got to say to you boys. You can sign 2 clients, but it's not always the best move on the chessboard. So the last part of the video. Sign your first appointment setting client. So you've got the source. I've explained to you how to find these people, how to book them on interviews, how to smash it on your interview, and how to finalize the deal. Now, time to take action. Time to go out there into the world and make it happen and start making money. So, set your goal. How long is it going to take you to sign your first client? Put that goal in the community page and make it your mission to make it happen. If there's one thing that I hate in life, out of all the coaching programs that I've ever invested in myself, it's always those too cool for school guys. Because all those too cool for school guys, they won't actually engage in the activities that the coach is giving them. And then they're like, why didn't I get the results? Because you didn't do the stuff. You didn't do the things that I told you to do. Don't be that guy. Go into the community page and tell the boys right now, how long is it going to take you to sign your first client? And now we can keep you accountable to that. Now we're going to hold you to that because you put it out there and spoke it into the open. As Conor McGregor once said, if you can see it here and you can talk it, it will happen. That's what I want you guys to do, boys. I want you to see it here, visualize when are you going to sign this client and put it out into the world. Put it in the school community. Confidence in yourself, boys. No matter what, you're going to make it work. Do or die time. That's the mindset right there. That's the mindset. Speed is the key to success. So as soon as you see this video, as soon as it's finished, I want you going away and implementing this advice. Anyone can make notes that magic lies in taking immediate action. Anyone can make notes as they go along, but not everyone's going to take action. Not everyone that's watched this whole hour-long video or however long it's been, not everyone watching this has taken action, which is crazy to me. But I want you boys, if you're serious about this, go away and take action. So here's the key takeaways, boys. Appointment set for yourself. Don't make the deal through the DMs. Basically, what this means is just, you're not getting backwards and forwards with these business owners through Instagram messages, having fat conversations in there. They don't have time for this. They're going to air you eventually. They're going to get tired of you eventually. Just book them on a call. Makes life so much easier. Just book them on a quick call. Just find a time when they're free. Could be even be like a WhatsApp call, I'll say, and I don't care. Just get them on call. It's going to be a lot easier to sell to them on a call, okay? Next, your network is your net worth. Network with other entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs know entrepreneurs, and if you're friends with entrepreneurs that know entrepreneurs, then it's likely that you're going to be able to find a role through your network. So network is good. Personal branding goes a long way when it comes to doing cold outreach and then also generating inbound leads for yourself and for the networking aspect as well. Personal branding is very important. If you are truly dedicated to being the best appointment setter possible, you should also build a personal brand. Interviews, interview tactics. Be confident. Don't be too formal. Be just confident in yourself, bro, and show personality. Swag. Pull up to these sales calls with some swag. Again, if I'm hiring a sales rep, I would rather the cocky guy over the awkward and polite guy. I want personality. Get a contract in place. I don't want you guys getting screwed over, so get a written agreement in place. Speed is the key to success and action is the key to learning. That is what my first mentor always taught me. And I want you guys to learn that as well. I want you guys to internalize that. So this is actually the end of the official free school course modules. We're on module number 8, signing clients. But guess what? I'm going to give you, there's 2 more videos that I want to make. So you're going to get 2 bonus course modules. I want to make a video about becoming an A player. I want to make a video about CRM. What is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, becoming an A player and organizing, tracking your data, and having a good CRM system in place. So I'm going to give you guys 2 more bonus modules. Hopefully you've enjoyed everything so far. Hopefully you've took a lot of value from this. I hope to see you guys around on the group calls that we'll be doing every month. I think the first one is going to be this week. Obviously, you guys might be watching this whenever, so you probably don't know when this week is, but yeah, there you go. I'm not going to hard pitch you anything now that we've got to the end of this, by the way. When it comes to alpha setters, I'm not going to hard pitch you like, oh, guys, make sure to go buy alpha setters. At the end of the day, the people that are meant to be in alpha setters are going to buy alpha setters. So I'm not going to hard pitch you or anything. I just want to remind you that alpha setters is pretty stinking cool, boys. And we do guarantee you a client in 6 weeks. Check, if you are interested in alpha setters, check. Is there less than 300 students in there at the time of watching this video? While you're watching this, you can go and check. Click on my profile on school, and you can probably find alpha setters. If it's less than 300, then that means, yes, there is space for more people who want to join. If there is 300 people in there, then no, you cannot join alpha setters. No, I don't care how much money you'll pay me. It's closed. So that's just so that you guys know. Use this community to your advantage as well. If you're not in alpha setters, use this community, the community tab on school. Use it to your advantage. Keep an eye out for things like meetups. You could even be an instigator, a leader of men, and you could even try and arrange your own meetups with the other guys in the community. But keep an eye out for things like this because this is the stuff that sets you apart. If you haven't already, you've got to the end of these 8 training videos. Make sure go away and book your free one-on-one roadmap call with me. Okay, I'm going to give you a free one-on-one call so that we can make a plan for you to reach your goals. I charge people a lot of money for one-on-one coaching calls, and I'm going to give you one for free, bros. And just make sure to use that to your advantage as well. Go book it. That's all, boys. That's all from me. You can go get your phone now. As always, boys, hope you've enjoyed and keep grinding. Yes, boys, so welcome back. I've got another course module for you guys today, a bonus course module. Was just originally when I was making the plan for this free school community, I was just going to do the 8. And then I decided, oh, you know what? There's 2 more that I want to add on there. So these are bonus modules, right? What I'm going to do is below this bonus video, I'm going to actually put a link to the Notion. Like you see like all of the background here that I've been going through. On all of the videos, I'm going to put a link to the Notion. And I'm only going to put the link on this video because guess what? All the part-timers haven't even made it to this video. They've not even made it to the bonus module. They think they're too cool for school and they don't think they need to know how to be an A player. So they've not clicked on this video. Well, fuck all those guys. Those guys don't get access to the Notion. You guys get access to the Notion. So it's the link below this video. And this is a really important video as well. This is going to help you really elevate yourself as an appointment setter. I enjoyed making this. I enjoyed making the notion behind this. I think it's going to be really valuable for you boys. So yeah, let's get into it. You guys know the drill. Phone, do not disturb. Put it in a different room. Take notes, pay attention, and let's get into it, boys. I'm drinking my new tonic. So, become an A player. I've got a picture here. The reason I've got this picture here is because this is what an A player means to me, right? This is a picture from when I went to Thailand earlier this year. I went to Thailand for a month with my students, with some of the Alpha Setter boys. So this is Adam the stud, as we call him in Alpha Setters, because Adam's just a stud. He came to Thailand, one of my students. This is my brother Yomi. This is me. This is David. And this is Chris. You've probably heard about David. You've probably heard about Chris. I've probably spoke about these guys before. But both of these people have actually previously been my personal appointment setters. The great thing about me is if I ever need to hire an appointment setter for myself or for my clients, I get first choice. I can handpick the very best of the very best. I can choose exactly who I want for my business. So normally I can obviously go on here, Alpha Opportunities, blah, blah, blah. Has anyone got an appointment setting opportunity? Blah, 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 blah. Does anyone want to work for me? Whatever. But I don't have to do that. What I did, I knew Chris was a stud. I knew Chris was that guy. I knew David was that guy because I trained them myself. They're always showing up to the group calls on time. They're always asking questions and asking for feedback, blah, 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 blah. I could see just through their attitudes that these guys were A players. Because A players are hard to come by. I could tell that these guys were people that I wanted on my team. So I messaged Chris and I was like, yo, Chris, I want you to work for me. Screw the guy that you're working for right now, Chris. I want you to work for me in my business. And Chris was like, yes, let's do it. And these two boys right here, Chris and David, have just been A players. They're just A players. They just get the job done. And I love to see it. So as a result of these guys being A players, they were able to thrive in appointment set and do a really, really good job, start earning really good commissions to the point where Chris makes multiple thousands a month from Croatia. David makes multiple thousands a month from his home in Northampton after after he stopped his degree apprenticeship. Because they're A players. If you learn how to be an A player, then it's unreasonable that you don't make money in a space like this, in a space like high ticket sales. So bang a video for you guys today. You know the drill. So let's kick it off by what is an A player? Now this is the Google definition of an A player. An A player is one who excels at his or her current job and is always hungry to learn and do more. They are highly intelligent self-starters, never make excuses, and always find a way to get the job done. That's what an A player is. I like how Google even mentioned the word hungry. They don't just do the job, they excel. They do more than what they're required. They're intelligent self-starters. They don't need someone to give them a kick up the arse and give them instructions every 2 minutes. They don't need to be babysat. They just go out there and do their job. They don't make excuses no matter what. The job gets done. There's no excuse. If the job doesn't get done for whatever reason, it's their fault. And they take responsibility for that. The excuse doesn't matter. The job didn't get done. They always find a way to get the job done though, regardless. That they'll find a way to make it happen. That's David and Chris right there. Those are A players. A players make the world go round. Like A players do all of the work in the world, pretty much. B players could all die tomorrow, and I'm sure the world would function just because of the A players. All of the big companies are run by A players. They're run by A players, and even like, let's say like at the Amazon warehouse when I was working at Amazon. In fact, you know what? No, let's scrap Amazon. When I worked at Nando's in the kitchen, let's say it was a busy Saturday night, and let's say we had 5 people preparing food. Realistically, it was 2 savages, me and some other guy that were just firing it out, and then the rest of them were just sort of there for the vibes. They just weren't useful. Like, sure, they might have contributed a little bit, but if you took away those 4 people, the B players on the team, we would have still been getting food out on a busy Saturday night. If you took away the 2 A players, the kitchen would have been a mess. The food wouldn't have been getting served. Customers would be unhappy and hungry. If you took away the 2 A players, if you took me off front grill, if I went for my break actually when I was working at Nando's, if I went for my break, I would come back and it would be a shit show. So I'd literally go away for 20 minutes to have my break, and I'd come back and it was a war zone in that kitchen. So yeah, A players literally make the world go round. So you learning to become an A player is gonna absolutely skyrocket you to the top of this industry. 1 A player is literally more valuable than 5 B players. A players are what make or break a business, and that's why people are willing to pay me good money just to hire a good appointment setter. They're willing to just give me a massive chunk of cash just to hire one of my students. They'll pay me more money to hire one of my students than my students even pay me to be my students, which is a bit mad. So yeah, A players make or break a business. If you can become an A player, then you will make 6 figures. Like, mark my words, it's unreasonable. If you are an A player, it's unreasonable for you not to make 6 figures. And I don't even just mean an appointment setting. I mean in anything. If you're just an A player at what you do in your field, you will climb the ladder and you will get to the point where you're making 6 figures. It's like, generally, like, even in like the corporate world, it's kind of easy to make 6 figures if you're an A player. Like, I'm not even joking you. I swear to God right now. If you've just got a good head on your shoulders and a good mindset and you're hungry, you can make 6 figures in any market you want. But 6 sales, especially, easily, if you're an A player. So what makes a really valuable team member? Someone who exceeds expectations with their work and doesn't cause a headache. So you can exceed expectations, which is great, but if you cause a headache while you're doing that, you're becoming a liability still. You need to exceed expectations without causing me a headache. You're saving the business time and making them more money. Those are the 2 major valuable things that you're bringing to the table as an A player. Saving time, making them more money. If you can do both of these things, then you can quite easily make yourself worth 6 figures a year. Time is valuable, money is valuable. If you can help them add both of these things, then your worth is 6 figures a year. We need to apply this into appointment setting now. Really, really internalize the content of this bonus module, boys, and you will be one of the appointment setting superstars that businesses will do anything to keep a part of their team. So I've got the slides here. We're going to go down all of the different things that make an A player. So first things first, attitude. Your attitude is what's going to set you apart in this space, okay? Winners create winners. A players attract A players. Whenever I talk about business, I always explain to all of these online business owners that team culture is one of the most important things that you can have, and it must be protected at all costs. Now, I'm not joking. Like, let's say you've got like a team of appointment setters, and one guy, he does a great job. He's good at what he does. He's a very skilled appointment setter, but his attitude's just not on point. And some days he'll show up late, or some days he just can't be arsed. Even though he's still doing a good job and that, but if he's just got a bad attitude, even if he's making you money, you got to get rid of him, because team culture has to be preserved at all costs. That's one thing that we've got going in Alpha Setters, is like the team culture has to be perfect. I don't want to hear someone, oh, how are you, bro? Oh, I'm feeling tired today. I will publicly humiliate you on that group call if you ever say some bullshit like that to me, because team culture is so important, because the attitudes of the people around you is contagious. Your attitude can either be good and it inspires the people around you, or it can be bad and it's like a cancer and it spreads like a bad smell to the people around you as well. I'm sure you guys have experienced where you've gone to talk to someone and you just had the life sucked out of you because the bad vibes, it's ruined your mood, man. That's the importance of team culture, because if you've got a superstar who comes into the office and he inspires everyone around you, now 1A player has created a team of A players. Winners create winners. The attitude of your employees will either compound into an unstoppable force or it will spread like a cancer. We want it to compound like an unstoppable force. Winners create winners. When your boys are all winning and doing great, doing God's work, violating their daily objectives, then you're going to do that as well. So it's important. That's one thing that's required of you to be an A player. You have to have a good attitude that inspires the people around you. Literally, there is nothing more important than this one thing. Literally nothing. When it comes to being an A player, when it comes to just succeeding in life, there is nothing more important than your attitude. More important than your skills, more important than your competence. It is all attitude for many different reasons. One, if your attitude is right, you will find a way to make it work no matter what, like we spoke about earlier. If you've got a good attitude and your attitude is just determination and you're going to find a way to make it work, boom. I can trust you now. I can trust you because how can you trust a man that doesn't get the job done? How can you trust a man that gives up? You can't. If I know that no matter what, you're going to fight for me and you're going to find a way to make it work, then I can trust you in my life. Amazing. You do not cave into the pressure of a high-performing company. That's one thing. Like when you're working with a high-performing company and you're surrounded by A players, there's high expectations. There's high expectations of you, and that if you're a B player, you can crave under pressure. For example, Nando's on a busy Saturday night, a lot of the time people would get overwhelmed because it was just too busy and there was too many people. The A players, we see that, we rise. We perform better under pressure. The B players, they crumble. They fold under the pressure. You will always fight for me and I can trust you as one of my warriors. Going back to what I said before, if you've got a good attitude, I know that you're always going to fight beside me. No matter what. Like the Spartan warriors, bruv. In fact, 300 Spartans. I like it because all of these Spartans, and the reason why this is like the embodiment of alpha setters, this is the picture that I was looking for. If you're an A player and you've got a good attitude, then I know no matter what, even if the odds are against us, even if we know we're going to die, even if we know we're going down, I can trust you to fight with me until the end. If we've got arrows flying at us, we know we're going to die. But I know if you're one of my warriors and you're an A player, you're going to stand there beside me and we're going to die together on the battlefield. That's what I want to see from A players. You hold yourself and others to the highest standard. Hold yourself and others. The and others part is important as well because A players create other A players. You don't tolerate yourself slacking off at work. You think it's unacceptable. You understand who you are and what you're capable of. And if you have a very strong subconscious, subconscious understanding of who you are as a man, and that understanding, the way you identify is just an A player, a G. You know that you're a competent guy and you don't accept anything less than your best. Then I know that if you was to underperform at the office one day, you would feel so bad about yourself, you'd feel so shit that you couldn't help it but just stay up until midnight to complete your task for the day. Because when you're an A player and when you've got almost like ego where you hold yourself to the highest standard possible, because I understand this personally, it's like a mental illness. It's the savage mentality that I talk about all the time. It's like a mental illness. For example, if I told myself, yesterday, I said to myself that I was going to go in the sauna for 60 minutes. And I hold myself to a standard where if I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And I didn't want to be in the sauna yesterday morning. It was in the morning as well. I'm not a morning person. I'm the weakest in the morning. I was in the sauna. First 30 minutes, calm. The second 30 minutes, rough. Very, very rough. Did not want to be there. For the last 15 minutes, I was just on the floor. I was on the floor in the corner, in the sauna. I wasn't on the top step. I wasn't on the bottom step. I was literally on the floor because I couldn't tolerate the heat anymore. I wanted to get out of that sauna. No matter what, I wanted to leave. But my ego wouldn't allow it because I told myself that I was going to do 60 minutes. And if you're an A player and you tell yourself you're going to do something, you hold yourself to those standards. To even know Was it very productive, me sat on the floor? I'm not getting the benefits of the sauna because I'm literally on the floor, dying. But just because I told myself I was going to do it, I could not leave that sauna and I sat on the floor for 60 minutes. That's when you're an A player, that's the reality. If you say you're going to do something, you do it. If you're an A player and you come into the office and you don't get all of the work that you wanted to do finished by the end of the day because maybe you've been lazy, maybe you've been talking to your co-workers, maybe you found yourself doom scrolling on Instagram or something and you didn't get your tasks done. If you're a true A player, like subconsciously, like your identity, like you identify as an A player, then you're gonna stay at work despite the fact that you're not getting paid anymore, despite the fact that everyone else has clocked out and gone home, started drinking beers at the pub. If you're a true A player, then you're gonna stay and get the job done. On a long enough time frame, as an A player, you will crush your competition. It's unreasonable for you not to. I can teach you the skills, but I can't teach you to perform, and that's why an A player is so valuable. I can teach if you're not competent, I can help you become competent. I can teach you the skills of sales. I can teach you the skills of appointment setting. I can teach you the framework to follow, but I can't teach you to want to do the work. I can't teach you to actually go out into the world and perform. So that's why an A player is the most important, the most important thing, it's why your attitude is the most important thing, more than your competence, more than your skills, blah, blah, blah. That's the most important part about being an A player. I was 17 years old when I started in door-to-door sales. I was in my second year of college, and I knew that uni or the traditional 9-to-5 path wasn't for me. So when I got my first sales job, when I was literally just knocking doors, like I said, I put my 100% effort into that. My 100%. College didn't matter anymore. Nothing else mattered. Sales mattered. Because I'd finally found a path that I was like, okay, this makes sense to me. I wasn't good at selling. I was naturally introverted and I was very, very shy around people. People find that hard to believe, but I am an introvert. 100% I'm an introvert. I was so shy, so awkward. I did not like talking to people at all, and it was so scary. I would literally knock on people's doors, and a small part of me was literally praying, don't answer the door, because I don't want to talk to you. Despite this, I was determined to succeed at sales, and I had finally found my thing in life, sales. Through brute force alone, I managed to become the top canvasser at the office and get promoted to team leader after just 1 month of working there. After just 1 month, I wasn't even good at selling, but just through brute force. Just because I'd stay out longer, I'd work more hours, I'd have shorter breaks, I'd work every day, even on days off, even when the office was closed, I'd still work. I'd still go out and knock doors and get leads set up for the next week or whatever on a Sunday. Instead of going out and booking, because we didn't work on Sundays, the sales reps didn't work on Sundays, I would still go knock doors on a Sunday. I couldn't book anyone in for a Sunday meeting. But what try and figure out a time that works for them tomorrow or Tuesday. So I would still knock doors on Sunday. I would knock. I would literally say, no, boss, you don't need to pick me up tonight. Because how it would work is the director of the office, he had his company car. He'd drop everyone off at specific plots. And then, props, that's the one. He'd drop everyone off at specific props. And then at the end of the day, he'd come and pick us up, team by team or whatever. He'd come and pick us up, bring us back to the office, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, nah, boss, you don't need to come pick me up. It's fine. You go home, you pick everyone else up and go home. I'm going to stay out here knocking and I'll make my own way home. I'll catch up with you tomorrow, boss. I'll just stay out in the field. So yeah, through brute force alone, I wasn't good at sales, but literally just through brute force, I became the top canvasser in the office and I got promoted to team leader after just 1 month of working there. And again, emphasize, I was not even that good. I was an introvert and I was shy and awkward. The difference between me and all the other guys in the office is that there was no clock in, clock out for me. There was no clock in, clock out. Even when I did finally go home at 10 o'clock at night and start making my way back home, there was no clock in, clock out. I was still thinking about sales. I was still thinking about how can I have been better today? How can I go into the office tomorrow and do a better job? My life became sales. My life became sales, literally. I'd be at college the next day, not paying attention at all. I'd just be like watching sales videos or something. Like literally, everything was sales. So yeah, that's the A player mentality. No, boss, you don't need to pick me up tonight. I'm gonna stay knocking doors. Hi, boss. Hi, boss. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, the team did well yesterday. Hopefully they keep it up next week. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you calling me on a Sunday, boss. Yeah. Sorry that we didn't catch up last night. Again, I was knocking doors. Where am I right now? Oh, you can hear the cars in the background, innit? Yeah, I'm actually knocking doors right now. Why do you ask, boss? Yeah, boss would call me on a Sunday. Like, well, yeah, your team did well. Nice. The team did well yesterday on a Saturday. Hopefully, we keep that going into next week. Again, like I said, we didn't work Sundays. He could hear cars in the background. Where am I? Oh, I'm out knocking doors. I'd just be out knocking doors on a Sunday because that's what I'm saying. The mindset was different. That's an A player mindset, and that's why I'm here where I am today. The mindset is everything. When it comes to attitude, nobody could go bomb for bomb with me. Nobody. I wasn't the best in the office, but I would be fighting the hardest and the longest in order to make those sales. When I was on those doors, I was ruthless, boys. Like I said, I had the police called on me 9 times within a 2-month period. Might have been a 3-month period. But literally, like in literally a couple of months, I had the police called on me 9 times. The reason I had the police called on me so many times at the office is because even though this might not be the optimal way to sell, unless that door was slammed in my face, I'm not leaving your doorstep. You're buying my windows, bro. You're buying my windows. Like, you don't understand. You can't tell me to leave and I'm going to leave. Nah. I'm not leaving until the door's closed. Like, I would literally, like, there was times where, like, literally, like, I've had arguments. People wanting to punch me. And I'm still trying to, they're like, oh, yeah, no, sorry if I offended you, bro. I understand where you're coming from. I understand you're stressed out. It's a Saturday morning. You want to spend time with your family. But the condensation in your bathroom window that I can see right there, that could be costing you a lot of money in energy bills. And we've got a deal going right now that I think you would find really useful. If not now, at least come and get the deal and save it for later. I would just be, even if people are really pissed off and wanting to punch me and getting loud and telling me to fuck off, I'm still just trying to handle objections. I was ruthless. I was fighting the hardest for every single sale. And I was fighting the longest hours, fighting the hardest. No one could go bomb for bomb with me when it comes to attitude. I was a savage on those doors. If you can adopt the full-time savage mentality in a market full of princesses, then I have no doubt that you will thrive. Goggins. Big motivator for me, boys. Read his box. Goggins. That's the mentality, man. If you have that dog mentality in sales, oh, brother, you're making so much money. Understand. When I say princesses, there's a lot of princesses, but then one step above that is the part-time savages. The part-time savages, the people that clock in and clock out. When they're clocked in, they're a savage, cool. But there's a difference between a part-time savage and a full-time savage. You're never going to compete with guys like this. Like the Goggins is, there's no clock in, clock out. Life is about conquest. That's it. That's what I want from you boys. So if you guys want to thrive in sales, study this man. Study David Goggins and go out there and get your PhD in savage mentality. So next step towards becoming an A player. You got your mindset right. Next, you need to be able to bring peace of mind to the company that you're a part of. That's important when it comes to being an A player, okay? A man who cannot be trusted to get the job done cannot really be trusted as a man. Your job as a man, like the point of being a man is to get the job done, no matter what. Complete the mission. If you can't complete the mission, you can't be trusted as a man. You can be trusted as a boy, but you can't be trusted as a man. An A player can be trusted to bring peace of mind and clarity amongst chaos. From a business owner's perspective, like, my brain is almost ready to explode on a daily basis. Like, I forgot to add that part. But yeah, my brain could explode at any point of any day from a business owner's perspective because of just problems here, got this project to work on, got a boxing event to run, risk assessments, taxes, company bank account, American Stripe account set up. I just got so much stuff, clutter. From a business owner's perspective, my brain could explode at any minute. A players are supposed to make life easier, not make life harder. There's some staff that just cause problems, and then there's A players who just make life a whole lot easier. And that's what's necessary to become an A player. So when your attitude is right, you will naturally want to find ways to become as valuable as possible for the company that you're working for. Being super organized and helpful is one way for you to do that, especially when it comes to sales and client acquisition. If you're working in sales, working as an appointment setter, being super organized and being super helpful, it's going to go a long way. Because what I don't want to do as an appointment setter is bring on someone who I've got to babysit and causes more problems. I might as well be doing the appointment center at that point. I don't want to be getting messages 24/7. What should I say for this guy? How do I handle this objection? Can you send me this about your blah, 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 blah. Can you send me the testimonial that I've already sent you 2 weeks ago, but you forgot to save it? Can you send me your calendar link because you forgot to save it? Oh, by the way, bro, what YouTube video should I send this guy when I've already told you to send this YouTube video a million times? Bruv, you need to be organized, save stuff properly, and just be useful. Use initiative and just be helpful. If you're causing me a headache as an appointment setter, then you're not an A player and I'm going to get rid of you. Okay? So this is my old appointment setter, Chris. Like I mentioned up here, here's Chris. Cool guy, man. He lives in Croatia. He's 20 years old. 20 years old, he came to Thailand with me at the start of the year. Now, Chris is the best appointment setter I've ever had working for me. 100%. Working with Chris was an absolute pleasure. And now Chris has gone on to do bigger things. Working with Chris was such a pleasure, man. Such a pleasure. And one of Alpha Setter's finest. A valued, very highly valued member of Alpha Setters. Never have I had to ask Chris. I'd had to ask Chris, can you update the CRM, please, bro? Or, bro, why is there so much information missing in the CRM? Bro, where's all today's leads in the CRM? Chris just does it. I don't have to remind him to do things. Chris, I didn't even have to check anymore. Well, I say anymore. He doesn't work for me anymore. But back in the day, yeah. I would always have to... I remember having to always check from other appointment setters. Are they updating the CRM? Is everything there? Are they doing the daily reports? Blah, 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 blah. Chris would just do it. Boom. Cool. I didn't even need to pay... I didn't even need to think about it. I'd check it like once a month. Like literally, I would not check it. Whereas other appointment setters, I'd have to check it every day. I didn't even have to check it because I know Chris is doing it. Always gives me a daily report and always gives me feedback at the end of the day. I'm like, how did the day go? Is there any good leads? Is there any bad leads? Maybe this video did well and started generating a lot of leads. Like Chris would just give me a lot of feedback and he would give me the daily report. Perfect. I know what going. I know what I need to know. Peace of mind. Again, don't need to remind him to do things. Chris was always following up with old leads that he hadn't spoke to in a while. Let's say that I had a call with someone today and they were a little bit on the edge. They wanted to think about it for a little bit. I've taken so many calls. You think tomorrow I've already forgot about this guy that I had a call with yesterday. I've already forgot about him. I'm not going to remember to start following up with this guy. Whereas Chris would be on it the day after, a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, 2 months later. Chris would be following up with these people relentlessly. That's one thing I miss about having Chris. I literally miss that. I miss Chris working for me just because of the follow-ups. This guy was so good with the follow-ups. He never failed to send reminders to the prospects before the call as well. And what he would do, he wouldn't just send reminders to the prospects. He'd also send reminders to us, the business owners, to me and Yomi. So he'd send reminder, hey, Bruno, are you all set for our call today? Cool. Hey, Bruno, are you all set for our call in 15 minutes? Yomi, here's some information about Bruno before the call in 15 minutes. And then he'd send us like a short paragraph about the key points about Bruno so that we have the information about Bruno before we get on the sales call. That is so useful. I've never asked Chris to do that once. I've never said, Chris, this is what you need to do. But that's just useful. And that's what it means to be an A player, going above and beyond and making life easy for the clients that you're working for. Making life easy. That's what Chris would do. He'd just make my life easy. Sometimes as well, Chris would be like, yo, bro, can you send me a cool picture of yourself? I wouldn't ask why. I just trust Chris. Sure, Chris, let me send you a cool picture. And then I'd open Instagram and it's like, oh, cool, we've got loads of leads. Oh, what have you done, Chris? Oh, he's posted an Instagram story with a call to action like, hey, we're looking for a few guys that are interested to get into appointment setting this month. DM me this word if you're interested. Chris would just take initiative and just make my life easy. Great fucking guy, man. Love that guy. And look at how cool this picture is as well. That's a cool ass picture, which I took myself on my iPhone. You don't need a professional picture, boys. You just need an iPhone. That looks cool. So yeah, that's what an 8 player looks like. That's what making life easy looks like. Chris, my appointment said I wouldn't have to babysit him. He just did his thing. I didn't even need to think about Chris. Great guy. As a business owner, we got 99 problems, and you better not be one of them. Okay? You better not be one of them. If I'm hiring someone, I want them to be one less problem, not one more problem. You're here to solve problems. You're here to make life easier, not make life harder. I want to come to you as a setter and be like, did you follow up with Joey? I want to be able to message you. Did you follow up, bro? Did you follow up with Joey? What I don't want to hear from you is, no, I didn't follow up with Joey, but I'll do it now. You might think that's fine. You might think it's fine because, okay, you haven't followed up with Joey yet, but you're going to do it now because I reminded you to do it. You might think that's fine. If you're like a B player employee, then you'll think, oh, what's the problem with that? Everyone makes mistakes. I just forgot, but I'm going to do it now. No argument about it. I'll literally do it right now. The job got done. But what you don't understand is that now in my head, because you've said no, but I'll do it now. Cool, I'm glad that you're doing it now. Thank you. But because you said no, but I'll do it now. In my head, now I need to keep track of everything so that I can remind you of everything that has to be done. Thank you for doing it now that I've asked you to do it. But because you said no, because I had to remind you to do it, now in my head, I've got to babysit you. Now in my head, I've got to remind you. I've got to keep track of everything myself so that I can ask you, did this get done? A B player, would be like, what's the problem? You reminded me and I'm going to do it now. I would have got round to it eventually. I was going to do it later. Or I was going to do it tomorrow. That's in a B player's head. Bitch, you're completely missing the point. Now I need to allocate a small portion of my brain to reminding you to do your own tasks. What I do want to hear, if I say, did you follow up with Joey? This is what I want to hear from an A player. This was what Chris would have gave me. Yes, I followed up with Joey 2 days ago, and I'm scheduled to give him a call tomorrow. I'm scheduled to follow up with him again on Friday. Perfect. Now I know that you've got your shit together and I don't need to babysit you. Now I don't need to think about your tasks anymore. I can focus on my tasks. Even that just small portion of my brain, I want every portion of my brain to be focused on my tasks. I don't want a tiny portion of my brain focused on your bullshit. You have it ticked. Get everything done straight away. I don't want any, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll get it done by the end of the week. I'll do it today. It's already done. That's what I want. It's already done. That's what I want. Yes, I followed up with him 2 days ago and I'm scheduled to give him a call tomorrow. Cool. I didn't tell you that you had to give him a call. I didn't tell you to do that. That's on you. I respect it. You're going out your way. You're excelling past my expectations. Perfect. That's what I want to see. That's the mindset. If you do stuff like that, then it's unreasonable for you not to make 6 figures, even in a corporate job, bro. If you're doing stuff like that in the corporate world, you're going to get promoted. You're going to get 6 figures eventually, bro. Bro, it's so easy to win because no one's got this attitude. Everyone's got this employee, B player, horrible mindset of just do the task that you've got to do and that's it. Bro, go above and beyond for your clients, bro. So yeah, the main key points here anyway. The main key points about bring peace of mind. Track your data, stay organized. So make sure you watch the next bonus module. So for CRM and everything, keep your CRM super well organized. All of your leads are in there. You've got everything. If I ask you about a certain lead, then you can go on the CRM right now and show me that lead and show me their information and show me how many times you followed up with them. Complete your tasks with speed and violence. Don't just procrastinate on these tasks. Don't just get them done eventually. Get them done as quickly as possible and as violently as possible. No, I don't want, no, but I'll do it now. No, but I was gonna do it later. It should be done, motherfucker. It should be done. Be a thinker. Anyone can be taught to execute instructions, but not everyone can be taught to think. There's a lot of NPCs out there. They can be taught to execute tasks like a slave, like a robot, like a machine, like a tool. There's lots of words that I can use to describe these people. Not very nice words, I know. I'm not being nice, but I'm not trying to be nice. I'm trying to get you to understand. But I can't teach an NPC to think. That's beyond my powers. I can't do that. And even if I could do that, I don't want to do that. I can't be bothered to do that, okay? In order to build a great business, you need leaders, thinkers, and executors. Those are the three things that you need. Leaders, thinkers, and executors. Anyone can be an executor, but to be a leader takes a special type of person. To be a thinker takes a special type of person. In a world full of NPCs, those who are capable of unique thought will naturally fly higher than the rest. What I've realized is, to be honest, you don't even need that much unique thought nowadays to fly higher than the rest. You just need thought. Even if it's regurgitated thought from someone else, you can still fly higher. The amount of, how do I say this? Business gurus now on Instagram, like 19-year-olds that basically just repeat word for word, bar for bar what Serge Guattari says, and they still make 20 grand a month. It's like kind of ridiculous. They don't even have unique thought, but they just regurgitate someone else's thought. But just being able to have thought in general it's nice. It puts you above the NPCs of the world. But if you can have unique thought, come up with your own unique, original ideas, now you're going to fly higher than the rest of the people. And now you're an A player. Now you're someone that I want around me. If you can have your own unique thoughts. Because if you actually think about like all like the mega successful people that you probably know of in like the business space or the online entrepreneurship space or just great people in general, they all have their own unique thoughts. They've all got their own unique messaging, right? So Serge Guattari, his was unique. He was bringing something different to the market. Alex Hormozi was bringing something different to the market, something unique, something that we hadn't heard before. You know, give, lead with value, give them all the free stuff, solve their problems for free so that you can solve their next problem for a pocket full of cash. All of the great people, you know, David Goggins and his savage mentality philosophy and everything. All of these great people have their own unique thoughts. That's what separates them. Being someone who brings ideas to the table instantly makes you more of a valuable person, more of a valuable team member. Just having ideas and bringing those to the table. As an appointment setter, you are not your own boss. I understand this. You are working for your clients as a remote sales rep. Some people use that as an excuse to stay comfortable and just follow orders. Yes, sir. Do the job that they're told. Do the exact task that they've been told to do. Few people grab life by the balls and truly care to change the world through their work. Well, one thing that I want you boys to understand is that your work that you're doing every day, your work, your job, that is your gift to the world. Your work is a way for you to wake up and have an impact every single day, which is a very, very beautiful thing. I don't care what your job is. Your work is a way for you to wake up and have an impact on the world. You may not realize it, but your work, your purpose, because a man's work is a man's priority, is a man's purpose. Your work, your purpose, can have such a massive positive impact if you actually take it seriously. It is your duty to God and to the world to try your very best with your work every single day. Trying your best doesn't mean just doing your tasks and calling it there. If the business is drowning, then that's not your fault. That's not your problem, because at least you've done your job. Bruv, this is a horrible mindset. This is how the NPCs think. If the business is failing, well, at least I've done my job. It's not my fault. Nothing I can do. Horrible mindset. We've been programmed to think this way because in school we were taught to be employees. We were taught that there was a right and wrong. There's always a right and wrong answer. And we were taught not to question the people above us, not to question authority. In the real world, there is no right and wrong. We was taught that there's always a right answer and a wrong answer. When we're doing our tests, you either fail the question or you get the question right, or you get 3 marks out of 5 or whatever. In the real world, there's no right and wrong answer. And no matter who you are, you have great ideas inside of you. Even if you're some low IQ motherfucker, you've still got great ideas inside of you. Trust me, bro. An A player, instead of having this horrible NPC mindset, an A player is someone who is always thinking of ways to improve the business. Ideas for himself and ideas for the business overall. Ideas, of how you can improve your work. Ideas for how the business could be better. Ideas for how the business could help people better. Ideas for how you could better serve your customers. Don't be afraid to voice your ideas or your suggestions. It's a massive green flag to know that my appointment setters actually care about the business and they want the business to do well. Green flag. I want my appointment setters to care about me and the company. They need to be involved in the mission. If the show up rate is shit, well, this is if you're working as an appointment setter. Like, if the show up rate is shit, then tell your client that you think he should make a pre-call VSL that you can send him in order to warm up the leads before they get on a call. As an appointment setter, don't just book calls and be like, only 50% of the calls showed up. Well, at least I've done my job. At least I booked them in. No. Hit the drawing board. Okay, try and figure out a plan with your client. How can we get more people to show up to these calls? Because at the end of the day, if the business is winning, you're winning as well. This is only going to help you make more money. So try and find out a way with your client. How can we get these people to actually show up to the call? Only 50% of them are showing up. How can we get that to 60%, 70%, 80%? Also let you know that to your client that he should stop accepting bookings before more than 3 days in advance. The amount of conversations I've had with people. Oh, I booked 10 sales calls today, but only 3 of them showed up. Oh, that's not good, bro. Send me the calendar link. Let's have a look. Because one very common thing that stops people from showing up to these calls is, well, one, if there's a million questions on the calendar link, then people are not as likely to book because it adds more friction. But one reason why people don't show up to calls is because they've booked a call for a week later, 2 weeks later, bruv. A week later, I forgot about it. I don't care about it anymore. It's been a week. A lot's happened in a week. I don't care about the call. Screw the call. I ain't showing up to the call. And then the appointment setter will be like, yeah, I know it's not ideal, but that's how my client likes it. Bruv, that's how it's not ideal, but that's how my client likes it. If you're an A player, you're not going to tolerate that. You're going to get on a call with your client and say, look, I want the best for you and I want the best for your business. You don't have a choice. Yes, I'm your client. Yes, I'm working for you, but I'm telling you right now, change this and it's going to help us both make more money. Don't just be like, yeah, okay, that's the way he wants it. Going through life, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da, with no backbone, with no spine. Forget this NPC mentality where you're taught not to question authority. Bro, if I was doing some dumb shit like that, I would want my appointment setters to call me out on it because that's how we are going to elevate together. To be an A player, you have to be willing to say, no, Mr. Clients, this is not how we should do things. This is not optimal. This is what we need to do in order to make a change. I would appreciate that from my appointment setters. So tell the client, no, change it now. Change it. We're no longer accepting bookings for more than 3 days in advance. I don't care. This is how you like it. No. You're a fucking fitness coach. What do you know about sales? Nothing. You're a fitness coach. You're a glorified personal trainer. You don't know anything about sales. I know about sales. I've paid for my training. I know about sales. You are going to stop booking calls for more than 3 days in advance and we're going to make more money. And don't accept no for an answer. If they're not listening to you and they're just disregarding what you say, then okay, you're in the wrong vehicle, bro. But that's what you need to be doing. You need to be voicing your ideas and your suggestions, right? Because if you voice your ideas and suggestions, bro, we're all gonna be making money together, and that's what we want. So, yeah, this is the thing. In this online space, a lot of business owners don't actually know a lot about sales or business. Fitness coaches, for example, they are modern world personal trainers. What the fuck do they know about client acquisition or sales funnels? They don't know anything about sales funnels. They're a personal trainer. They know about growing their biceps. They don't know about sales. It is your duty as a professional appointment setter to guide them so that you can all make money and serve the world together. Dating coaches, fitness coaches, I don't care if they've got 1 million followers on Instagram. That doesn't mean they know anything about business. They know about growing a brand, perhaps, cool. They know about fitness, cool. But they don't know about sales because there's levels to the game. They don't know about sales. They might have read a few books about sales, but like they don't know as much about you do because you're the professional here. You're the professional appointment setter. That's your job. So be a thinker, boys. Don't be an NPC. Bring ideas to the table. And it's like what I was getting back to what I was saying about like your work is your purpose. It's like, yeah, you can have such a massive positive impact on the world just through your work. Like let's say you're an appointment setter working for a dating coach. By you really trying your best every single day as a dating coach, not only working as an appointment setter for a dating coach, not only are you going to make more money, but you're going to help, you're changing people's lives. By fighting every single day and trying to find more ways that you can do better job as an appointment setter, you're going to put more people in for sales calls. You're going to make more sales. And by making more sales, you're helping these lonely men finally become the best version of themselves and stop being lonely and finally find a partner and get married and have kids. You've changed someone's life forever because you took your job seriously. My alpha setter, my appointment setters personally, by following up relentlessly with these guys like Chris, following up with people 1 day later, 2 days later, a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, 2 months later, by just not letting these people go, by following up, fighting for every single lead, Chris is doing God's work because Chris is changing lives. Chris is getting people through brute force into my appointment setting program where I'm able to change their life forever. That's what I mean. Like your work is your purpose. You're making the world a better place through your work. And if you're working for someone, if you're working for a company that you don't believe in, you don't believe is having a positive impact on the world, be a dignified man. Don't work for them. You should never, ever, I don't care how much money is in front of you, you should never work for a business that you don't believe in, ever. Because I believe at the end of the day, if you truly in your heart know that you should not be working for this company, and deep in your heart you know that you're having a negative impact on the world, like you're not a good company, you're not a good product, people shouldn't really be buying your thing. When it comes to judgment day, when you die, God is going to know this. Jesus is going to know this. You are going to ask, okay, so you knew that this was a bad company, and why did you keep working for them? Oh, but God, I had to feed myself, and I had to pay my bills, and I had to have a job. I'm sure lots of people work for companies they don't like, and I had to feed my family. Well, you didn't even try to get a different job. What do you mean? Put your faith in me, and I will look after you. But don't work for companies that you don't believe in. It's wrong. It's immoral. You shouldn't do this. And I think you will have to pay for those crimes eventually, because that's the way I see it. It's a crime. It's a crime against humanity to do that. It's a crime against God. So don't work for a business that you don't believe in. And if you're working for a company that you believe in, that is your mission every single day to do the best job ever, because you're making the world a better place. A man's priority is his work. A man's purpose is his work. If everyone lived by that philosophy and everyone tried their very best at work, the world would generally be a better place. So there you go. So final points to take away from this video: how to be an A player. So number one, be available and be active. If you're someone that I just can't get in touch with and you're never available, I can't contact you about anything, that's a problem, because that's not giving me peace of mind, right? I want to be able to say, yo, Chris, how you doing today? How's appointment setting going? Straight away, oh, Chris, like, yeah, I'm good, man. Everything's going well. But 3 guys in the calendar. We're chilling, bro. Cool. I want you to be available and be active. Ask for feedback. Ask for feedback. When I say ask for feedback, I don't want you to, don't ask stupid questions. Like, have some common sense. Don't ask some stupid questions. Don't ask the same questions. If I give you feedback on one thing, keep that, like, memorize it, like, internalize that. Don't just repeat yourself. Don't make me repeat myself. But asking for feedback, it goes a long way, you know? Oh, by the way, bro, like, how do you think by the way, tell me, how do you think I've performed this week? Like, is there any feedback that you can give me so that I can do a better job next week? That's a massive green flag, man. It's a massive green flag. Cool. Yeah, Chris, honestly, I think you've done a great job. If I was to find one thing that you could probably improve on, maybe just sometimes reply to some of the DM requests a little bit faster. But apart from that, you're doing a great job, bro. Green flag. Green flag. I appreciate that. Never stop learning. This is a big one. Never stop learning. So, one thing that I really appreciate about Chris, Chris recently he invested in a new mentor. He's still a part of Alpha Setters. I'm still mentoring him and everything. But he bought a second mentor. And now Chris can bring things to me that I didn't know. That I'm able to teach Chris things still. But now Chris is able to teach me things. Because he's got a new mentor who has a different perspective than I do. And I'm able to learn some things from Chris. Chris will come to me like, hey, by the way, Temi, my mentor just taught me this, and I think maybe you can apply this to yourself, or maybe you'd find this really useful. And I'm like, brother, that's amazing. Because part of an A player, part of being a G in sales and being one of the top 1%ers is you can never stop learning. To this day, I still invest in sales training. Would you believe that? I'm a sales mentor. I've been in sales for X amount of time, for 5 years now. I train sales reps, and I still invest in sales training myself because I understand you can never be too good at sales. All the time, I'll have people messaging me on Instagram. Hey, bro, I'm an appointment setter. I've paid for professional training, but I'm struggling to find a role. I'm like, oh, the person that you bought training from didn't give you a role, bro? No, bro. I'm wondering if I can pay you to help me find a role. I'm like, well, yeah, we provide roles as a part of Alpha Setters, but you can't just pay me just for a role. Like, you have to be an Alpha Setters for that. And they'll be like, oh, well, the thing is, bro, I've already paid for training, so it would feel like a waste of money if I'm paying for stuff that I already know. Bruv, that's the worst mindset ever. Because you can never be too good at sales. You're never at a point where you've learned everything when it comes to appointment setting or sales. There's that point, that day never comes. You can always be better at sales. Always. There's always stuff to learn when it comes to sales. So next week, I've got a 3-day SDR workshop that I'm going through that I paid £200 for. Cool. Never stop learning. As long as you're always learning, then you're going to keep getting better and your income is going to keep on increasing. The more you learn, the more value that you can bring to the marketplace and the better you can perform at your job, which is your purpose. It's your purpose to continue learning and continue improving your mindset. Never stop learning, boys. And then last of all, don't get complacent. Okay, yeah, cool. You're making 5K a month in commissions now as an appointment setter. Easy to get comfortable. 60 grand a year from your phone. Go chill in Thailand for a little bit. It's easy to get complacent. A players don't get complacent. Because if you're making 5K a month in commissions, then you might be helping me make 50 grand a month because you're getting 10%. Well, as a business owner, I don't want to be stuck at the same place for the rest of my life. Even if you do, I don't. So if you're not helping me grow and we're just stood still as a business and your complacency is stopping me from going, then I'm going to have to replace you with someone that wants to keep on pushing and keep on growing with me. I want people that grow with me. I want people to build an empire with, not people that get complacent. Because a complacent mindset is a B player mindset and it spreads like a cancer. If you get complacent, the other setters get complacent, and then I need a new team. So never get complacent, boys. Always keep pushing. And it's always motivating to see someone that's crushing it, but he's hungry to continue crushing it even harder, you know? It always fires me up. If I meet someone, a business owner, they're doing 100 grand a month, and they're like, man, I'm so hungry right now to get to 1 mil a month, and I love that shit. So, yeah, don't get complacent, boys. And yeah, there we go. There's the video on how to become an A player. These are the main points. There's more to it, of course, but those are the main points. Attitude will set you apart. Be a thinker and bring peace of mind to your clients. Okay, boys? So yeah, hope this helps. Any questions, let me know as always, boys. You can go get your phone from the next room now as well. Check your notifications and everything. Hope this helped, boys. Let's get on to the last final video, the bonus module on CRMs, finally. Hope this helped. And as always, boys, keep grinding. Yes, boys, so this is the final course module of Alpha Infantry. Let's get it, boys. All about tracking your data. CRMs, data tracking. Good stuff in this video. It's important stuff. So you know what to do. Get rid of your phone. Pay attention, boys. This is going to wrap everything together. Because without tracking your data, then you're never really going to thrive as an appointment setter, right? This is really important. This is the boring stuff that people don't want to do. But being an A player and being a winner and being able to get better results than everyone else in the market is all about doing the boring stuff that they don't want to do, right? It's not all flashy stuff. It's a lot of the time it's just boring stuff. This is the stuff that I did myself. This stuff that I do to myself to this day. All of my appointment setters have to do this. They don't have a choice. And that's the reason why my appointment setter get such good results. Because at the end of the day, data is king. Data doesn't lie. Numbers don't lie. So if you've got the data on a long enough time frame, if you've got the data that tells you exactly what works and what doesn't work, then how are you going to lose? It's like me, for example. How can I lose when I don't just have my data? I have data from 100 students all testing different things and being able to give me the numbers of exactly what works and what doesn't work. That's a very unfair advantage for me, right? The data doesn't lie. If you've got data, then you will win. All of these big companies, YouTube, Google, Tesla, whatever the companies are, they split test everything. Everything is split tested. They split test colors, they split test fonts, they split test the maddest things, right? That's how business works. You need to have the data there, and by sweating this video, nerdy stuff. But if you become a nerd, an appointment setting nerd, and you implement all of this stuff, you're going to win, bro. You're going to make a lot of money. You're going to make 5K a month, and you're going to move to Thailand, and you're going to be living your best life. So, let's get into the course module. War is not all swords and bloodshed, boys. War is also calculating, planning, and organization and patience. This is all war. It's the same with sales. You see the small part of war, which is the swords and the bloodshed, soldiers spearing each other on the battlefield, but you don't see the planning, the strategy behind it, waiting for your enemy, waiting for the right time to attack, all of this stuff, you know? The Siege of Troy, you know, the whole good old story about the Trojan horse and everything like that. The Greeks were camping outside of Troy for years before they made the plan of the Trojan horse, before they managed to get inside the walls and take the city. That war was going on for multiple years. But you just know about, you know, the soldiers coming out of the horse and slaughtering the thing in overnight, basically. But it was a year-long, the war was going on for many years, so yeah. This is part of that. When it comes to sales is not all being in the field and selling to people, but it's also the preparation that goes into that. It's obviously the learning, and then it's also the data, the tracking, the organization. This is the same with sales. Tracking your data is the boring stuff that will set you apart from your competition. Discipline is not just doing the hard work every day, but also doing the small, boring stuff that other people look over. The great thing is about data, numbers don't lie. So, what we're going to go through in this video, we're going to go through the importance of something called a CRM. And if for you guys that don't know the lingo around here, this stands for Customer Relation Management. Customer Relation Management, I think. Pretty sure it's Customer Relation Management. So basically, what the point of a CRM is, it's where you put all of your leads. So when you're working as an appointment setter, let's say I open Instagram right now, and let's say you're an appointment setter working for me. Every single person that messages me saying setter is a lead, right? So every single person that is a lead, every single person that messages me saying setter, all of those leads need to be tracked. They need to be put somewhere so that we can keep them organized, right? We need to know the leads. We can't be losing leads because leads cost money. If I'm losing leads, I'm losing money. So what do we do in order to organize these leads? We use something called a CRM. Now, there's loads of different fancy CRMs out there. Loads of different fancy CRMs that you can pay for. You can try and make your own. Whatever works for you, honestly. I've bought expensive CRMs in the past. At one point, I was paying £200 a month for a CRM system, and I didn't like it. It was slow, and it was annoying. It was slow and annoying. So what did I do? I made my own. I made my own for free using Google Sheets, and now I have a free CRM that I've sent all of my Alpha Set students. All of my Alpha Set students have access to this. And it was free, and I can use it whenever I want for free, and it's super fast. It's exactly what I need because I built it myself for exactly what I felt like I wanted, and I've got access to it forever for free, and it cost me nothing to build it. So that's the great thing about Google Sheets. I love that about Google Sheets. I've got it on all my devices. My team have got it on all their devices, and yeah, it's just free. So what we're talking about when it comes to tracking data, I think this is the CRM, the bottom one. Right, cool. So let's delete the link. Let's delete the link page. We don't need that. So the link page is where I'll just put my links for things, useful things that my appointment setters might need. But yeah, here we go. So CRM. This is what our CRM looks like. This is what the AlphaSet Outbound Pro CRM looks like. As you can see, this is the CRM that I've built for myself. I have blurred out all of these names here just because these are the names of leads. All of the names are blurred out because these are just the names of leads that, they probably don't want you to message them. Same with the closed here. These are all clients that we've closed. So they probably don't want you to go out there messaging them. But yeah, these are all leads. So someone messages me on Alpha Setters. I'm going to add them in here. So let me make this an actual color so that we can, so that I can show you how it works. Oh, wrong box. Someone messages me on Alpha Setters. So let's say you message me. You watching this video, you message me on Alpha Setters and you're interested in my thing. You message me on Alpha Setters, contact URL www.instagram.com/you. Let's actually click on this because that'll probably be someone. Who's you on Instagram? At you. Okay, so this is who messaged me. It's you. What is this? Learn more on our Telegram channel. Okay, interesting. Right, so you just messaged me on Instagram. Cool. And then I can add today's date and everything. And at the moment, you are a lead. So I'm going to say, hey, bro, where you from? What do you do for work? And then once you respond to that message, once I've had a positive response from you, I'm then going to click on positive response. And this makes it easier to separate inbound and outbound as well, because what you can do is you can put all of the people that you message on outbound in here, and then you can easily track your response rate, because once they've replied to you, now you can press positive response. So all of these people you've messaged, but they didn't reply, and then all of the people past that point are people that did reply. So that's one thing that you can do. But basically, you've got this here, and this is to show where are they at in the sales process. You can edit this, by the way. You can change it, as long as you change the code as well. But basically, lead. Positive response. You've replied and you seem interested. So I click on positive response. And then what the code is going to do, because if you don't know how to use Google Sheets, you can actually click on here, app script, and you can actually code. You can actually write some code to create Google Sheets. And this is what I've done here. I've created this whole CRM system using code. Again, I'm not going to click on the code because you're just going to copy it. And this is something that my alpha setters pay for. Like, that's part of what I give them as alpha setters. So it'd be quite rude of me to just give that away for free. But you can go out there and make your own of this. You know what I mean? It's not rockets. It's not that hard to make. Like, I'm sure you can. It might not be as good as this, but you can make something similar for free. But if I click on positive response like I did with you, it automatically moves it to the next slide. And here you can see, here's you, all the way at the top here. Here's you. So you, date added. What's today's date? I don't know what today is. So we'll just say 111. 111, positive response, and I can add notes. Cool guy, watched all of the free school modules, because here you are on the last video. You've watched all of the free school modules. We've had one touch point. Cool. Platform, you're messaging me on Instagram. Cool. Here we are. Here's you. So everything's going well. Now I'm going to qualify you. Once you're qualified, I'm going to click on qualified. And then it's going to automatically move you over to qualified. Okay, cool. And now I can see all of my leads that are qualified. And the reason why this is important as well is so that you can prioritize leads. Always prioritize from right to left. The leads that you've sent a calendar to, those are your first priority. When you wake up the next day and you've got to start sending follow-ups, these are the number one people. These are the first people that you should be messaging because you want them to book in. The next priority, the people that you've sent the VSL. The next priority are the qualified leads. You're sorting them in order of importance. So you're responding to the qualified people before you responding to the non-qualified people. It helps you prioritize your workflow. It also helps you with follow-ups. So, for example, if you message me and saying, I'm busy, can you message me on Friday? I'm like, okay, cool. it's Thursday when I'm recording this video. So if I add, instead of 111, I add 211, 211, follow up 311. Oh no, because yeah, okay. No, here's what I need to do. I need to add today's date. Let me find today's date. Okay, it's the 22nd of August. So let's say I need to follow up with you on the 22nd of August because you're busy until then. Cool. So if I add 22nd of August on here, when it comes to 22nd of August, it's gonna go red to say, oh shit, you should be messaging that guy. You should have already messaged him. It's too late. It's gonna go red to remind you need to message this guy. No, wait, I'm an idiot. No. 23rd of August will be Friday. 23rd of August will be Friday. And then when it hits Friday, it will go green. So if it was today, if I was supposed to message you today, it's going to go green to tell you to message him. And if I don't message him today and it gets to tomorrow, so let's say it was yesterday and I forgot to message you, now it's going to go red to say, oh shit, you need to message this guy. It's been too long. And now, can you see why this is going to be useful? Because now you're not going to lose your leads. Now you're not going to lose people. Because as long as you organize all your leads, you're going to maximize the money that you can get from these leads, right? You're not going to forget about people. Because when you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of leads, you're naturally going to forget about some people. You know what I mean? You can't remember everyone. When you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of guys, that's just the way it works. So, yeah. Last follow-up as well. If I add today's date as the last follow-up, so I last followed up on the 22nd of August, 2024, it's green. That's today. But a week later, if my last follow-up was more than 7 days away, then it's gonna go red again, like it says here. Like it's gonna go red. Basically, what that just means is like you've not spoke to this person in a very long time. You need to follow up with them. You need to follow up with these people because you've not spoke to them. It's been too long. Okay. So yeah, that's what I would recommend for you guys. Use these two things for your advantage. Like if you make your own CRM, then add these two things in. It's really easy to set up this simple automation. You just go into format and conditional formatting. That's all you do. It's really, really not hard to do this. It's really not rocket science. So yeah, qualified. And then you can add notes for the closer. Add notes for the closer so that when the closer's taking these calls and that you've booked them in, the closer can just come on this page and be like, oh, that guy's a short form content agency. He's got £500 to invest and he's a retail assistant and he's from London. Cool. The closer can quickly just get the information about the person so that they know what to expect on the call. And they can use that information on the call. It also helps you remember who you're talking to. You're going to forget a lot of these leads because you're dealing with hundreds of people a day. But if you can remember, oh yeah, that guy, that's the guy from Blackpool and he's the waiter. It's going to help you remember these guys. You can add things like pain points. It's going to help you know who to prioritize because you can see who the more qualified leads are. Again, there's levels, and this is the boring stuff that you need to do if you want to truly thrive in the appointment setting space, right? So let's keep going. So once they're qualified, then you might send them a video asset to warm them up. For example, a VSL. We send people a VSL. So we'll send people a VSL, a video to watch that explains about alpha setters. Cool. Once they've watched that, we'll say that, what do you think of the video, bro? Cool. They like it. Cool. Let's book you in for a call, bro. And then we'll book you in for a call. We'll send the Calendly. And then again, it's automatically just moving them along. Also notice something as well. You know how I said you prioritize leads from right to left? You also prioritize leads from top to bottom. Because every time you move someone to a different page, they're automatically added to the top to show that this is a new lead. This is a recent lead. This is one of the most recent ones. And when a lead is new, it's the most likely to convert. Once you've dealt with all the new leads, you'll work your way down and start dealing with some of the old leads. But you start at the top. Opposite to what you would think. You'd think you'd start at the bottom. Nah, start at the top. Again, just code. It's just codes to make it so that the thing goes to the top every time. It's just code. To add code into your Google Sheets, you just go to extensions, app scripts. And that's how you add code. Okay? So once you're there, you send the Calendly. Cool. Now let's get them booked in. They've booked in. Okay, now we're in the booking page. And now it's great because now you can see who no-shows. How many of these people are no-showing and how many people are actually getting sat. If they no-show, click no-show. If they're booked, they book. And then you can also see who closed and who doesn't close. So you can see these are all people that we booked. These are the people that booked and we didn't close. These are the people that we booked and they showed up and they didn't show up. And then these are the people that we closed. Boom, 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 boom. A lot of closes here. A lot of alpha setters here. And this is not my full CRM, by the way. If you're wondering, because we have a lot more than 55 students. We have a lot more than just this amount of leads. This is not my full CRM. This will be the CRM over like a couple of months period or something. You can see the dates anyway between March, April, between April and between the four. So this CRM is over 2 month period, 2.5 months period. It looks like. So yeah, this is not my full CRM. But yeah, that's why the CRM is so important, boys. Because you can track your leads across every part of the journey. It helps you because, like, let's say for example, you've got an insane amount of people that you've sent a Calendly to, but they've not booked a call. For example, this is quite a lot of people that I sent a Calendly to. Now you need to identify, like, okay, this is where leads are getting stuck. I'm getting them to this point quite easily, where I'm sending them a Calendly, but once I sell people a Calendly, for some reason, they just don't seem to be booking. And now what you can do is you can go on the Calendly link and you can start to try and analyze, okay, why might these people not be booking a call? Too many questions. Maybe I can reduce the questions. There's not enough time slots. Maybe I can open up some more availability so that I can give people more option of times to book, because these times don't work for people. Like, there's loads of reasons why people might not book a call. The Calendly link is a big one. So just by having the data there, like, okay, the VSL, loads of people are watching the VSL, but they didn't book a call. Maybe the VSL is not converting well enough. Or maybe the free asset isn't well enough. I put loads of people in for a call, but it just says no show, no show, no show, no show, no show. Maybe my pre-sales call process is not good enough. Maybe I'm not nurturing these leads enough. Maybe that's why they're not showing up. Having the data there that tells you what's going wrong is so valuable. And that brings you into the next part of the data tracking, which is tracking your KPIs. Because if you know your numbers, then you know what you can improve on. For example, if you are getting 100 inbounds and you're only booking 2 calls, out of 100 inbound leads, you should not be only booking 2 calls. That's not good enough. So, did you hit your KPIs? No, you should be booking more than 2 calls. You should be booking 10 calls. So, no, you didn't hit your KPIs. And then your setter manager or your client can see, like, you only hit KPIs 3 days this week. That's a big deal. You need to be hitting KPIs every single day. You should be ticking that every single day. And by having your data, by knowing, okay, I sent 100 inbounds, I got 2 calls booked. Okay, that means I've got a 2% booking rate. Now I know it's 2%. Now I know tomorrow I need to get that up. I need to aim for 3%. So tomorrow that number needs to be 3. Tomorrow that number needs to be 5. And I can track my data. I can track my percentages so that I know that I'm always improving. If you don't know that you're always improving and you don't know your data, then you're basically swimming through life. You're swimming through life hoping and praying. You don't even know the direction That's not how a grown man should operate. A grown man shouldn't just be wandering through life and just hoping that things magically fall into place. We need to know what we're doing at every stage of that, right? So let's talk about how you can like get geeky about your KPIs and figure out exactly what you need to do in order to succeed. Right. Hold on a second, boys. Hold on a second. So this is the big board. And fun fact, one time someone messaged me. He came from my YouTube channel and he messaged me and he asked if he could have access to this board here of all random notes. And I was like, sure, for £500. And then I sent the invoice and he paid £500 and I sent him a link to my board and that was it. Off he went. Someone paid me £500 just for access to my board. So if any of you want to buy my board, want to buy a link to join my board, £500, bruv. £500. You could pretty much join Alpha Setters, but no. Waste your money on buying my board. Don't buy my board, boys. That's not a good investment. I don't think, anyway. I don't think that's a good investment. So, track this stuff. This stuff is good stuff to track, okay? So, Setting and keeping an eye on KPIs is how to ensure that you're earning as an appointment setter. KPIs will give you an indication on exactly how many sales and calls should come from exactly how many messages. So, 1,000 messages. Let's say per 1,000 messages, these are the KPIs. These are the numbers that we're looking at. Okay. And again, this is just an example. Like, don't take this literally. I'm not getting these numbers from anywhere. So let's say out of 1,000 messages, 150 people reply. That'd be a 15% response rate, right? 15% of people reply. Let's say you're doing outbound appointment setting. Out of 150 people, you get to the point where you propose a call, you suggest the idea to 20 of those people. So that's 13.3% of the 150. 13.3% of those people, you propose a call. From there, out of 20 people, only 7 of them actually book a call. Pretty realistic. These are pretty realistic numbers. That's 35%. 35% of the 20 people actually go on to book a call. And then out of the 7 people that you book a call, 2 of those will close. Which again this is quite realistic numbers. You know, like 1 of them probably won't even show up. So it'll be more like 6 calls actually show up. And then a 33% close rate, which would be 2. Okay, so that means out of sending 1,000 outbound messages, 150 people reply, and out of the 150 people that reply, 2 of those people close. Cool. Now let's say that the offer that you're setting for is £4,000. That would mean that per 1,000 messages that you send, roughly, because you've got the data there to show you how everything is working, you've got the data, the numbers don't lie. Per 1,000 messages that you send, you're roughly making about £8,000 for your client. Now you know that. You know that's maths. Per 1,000 messages that you send, you generate £8,000 for your client, which might be £800 commission for you. So you know how many days does it take you to send 1,000 messages? Let's say it takes you 7 days. Now you know you're making £800 a week. Cool. You can literally see the maths. Like, you're on average, some weeks will be less, some weeks will be more, but on average, these are the numbers. This is why it's important to track everything. So every time you send an Instagram message, just tally it. So 1 message, 2 message, 3 message, 4 message, 5 message. And then at the end of the day, you've got this tally, put it on a spreadsheet. Messages sent, 80. And then every time someone replies, maybe you make a tally in a different color on a different piece of paper. Every time someone replies, okay, someone's just replied. Okay, someone's just replied. Okay, someone's just replied. And now, replies, now you can, at the end of the day, how many people replied? 6. 6 people replied. And now you've got the data there. And then you can just, how many people reply? How many people do you propose a call? Okay, I proposed a call to 2 people. How many people did you book in? 1 person. How many people closed? 0. Now you've got the numbers there. Because once you've got the numbers, it doesn't matter what the numbers are to begin with, because that's the point of getting the numbers, so that you can improve upon them. But if you don't know the numbers, then you're just walking through life blind. That's how children live their life. That's not how men live their life. Okay? Children just go with the flow. If you've got goals, then you take your goals into your own hands and you make sure that you achieve them. Okay, so this is important stuff. So we've got our numbers. We've got our starting point, our reality. This is where we're at currently. And now let's try and calculate, where do we want to be at? So let's say we made some small improvements. So we took the 15%. Maybe instead of a 15% response rate, maybe we wanted a 30% response rate. That's a 2x. That's doubling the 15% to 30%. That's doubling the response rate. We want 30. So that's the target. Just by doubling this one number here, we 2x the business. Just by changing one of these numbers. There's 4 numbers here that we can change and improve on. But let's say we just double one of them, the first one. We double that, instead of making £800 a week, scrap that. Now we're making 1.6k a week. Just because we've doubled that one thing. If we didn't have the numbers here to tell us about this, we wouldn't have known that we needed to double this. We wouldn't have known that this was a problem. But what you want to do is you want to get the numbers here, and then you want to work out, okay, which is the easiest one of these? which is the easiest one for me to improve on? It doesn't matter which one you improve, but as long as you improve one of them, you're improving the business drastically. Because let me show you. This is starting to turn into a mess now, so let me clean this up a little bit. I've got loads of doodles everywhere. But let me show you how like crazy the compounding effect is, right? So let's say you do what I told you to do. So you take this and you 2x it. That 150 now turns into 300. That 20 now turns into 40. Like this is the only thing that we're changing. But because we've got 300 messages, what's 13.3% of 300? It's 40. What's 35% of 40? It's 14. What's 28.57% of fucking 14? It's 4, apparently. Now, instead of doing £8,000 closed every 1,000 messages, now we're doing 16,000 every 1,000 messages. We've just 2x'd the business. We've 2x'd our income. We've 2x'd the revenue that we're generating from our clients, all because we had the numbers there and we doubled one of them. We found the one that was easiest to solve and we made it better through testing. Because if you know you sent 80 and you got 6 replies, okay, now you need to find a new message. So now you're going to test a different variation of that message. And then maybe you'll send 80 and then maybe you'll get 10. Okay, now I know that this message is better than this message. Now we know that we like this one. Okay, now let's try and find ways to improve it again. And we're going to send another message. Oh, this one got 12. Okay, yeah, this variation is better. Just by testing different things and having the numbers there to show you what works and what doesn't work is how you make it unreasonable for you not to win on a long enough time frame. I sound like a crazy person right now, bro, but this is the stuff that people don't do when they need to, because it makes it literally like unreasonable. It's unreasonable for you not to succeed if you do this on a long enough time frame. Like, literally, listen to me, boys. It's boring and it's long and it's annoying, but like, are you willing to give your 100% effort to make sure you hit your goals? If I came to you right now and put a gun to your mother's head, this is your mum. If I came to you right now and put a gun to your mother's head, are you making this work? Are you going to do this every day? Are you going to finally hit your goal of 10k a month by the end of the year? If I put to you a gun to your Marj's face, say do it, you're going to do it. So I want you to treat your goals seriously to the point where it's like you're doing everything in your power to make it happen. Don't make me put a gun to your Marj's face. I don't want to have to do that, bro. I just want you to take it seriously without any extremes having to be done here, okay? Take it seriously, bro. You got this. I believe in you. So, yeah, so we've taken this one and we 2x it. But this is when it gets crazy. So let's say we take the 13.3% of that. How many people do you propose a call? Maybe we can 2x this one and then maybe we can get this one up as well. That's not exactly a 2x, but it's almost a 2x. So we say that's 2x. This one from 35% to 60. I don't know what that is, but it's a significant increase. How many people do you book? Out of the people that you propose calls, you shouldn't be only booking 35 of them. You should be booking 60 of them. That's what we want. I mean, yeah, we should be booking 60% of those people. So this is the number that we want. This is bad. This is bad number. This is acceptable. It's okay. Not a massive smile, but it's okay. Like proposing 75 calls and booking 45, I can live with that. These are the KPIs that we want to be aiming for. We don't want to just be proposing a call to 13%. We want, like, these are the numbers that I want to expect. These are not good KPIs. These are not good. These are what we should be aiming for. These are not good. So, like, for me to say every 1,000 messages that you send, you should be generating $8,000 for your client, that's not even good. So, yeah, we increase that. So we increase this, we increase this, we increase this, and then we increase this one slightly as well. Instead of 28.57, it's 31.1%. We increase that slightly. And then the compounding effect of increasing all of them is now completely changed the business. Now we have gone from £8,000 generated every 1,000 messages to £60,000 generated every 1,000 messages by improving all of them. But that's why you need to have the KPIs there, because you can do one thing at a time. First, let's try and improve this one. And it might not be by 2x. It might be by you might improve it by, I don't know, you might improve it by 1.2x. Cool. That's a big change. You do 1.2x on everything. That's a massive change in the business. You make everything 20% better. That's not just making the business 20% better. If you make all of these things 20% better. The maths, I'm not going to do the maths right now. It's either going to compound, or it's either going to be everything's 80% better, or it's going to have some sort of exponential math stuff that I can't bother to calculate, right? But this is the power of business. We've improved everything here. We've taken it from 8 grand every 1,000 messages to 60 grand, some 60,000 every 1,000 messages. This is the difference between you making, let's say you're on 10% commission again. This is the difference between you making £800 a week and making 6k a week. Do you understand? This is the difference between you making 8 grand a week and 6k a week. So now that I think about it, maybe these KPIs are not so realistic. But I hope you understanding what I'm telling you here, boys. I hope you understand what I'm telling you. If you don't know the numbers, then how do you know what you need to improve on? You're just walking blindly. You need to calculate all of this stuff. So one thing that I would get my setters to do is just like once every 2 weeks or once a month, just review your KPIs and identify what's your target that you want to work on over the next 2 weeks. What do you want to get better at in order to improve your commissions? Because at the end of the day, it's great for my business, but it's great for the setters as well. Because as long as the setters are always improving, they make a lot of money. They make a lot of money, I make a lot of money, and we all build an empire together. Build an empire with the boys. So that's what I want to see. I know I've just nerded out so much. But genuinely, like even if you're working in like door-to-door sales, you can do this. Just carry it like after every door that you knock on, add it into your notes on your phone, or carry it around like a little clipboard or something. But like it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether it's appointment setting, whether it's closing, whatever. Data is king. Data has always been the king. So I think I'm finished with all that. I think I'm done. Traumatizing you guys with numbers and data. But that's it, boys. This is the stuff that you need to be doing. This is the stuff that I get alpha setters to do, and that's why alpha setters are savages. That's why we make money, we sign deals left, right, and center, and you guys don't. Hopefully you will now after watching this video. But yeah, Craig with his first client in 4 days. Taylor got his first commission the other day, killing it. Craig, day 3, small win, booked his first call, love to see it. David ran 20k, redemption, we love to see it. Joseph, first client. Francisco, less than a week in, secured his first client. Hayden, first client, £50 per call. Killian, £400 commissions in 1 day, or 1 week. I think it's 1 week actually. In 1 week whilst coming to England. Whilst on holiday, literally on holiday. Aaron, first commission 3 weeks into the program. Yiston, books 30 calls in 1 day. Chan, 5 piffs in 5 days. That's a 1.2k week right there. David, £800 in 1 day. Signed 2 more agency clients and ran 10k and took 3 sales calls. Wian, I was actually going to end it there, but that last one, I like it. Wian made 1.5k in his first week inside of Alpha Sets. Bruv, this gay data tracking BS, it's what alpha setters are willing to do, and the rest of the market isn't willing to do it. That's why we make a lot more money and we get a lot more wins than everyone else, because we take this stuff seriously. So if you're a business owner watching this, just know if you hire one of the Alpha Setter 300, you're in very good hands, because I make sure of it. I make sure my guys are willing to work. Because if this is the sort of source I'm giving you in the free training, this is the sort of motivation I'm trying to feed you guys, imagine what's inside Alpha Setters. You guys have no idea what I get these guys to do. You have no idea. Anyway, so that's the importance of data tracking. Go out there, make some spreadsheets on Google Sheets or buy CRMs or something like that. If you want my CRM, then you know where to find it. It's inside the 300. Once there's 300, no one's getting access to my CRMs. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this, boys. This is the end of the actual course modules now. This is Both of the bonus modules are done. All the official modules are done. That's it. That's the end. But what I would highly, highly, highly recommend you to do, boys, so this is something that I do all the time. So, what consuming information one time over is valuable. But when you find a golden piece of content, golden resources, I'm not saying this is golden resources, that's up to you to decide. But it's always very, very beneficial to watch it a second time. So what I do, for example, I read one book a week. I read a book a week. I read a lot of books. I read all the time. Now, what I will do is usually every single month, I read 2 new books and 2 old books, because I find that I get a lot more value from rereading a really, really good book multiple times rather than just always flooding my brain with new information. For example, this book is called Can't Hurt Me, right? Can't Hurt Me. Have a guess how many times I've read this book. This is a great book. It's my favorite book. Guess how many times I've read this book. If you said twice, you're wrong. If you said 4 times, you're wrong. If you said 5 times, you're almost there, but you're wrong. I think I've read it 9 times now. I think I've read this book 9 times to this day. And because I've read this book 9 times, instead of just rereading a load of new books and not really internalizing that information, I've internalized this shit. This is part of my identity now. This is part of me, part of my being. Really, really internalizing one piece of good information is a lot more valuable than flooding your mind with a load of mediocre pieces of information. That's one thing that I will say. So I always reread my old books, and I usually get a lot more from reading my old books rather than reading new books, which is interesting, right? If I find a good podcast, I will rewatch that podcast. I will rewatch it multiple times. If I find a good course, I'll rewatch it. I'll go through it once, and then I'll go through it again. I find that so valuable. So if you found this valuable, it's up to you whether you think this is worth rewatching or not. But if you do think it's valuable, go through it again, bro. Go through it again, or go through the course modules that you found the most useful for a second time.
There will only ever be 300 alpha setters. 2,500 years ago, there lived a king, King Leonidas. He was brave and fierce. In those days, men were expected to be men, and weakness was not tolerated. Alongside this king, there stood 300 warriors, all willing to lay their lives on the line for their people. 2,500 years ago, those 300 Spartan warriors died, defending their people, achieving the impossible. 2,500 years later today, there stands 300 once again.
Alpha Setters is a men-only program where iron sharpens iron and one man sharpens another. This small gang of men have no choice but to push each other forward, because if the team gets soft, then they cannot claim their glory. Sales is an industry where the savages have free rein to thrive, but the soft get ruthlessly tossed aside and flushed out of this market. Alpha Setters is a brotherhood of men who don't take no for an answer. We have dedicated ourselves to our self-improvement and will stop at nothing to escape the system, to achieve financial freedom through the path of high-ticket sales. Be strong men, lead by example, and provide for our future family. This is the way of the Alpha Setter 300.